Good morning and a warm welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground, where we are on the final day of group stage games at this ECS Challenger Division here in Portugal. The cricket starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Well, what a day we had yesterday and what a day we have in store today. It's the final game. Well, what a day we had yesterday and what a day today promises to be. It's the final round of games before the all-important finals day tomorrow. It's the top 4 teams that go through, so everyone will be vying to get in those positions and make it through to tomorrow. Well, the first game today sees the Brothers 11 face up against Team Tigers Portugal, a big game for both sides. Before we go into it, let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Brothers 11 to call.
Head.
Heads is the call.
It is heads. Yeah, first ball first.
Bowling?
Yeah.
All the best, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
Brothers 11 to 1 the toss, they're having a bowl.
So the brothers win the toss. They decide to have a bowl. Well, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table at the moment. They'll want to stay there to go straight through to the semi-final tomorrow. As for Team Tigers Portugal, they're currently in 5th place. At the moment, that won't be good enough for finals day, so they'll be wanting to get a big win here this morning to lift themselves up into that top 4 position. Taking you through the action to start the day here and joining me in the commentary box is Phil G. Take it away, Phil.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, Tina. Thank you. And yes, I'll add my very warm welcome to everybody as well as yours, to everyone in the chat, and whether you're watching here via Fancode in India or on the YouTube channel, ECS YouTube channel. Well, good morning. Phil G here in the commentary for this lovely day, day 6 of the European Cricket Series here in Santarém, day 6 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Division, the last day of the group games of this Challenger Division, and a big day of cricket lined up. As you saw there from Tina's introduction, got so much happening today, so much to play for. Every game vital to every single team's prospect of playing tomorrow. Maybe some teams are already lining up their teams for tomorrow, but they don't know where they're going to be playing. They could be playing the eliminator, they could be playing a qualifier. They're just not sure. Remember, the top 4 teams at the end of today will go through to action tomorrow, so all to play for. And as Tina has given us that introduction and told us that Team Tigers Portugal take on the Brothers 11 in the first game. Brothers 11 do win the toss, and they're going to have a ball first. Let's have a bit of a recap of yesterday. Match 21, the Brothers, they started yesterday with a loss against the Coimbra Knights. A big loss as well, lost by 10 wickets after posting a score of only 87, which was overhauled pretty easily by the Coimbra Knights. Second match yesterday, match 22. Team Tigers Portugal get a good win, a big win over Friendship CC to the tune of 43 runs. Well done to them. Irfan Hussain, 59 from 27, and Omar Farouk at 53 from 24, plus he picked up 3 wickets in the bowling. Very good game for him there yesterday. In the third match, in the middle of the day, Coimbra Knights came back and they took on the Lisbon Supergiants, and that was a close affair. Probably not as close, but it was 4 runs in the end, but let me just say that it felt like Coimbra Knights were in control for most of that game. Lisbon Supergiants came good towards the end, but not enough to get over the line, going down by 4 runs only. Pretty close. In the fourth match yesterday, match 24, the Brothers took on the Werewolves. And we predicted this one to be almost a preview, a potential preview of tomorrow's final. And you had the Brothers getting over the Werewolves by only 5 runs. Good close game. Again, the Werewolves sort of always just slightly behind there and came good towards the end, but not good enough. Couldn't chase down the runs. And the final match we had yesterday, well, if you were watching yesterday for this match, match 25, as obviously Tina and myself were here watching this, you were absolutely spoiled by a batting display from Ashok Kumarbanga and Jiwan Giri. 183 for the loss of no wickets. Lisbon Supergiants posted a big win yesterday over Friendship CC. Friendship CC, to their credit, they still made 115 in response, so it actually was a good pass score, better than pass score they made. Could have beaten any other side on the day, but unfortunately they came against a team that put a massive score on the board. Quick look at the standings there. Brothers sitting atop on 22 points, Lisbon Supergiants and Werewolves sharing second place, only split by a small difference in the run rate. Interesting to note that the Werewolves have slipped from top spot over the last day as well. Coimbra Knights currently sitting in 4th. Team Tigers Portugal sitting we're in 5th on 13 points, just looking to get above Coimbra Knights in this first game with a win over Brothers if they can manage it. So a lot to play for today. Let's have a look at the teams. Team Tigers, looking through that list. Rupan Das, the wicketkeeper, he's back in the team. Tushar Shah, he's back in the side as well. Obviously, it's still, it's Thursday, it's midweek, well, just after midweek, which means that a lot of players have still got work duties and commitments outside of playing cricket this week. So there will be a few changes today and probably even tomorrow as well. For the Brothers in Portugal, Gomao Singh Gotra comes into the side, and we have Sukhwinder Singh. He's going to get his first game for the Brothers, as we have a look at the supercomputer, who only tips the scales in favour of the Brothers slightly, 56% to 44%. Not a huge big difference there. That just shows how good the Team Tigers have gotten through this competition. They've been languishing in the bottom 2 for almost the entire duration of this tournament. And to their credit, they've, those percentages speak absolute volumes. Mind you, though, as just before we start the play, the percentages have slipped to 39 and 61%. Okay, there's probably a reason for that. Maybe it's just having a look at the lineups and the toss, that sort of thing. But Bardwaj has got the ball for the Brothers 11. Azam Johnny and Ifra Hussain are going to open the batting, and we start match 1 today off with a wide. And that is usually how we start some of these games. Match 26, the first game of today, is off and running. And have a look at this one again. Just, yeah, nice agricultural swing there. Not much going on. And it's a good time just as the second ball's about to be bowled. I'll wait to see where this one goes. Second ball of the morning. Just tucked away there on the leg side for a single. I'm joined by the fantastic Tina G. Tina, here we are. It's the last day of the group stages. All to play for today. All 6 teams with, well, they've got a battle plan on their hands if they want to play tomorrow.
Absolutely, Phil. And just call me One Take Tina as we go into the second ball actually of the day. And yeah, I'm so excited to see who ends up in the top 4 by the end of the day. It's all still to play for, isn't it?
It really is. There's going to be a lot of jostling on the table throughout the day. It's going to be really interesting to see how it all finishes up towards the end of the day. For me, I think this is going to go right to the last game today to know who's going to play in what games tomorrow. No foregone conclusions. Not at all. Well, that's a foregone conclusion because that's 4.
Absolutely. We saw what Irfan Hussain could do when he came into the Team Tigers team just yesterday for the first time, and well, he immediately got off to a flyer, 59 off just 27 deliveries in that win over Friendship CC by a big 43 runs. He's clearly going to be starring with bat and ball. He also came in, got 2 for 8, so what an improvement that is to this Tigers side.
For sure. Bardwaj, as he always does, open the bowling. He's been carrying a few injuries this week. Been hit a couple of times in the lower leg area, once in the outfield and once off his own bowling. And he's looking all right this morning. Looking big smile on his face as well when he came to the ground. Good delivery of that.
Yeah, hopefully he's got over those few knocks that he had. Yesterday he took one right on the shin, didn't he? But
oh, that's right. Yeah. Just below the kneecap, wasn't it?
Went below the kneecap and almost flew to the boundary, but he looks like he's back up and running here, bowling well so far.
Good to see. Yeah, case in point right there. Tucks up the batter. Can't do much with that. Even a big hitter like Irfan Hussain, he cannot get the ball away. He's just got that 4 from the 3 deliveries faced. Not a bad over so far. Nice and tight one to start for the Brothers 11, who will be looking to really cement their spot on the top of the table with a win here today against Team Tigers. Cracking shot. There is protection out deep on the point boundary. That is the lone figure of Verinder Singh, who fields the ball. Gets the ball with a really good throw back to keeper Nangalu. The brothers resplendent in their orange kit today. Decided to ditch the blue and go with the orange. Now the field changes over for the left-hander. Just a reminder, the brothers won the toss, elected to field first. Happy to chase down whatever Team Tigers can get on the board. Watchful. Good over that for the brothers. Good start to what is going to be a big day's cricket. 7 off the over.
Yeah, pretty watchful start there, especially from Hussain. We know how explosive he can be. He has already given us a glimpse with that 4 crash to the boundary. As we take a look at the stats so far, well, we're definitely going to pass 5,000 runs for the tournament. And we've been saying all week par is about 100, well, 108 by the looks of it on that run rate. Interesting that, well, the wickets are actually quite high, aren't they? It's about, well, almost averaging 10 wickets per game. Yeah. I think the higher you go, the fewer wickets you tend to lose, just because you have those top batters at the top of the order. But I mean, I love looking at those stats, just dissecting what that means, how the games have been panning out. Interestingly, more 4s than 6s, not always the case in these series.
Yep.
Be interesting to see how it changes next week as well in the Premier Division.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now we'll compare that to the Challenger stats. I think I'll see those 4s and 6s rates definitely flipped. And just noting, yeah, that the pass score you talk about 108, obviously that 10.8 being the average per over. Maybe that uptick was due to that massive effort last night in that last game where we saw almost 300 runs. Actually, it was almost 300 runs. It was 183 and 115, wasn't it? So 298 runs scored in the final game yesterday. Probably helped that stat up. Oh, he stumps Akimbo, smack, and that is the end of the big hitting. Irfan Hussain, massive body blow there for the Team Tigers. That is big wicket for brothers.
Absolutely. Harsh Kumar comes in and he starts with a cheeky little slower ball there, as we will see that on replay in a moment. And well, what a big wicket that is. Irfan Hussain, we've said he is the danger man for Team Tigers. Only 1 innings so far for them, but he did the damage. And Harsh Kumar, clever piece of bowling here actually. Irfan Hussain was probably expecting a bit of a quicker one, and he just throws it out the back of his hand, points to the dugout. Maybe that was a plan concocted over breakfast this morning. Whatever it was, it worked.
It worked beautifully. It really did. It was a lovely flighted ball too. It was really slow. It was probably one of those tantalising deliveries you get, and you think this is going to be right in the slot for a big drive. And unfortunately, I think you're right, Tina. I think he was just completely taken by the pace there, or lack of. Big wicket there at the start of the second. Harsh Kumar, he comes on and immediate success. Wow. Team Tigers now sort of straight on the back foot now. Only 7 off the first over, and now they're one of their big hitters back in the pavilion. Or dugout. Let's go again. Well, that one's been launched, and that's probably what Irfan Hussain would have liked to have done. And this one was outside off in the slot, crash, first Maximo for Thursday.
Welcome to the crease, Rupan Das. He's already got a half century to his name back in game 5 and shows a bit of intent there. Harsh Kumar, I don't know, maybe I thought it was a slower ball first up. That one was equally slow. Maybe he's just limbering up. I mean, he has had the wool over Team Tigers earlier in the tournament. 3 for 8 in that win, 42 runs. So that's why the brothers probably go into this game as favourites. You were talking about the win predictor, but you never know.
Oh, there's shouts of catch it as that is pulled around the corner, but no one's catching that. That's bubbles along and over the boundary line for 4 runs. Fielded expertly on the other side of the rope by one of the Team Tigers in the dugout. Nice shot for 4, so 6 and 4. Rupan Das back into the side today for the Team Tigers, and they're going to need him to stand up here in this innings now that the big hitting Hossein is done for the morning. 17 for 1.
Harsh Kumar just... Well, he's got those sleeves on, doesn't he, maybe to stop those grazed arms in the outfield. It's still a bit moist out there because of the early morning dew. It's only just past 9 AM local time, but what a glorious day we have in store here.
And again, it's short, and it's been hooked around the corner, and that is going to run away from the fielder. No, it's not. Oh, well, I take that back.
Verinder.
Not past Verinder Singh, who absolutely motors along to get that one. I'll prove you wrong, Phil G, he says, and he picks up the ball and fires a return in. Nicely done. Yeah, just a little bit slow across the outfield here, or maybe just didn't get a lot of that.
Well, Harsh Kumar, he had a lot of success with that slower ball first up. It looks like he's going, well, he's kind of getting up to speed now, but hasn't served him too well so far since that wicket. 6-4-1.
Yeah.
That one probably should have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, I agree. Should go back to the slower ball.
That one will go to the boundary as well.
That is a really good aggressive shot. That Azam Johnny sees it early and goes crunch, hooks it around the corner. Low pull shot for 4 runs. 22 for 1 on the board. 1 more to come. Yeah, we had a fair bit of, I don't know if you saw first thing this morning, there was a fair bit of fog around again. Nice view from the hotel room. And there, the ground was bathed in very low, dense fog. And that's all burnt off now and all gone. So there's probably still a little bit of moisture, but that'll take a little bit to get going. And, oh, that's Nanglu just off to the side there. Maybe took a return throw, a little bit rough. Looks a little bit ginger walking back to his position, doesn't he?
He's clearly caught the disease that Rahul Bhardwaj has, the limping disease. Well, he looks like he's okay. And some fielding to be done there. And, well, it's not quite a success there from Sukhwinder Singh. He does the umpiring for us, signalling that for 4. And, well, it was a bit of a laboured dive, wasn't it, early on this Thursday morning. He did get his foot to it, but it pinged off his foot, and I think into the rope. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, what happens here? So it gets down,
Boink.
yeah, just off the left ankle into the rope. Well, that over ends up getting pretty expensive. From what started with a first ball wicket with a terrific slow ball, ends up going for 19. So, well, it cost 19 runs for a wicket, but it was a very important wicket nonetheless. 26 for 1 after 2.
We see on the back of the shirts there, Brother 11. There's some early chatter, and welcome to everyone in the chat about the brothers have 2 shirts. We'll come back to that as we take a look at the more important standings and what could happen on this final group stage day.
Okay, so for me, the illustration here is Team Tigers. If they can pick up a win here, they get into 4th place. They'll go 1 point above Coimbra Knights. If they get all 4 points, they go 2 points clear of Coimbra Knights. And suddenly, 4th spot, you get to play finals tomorrow. As long as you can stay there, of course. And that is smashed over the covers for a big Maximo. Lovely strike. So the Team Tigers know exactly what has to happen here. And that is all of it. Absolutely crunched. Lovely strike, that one. So Rupan Das, he looks like he's come in with a plan in mind. And that plan is to just get runs right from the get-go.
Yeah, some intent there. And that was actually a lovely shot. Just pushed it over the covers. For 4, probably the best shot we've seen so far on this early morning.
Absolutely terrific. Yes, hello to everyone in the chat. Wayne's in the chat. Hello there, Wayne. Hello there, Dave B. Little Alan's in there as well. Who else we got in there? We've got Johnny here. Good morning to you, Johnny. And good morning to everyone in the chat. Hope you're having a terrific sunny Thursday wherever you are. That's a wide delivery. Let go by the batter at the last minute. Decides not to chase that one.
Yeah, so on the brothers kit, they do have 2 kits. We've seen them now in this resplendent orange, and it does seem that the names change somewhat on the back of the shirt. Is it brother? Is it brothers? Is there an apostrophe? Is there not? Maybe they just want to keep us guessing.
That's a really good point. Just, yeah, don't want to give too much away. It's a nice cut shot out to fielder there, who this time makes no mistake, gets everything behind that, doesn't go any further. I tell you, it'd be interesting. It says brother 11 on the back, just below their the neckline. It'd be funny if on the front, if it said brothers 11, but on the back it was brother 1, brother 2, brother 3. They should number it like that, like literally say it like that. I mean, because we just had a close-up there of someone with their back and it said brother 11. I thought, what if it was brother 1 and then 2 and then 3, but also have the number as well, of course, because we can't read that not from here.
Well, they have been keeping us on our toes with the numbering changing around all week. Yes. I mean, Irfan Hussain is helping us. He's just 999. He's the ambulance man, but everyone else seems to be chopping and changing, keeping us on our toes. Well, Grizzly is roaring to the boundary meanwhile, and Azam Johnny this time gets in on the act. He goes up to 13 off 5 deliveries. I mean, not to get all grammatical as well, but it's brother apostrophe S 11 that we saw yesterday, so that just means it's one brother, rather than brothers apostrophe, which be all the brothers. So who is the brother to whom the 11 belong?
Who is this brother who owns 11
other brothers?
Players? Yes. Nice shot there through extra cover, straight to the player. Going to get through for a single. Yeah, we must ask them who is the key brother? Who's the one who stands alone? Is he here?
The brother boss.
The brother boss. Yes. Boss level brother. Instead of, was it level 10 boss or something like that? It's just brother boss. 39 for 1. We've got 2 more to go in the power play. Not a bad power play for Team Tigers against this attack by Brothers 11. Well, goes to play a ramp and connects. And that goes to the boundary for 4 runs. Immediately got into position there. It kind of felt that it didn't matter where that ball was going to go. It was always going to play that shot. Watch this again.
Yeah, slightly premeditated. You can see his bat paddles out straight away. And, well, it was probably a bit too wide for his liking. He had to step right across. That's why it ends up going more towards fine leg rather than over the keeper's head. But the main result for him is it does go for 4. Rupan Das, he's motoring along 22 off just 6 deliveries. 1 left of the second. The third even. Well,
goes to play it again, but had to adjust at last minute, didn't he?
And it wasn't 1 left. We've gone early on the wide ball, the final ball jinx.
Hang on, where's my pen? I need to mark that down. You were marking mine down.
I think it's about 33 all at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Whatever the number is, we're going to run out of paper. Raul Bardwaj, he teases us by not giving us a final ball there. He bowls a wide, and it was interesting to see the ramp shot almost came out again, had to adjust and try to give it a flick down leg side, and it was completely missed. 48 for 1. Potentially this could be the last ball of the power play.
Potentially. Well, it's definitely gone magical already. 22 runs coming off this third.
Oh, yeah.
1 ball left. Can they get to 50 off the power play? 1 ball to do it. Does that count as a jinx, maybe? Still 1 ball to do it.
Still 1 ball to do it. Hold on to your seats, folks. We're getting there. And, the percentages have changed quite a bit, haven't they? They've really gone quite not heavy in the favour of Team Tigers, but they switched around. It was 39-61 before a ball was bowled. It's now 54-46 in favour of Team Tigers. Bardwaj in again. Bangs that one in short. Shouts of oohs and ahs around the ground as the swinging blade just misses it. It's 49 for 1 from the power play. So not quite 50, but a good power play nonetheless.
I'm sure they'll absolutely take that. Let's not forget that before a ball was bowled, Brothers were sitting pretty at the top of the table. 22 points, 3 ahead of both LSG and Werewolves with 19. Meanwhile, Team Tigers Portugal, where they're fighting for their lives. 5th place, 13 points, 2 needed to catch up to the Coimbra Knights in that all-important 4th place. As we take a look at the skyscrapers, and it's nice viewing if you're a Team Tigers fan, as they've really climbed into this power play. 49 coming off it. That 1 wicket, an important wicket that they did lose, but the 2 batters out there are doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, I would say that Rupan Das came in after that first ball of the second, and since then 22 from 7. That's pretty impressive stuff. And Azam Johnny has only faced 6 deliveries, but he's also been pretty handy. So the message has been well received, and it is get on with it. We need a big score. And just remember that the Brothers won the toss and they wanted to bowl first. They wanted to chase. So Team Tigers, maybe for them that was a good toss to lose. Maybe that was their battle plan, to try to get out there and put a big score on the board for the first innings of the morning. Your bowler comes on for bowler 4. The field is spread out a little bit further now.
Yeah, Satnam Singh, who's come in, and well, he had a great previous game yesterday afternoon. Brothers beat the Werewolves in that top of the table clash by, well, it was 5 runs in the end, but it probably should have been about 25.
Yeah.
It was a pretty comprehensive, tight game, if you can call it that. But Satnam Singh, he got 3 for 6 and a run out in that game. So star of the show there, and he'll be looking for an early wicket here as well.
Yeah, that 3 for 6 really twisted things in favour of the Brothers quite heavily. And that's down leg side, and it's helped on its way with a bit of a rough pull shot, hook shot. And I say rough only because it was a last-minute change of mind. Have a look at this one again. Probably didn't get all of it, but got enough of it because it's quite vacant down there.
Yeah, he did well actually to pick that. It was a bit of a quicker delivery dug in by Satnam Singh. He was actually pressing onto the front foot as soon as he saw, though, that was kind of thrown in halfway down the pitch. He pivoted well. Rupan Das, he's looking good form, isn't he?
Looking really dangerous this morning. That's hit quite aggressively. There is a fielder out there deep. Takes care of that one, and that's the unmistakable figure of Verinder Singh out there, I think. Ball gets thrown back in, 55 for 1, halfway through the 4th. So boundaries and singles flowing from the batters so far. This is a really good start for Team Tigers. They're looking to post a good score on the board, pushing beyond the 120s if they can keep this up. Shouts of catch it as that's miss-hit. Goes into mid-wicket. Oh, shot the stumps. There's a yell, there's a shout, there's an appeal. I think the umpire's saying no. Let's not even bother with a replay there. Going to have a look and see. What did standing umpire Miguel Stoneman see? Because he pretty quickly said no. So either he was home or the stumps weren't broken properly. Have a look again.
Yeah, stumps weren't broken properly, were they? It was you could tell by the ball it was all Satnam Singh. It was a big appeal and a big shake of the head from Miguel straight away. I think that one was sliding down from here.
Yeah, the umpire immediately shaking the head. Good shout there, Tina. Watch this again. Yeah, fair enough too. Absolutely no. Didn't have to contemplate, just no. Back foot shot down towards that fielder again, who gets a little bit of something behind that one, stops it getting past for a boundary.
He's like, what are you worried about, guys? I stopped it.
And now he's having a conversation while he's holding the ball on the boundary line. And I think maybe a couple of the players are saying, well, have this conversation after you get the ball to the keeper. Maybe, I don't know. I think his argument was, I stopped the ball. Isn't that what I'm here for? End of the 4th, 57 for 1. The run rate is currently at 14.25. Going along nicely. That over a little bit tighter, though, for the Brothers.
Yeah, just going for 8, that first over from Satnam Singh. He is kind of their go-to man as well. You often see him coming in after the power play in those middle overs, just trying to keep things tight. And while he's picked up a few wickets so far, top wicket taker for the Brothers. He's got a 4-fer, he's got 2 3-fers, so he's their main man. And well, you can see he's stemmed the bleeding here a bit for the Brothers. Not a wicket picked up yet, but only 8 runs coming off it after that previous Bhardwaj over went for 23.
Okay. Well, Sukhwinder Singh gets a chance to have a bowl. This is I think it's the first time we've seen Sukhwinder in this tournament. So let's see what he can do. He's going to bowl the 5th. He'll be looking to keep the pressure on and try to stop the Team Tigers from getting away. They've got off to a good start, albeit that previous over went for only 8 runs, but still doing all right, keeping their wickets. So there's a big chance here for Rupan Das and Azam Johnny to get after Sukhwinder, as the field is just being exchanged around on the offside. I think we're good to go now. It's tossed up, it's leg side. Shouts of catch it. And not caught, unfortunately. Verinder Singh puts down a sharp opportunity. Probably could argue staring to the sun, and that's probably a fair enough comment too. Unfortunately, it is grassed though.
It's funny how the sun never plays a role when it's caught, but yeah, he did throw his hand up there. It is tough. The sun is rising on that side of the ground. Still only early on here on this Thursday morning.
That backward square leg for the right-hander is probably the toughest place to take a catch right now at this point in time, just because of the sun. And I'm not trying to defend Verinder's effort there. It was not a bad effort. If he'd caught it, we wouldn't be bothered about the sun. He would have said, what sun? What are you talking about? I took the catch. Never mind. Sukhwinder Singh, though, goes again now to the left-hander. And that is picked up and absolutely crunched for a Maximo. Pulled around the corner, square, just backward a square leg, big 6.
Bit of mystery spin here as well from Sukhwinder Singh. Probably be a bit miffed that he probably could have taken a wicket on his first delivery, and the second one is smoked for 6. And well, the first ball was definitely a leggy. This one, I think that was just a regular off-spin delivery. So your guess is as good as mine as what's coming next.
Yeah, let's watch closely, see what this one is. Well, it comes back in, and yep, definitely that sort of rotation on the hand, and it cut away for just the 1. Thought it was going to almost flirt with the wide line there, but you can see it pitched and clearly gripped and came back in. Thus on strike now for the next ball. Still 3 to come in the over. Tossed up really high there, tempting the batter, who obliges with a crunching shot through the extra cover region for 4 runs. Well, I do appreciate slow bowlers and spin bowlers who are not afraid to flight the ball. Unfortunately, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and that has been really hit hard with a good drive.
It wasn't the worst delivery. I don't quite understand why, if you're tossing it up outside off stump, which is a fair tactic, you've got 3 of your boundary riders on the leg side.
Yep.
I would have more protection on the offside.
Goes for a sweep, it goes fine, and oh no, it's been kicked into touch. Verinder Singh there, and that has, it's all bat, was it? I think he did get a bottom edge on that one, didn't he? He didn't get a lot of bat on. Have a look again.
Yeah,
oh,
nutmegged himself, didn't he?
He did.
No, he was probably bound for the boundary anyway, but Verinder Singh helped it on its way, back of the net.
Just to be sure. Yep. And yeah, that was always, I think, going to run away for a boundary. So Verinder Singh was on a hiding to nothing to try to pull that one back. 1 more to come in the 5th. And just chopped down on the offside. Point has to run in. Cannot stop a single. So it's going to be 74 for 1. 5 overs gone. And that is a really good effort for the Team Tigers. That's an interesting place to be. Good morning to everybody watching from around the world. Phil G along with Tina G here in the commentary igloo on this beautiful Thursday morning. It's day number 6. It's the last 5 games today, and we welcome you. We're watching from around the world. And Tina, this is such an exciting day of cricket because finals day tomorrow. It's going to be pretty electric today. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know where people are going to end up in their teams. What's going to happen?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but that's why we've been so excited about this day. Finals day is of course a treat, but who's going to get there? It's the top 4 that go through, and at the moment, everyone is still in contention.
Yep.
And well, that's why they're dearly fighting for the win out there. And Brothers 11 sitting top of the table, they can be kind of confident that they'll go through at least in the top 4.
Yeah.
But well, for Team Tigers Portugal, it's all in their hands. They need to get at least those 3 points to move themselves up
100%.
the table into that top 4. And get into finals day tomorrow. Which kit will they wear? The brothers,
yeah,
you know.
the kit
So many
decision.
questions.
That'll be part of the conference tonight, I'm sure, at the hotel for the brothers. Team Tigers, they made a great start here today in this match so far, and they need to get a win here and get themselves into finals contention for tomorrow. They've done well so far. Let's see how it all pans out. The ramp shot comes out. It's hit high, and it doesn't really go too far at all. That's been fielded. Thrown to the non-striker's end. Interestingly enough, Azam Johnny running to that end was very oblivious to the fact that the ball was coming in hot to his end, and he's made his ground, but I wouldn't say he's made it with any kind of authority or knowledge that the ball almost could have hit the stumps again to run out. There you go. Sorry, it was Das running to the non-striker's end. Azam Johnny is on strike now. He's on 23 from 10. Gets a position and swivels and crunches that one out of the park with a big Maximo. Good shot that. Score pushes now up into the 80s in the 6th over.
Lovely little pivot there, and well, a lot of these runs, I'd say most of them have been hit through kind of the backward region, both backward point and backward square leg, really in play today. We've been talking about that little pie section, haven't we? The backward point to keeper region has probably been the hot spot for the week as they go on a bit of a grizzly hunt here. It's not too often you lose the ball here at the SCG because, well, it's a big old field, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that one was hit so well off the bat of Azam Johnny as he goes up to 29 from 11 that they are just having a little look as we take a look at the rest of the Team Tigers. who are waiting to come into bat. There's 2 or 3 of them absolutely ready. They've clearly learned from the timed out that we saw yesterday.
They have. They've got it all ready to go. They're not going to be caught short with a timeout. As we saw yesterday, Friendship CC fell afoul of that particular rule, and it was executed perfectly by the officials, and punishment was given. Friendship CC on the receiving end of that. And while the people out there looking for that ball, there's another shot out there for them. Bit easier to find this one, as it's gone all the way along the ground for 4 runs. Well, Azam Johnny, he's very strong on the behind square leg, and you can see there another good shot. Look at this, in position early, elevates it slightly over the infield, and that's a cracking good shot. As I can see the 2 ball boy volunteers going back to their respective positions, but they stayed there long enough to field that ball a second time. Well, this time he goes out through the covers. That's a nice shot. They said, I heard 2-2-2. Oh, the good footwork there to his teammate, who picks up and launches an underarm throw, Trevor Chappell style, to the bowler at the non-striker's end. Have a look at this.
Parminder G it was.
Yep. Relayed, and it was Harsh Kumar who whipped in the throw. Good work there all around. Swing and a miss. Haven't been too many swings and misses in this innings. I'm just trying to think. There really hasn't been a lot. There's been a lot of contact with the bat. There's been just not a lot. Sometimes you watch a game and you'll go, wow, swing and a miss, agricultural swipe. Not so much in this innings.
Well, that's why those 2 batters out there pretty set. Their partnership up to 80 already.
Wow.
2 swings and misses. You called for it.
Well, I did call for it, and it's been delivered piping hot to my plate there. 6 overs gone, 87 for 1 on the board. Just a reminder that brothers, they won toss and they wanted to field first. And so far, I'd say Team Tigers were pretty happy with that score.
Absolutely. And the brothers, well, maybe they're just being a bit laid back because, well, they've got a 9-point buffer to Team Tigers in 5th. So maybe they've already got an eye on the finals day tomorrow, but they'll really want to keep hold of that first place. Don't want to give it up to the Lisbon Supergiants or the Werewolves as we take a look at the batting card. And well, Irfan Hussain, he was the danger man yesterday, but it's promising for TTP that other players, Johnny and Das in this case, have stepped up and plundered some runs and put TTP in a good early position. Just a reminder, they need to dearly get points on the board. They're 2 points behind the Knights in 4th place at the moment. They do have 2 bites of the cherry today, though. They're playing, in fact, the Knights later today, and what a big game that could be. The penultimate game of the day as we go back to live.
It's a nice shot out towards the boundary rider there. Gets the ball in sharpish, nice and quick there. So Das with a nice little cut shot gets Johnny back on stride. Johnny seems to be, Azam Johnny seems to be in a bit of a mood the last couple of overs. He's been playing some terrific, powerful shots square on the leg side. He just had a little peer around the corner to see what they've placed there. They've got deep backward square leg and deep square leg. He goes to plate there, he's been wrapped on the pad. Shouts of how's that appeal for LB. Batter gets to the non-striker's end. I think the batters are now having a chat about how close that was for a run out, but I think both gesticulating wildly. But I think in the end it's going to be just a fist bump and well run.
He's so busy appealing that he not only got in front of the stumps, he also got in front of the batter charging towards him, Johnny. And
yeah,
we're all friends again here.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a nice little high five / fist bump there with the bowler to say, sorry, didn't mean to run into you. Sorry, didn't mean to get in your way. And sorry, I did mean to smack that for 6. Absolutely caned that one over the boundary. Got in position, swivel, and that was a cracking good shot. Look at that. Middle of the bat, just towards the bottom of the bat, you could see that. And umpire Miggsy just gives the gentle little soft signal of 6, just to help the standing umpire. Good shot. 46
runs to Rupan Das's name. Just 18 deliveries, so he's one away. One big stroke away from his half century as well. You can see how hard they've been hitting the ball out there, that they're on another grizzly hunt. So maybe we can take a quick walk through the fixtures that we've teased it today so far, haven't we? That every game is so important. And well, after this game, we've got the Coimbra Knights against Werewolves, so 3rd against 4th.
That's right.
And then Friendship CC as well, and that's their only game today. Well, Friendship CC, they really need a bonus point win, don't they, to get any chance of climbing up the table. They're currently bottom with 12. the Cornborough Knights, that's the cut-off at the moment, 15 points, but, well, I'm sure they'll want to pick up points in their 2 games to date.
Absolutely. Just been hit or misfield there at point. No pressure on the batters there to scamper through, just for the 1. Dust moves to 47. Johnny back on strike, 96 for 1. 2 to come in the 7th. That run rate has been over 14 now for a couple of overs, so a big score coming. Brothers are going to have a bit of work to do for them this morning when it gets their turn to bat. They've still got 20 regular balls. There's one of them, and that has gone to the boundary for a big Maximo. Azam Johnny loves that part of the ground, and he has hit another Maximo there. That is probably the 4th one for his innings in that spot, almost identical. And yeah, this morning, this innings is probably the first time that we've seen Lost Grizzlies. They've gone over the property line. We haven't seen that all tournament.
We've got to go and knock on the neighbour's door saying, please, can we have our ball back?
Oh, that takes me back. 100 up with that strike as well. 102 for 1 in the 7th. 1 more to come to complete the 7th over. Oh, gets an edge there. Shouts of oohs and ahs from the keeper. And they scamper through just for the single. And that is going to be Johnny Deep Nanglu having a bit of a laugh there, lifts the bat up of the batter and basically teases a run out. All in good nature between these 2 teams. Good to see a bit of fun.
And, well, we've got a bit of fun coming up, don't we?
Oh, wow. Where do you start? Let's start at the very top. How about that? Portugal, obviously you're here with myself and Tina in Portugal for the next few days, or next week. And then Spain, Madrid on Monday, the 7th of April. Then Italy, Bologna. After that, France, Malta, Jersey, Sweden, Malmo. It's just the list just keeps going. But even just look at, say, the next month, that is an absolute smorgasbord of cricket. There is so much going on as we travel the length and breadth of Europe and deliver this ECS series to you piping hot for your consideration.
I can't believe we've not been to Madrid before, so I'm really looking forward to that one.
I was surprised by that. Yeah. Catch somebody, I heard catch somebody, and it has been caught by somebody, and that is a big blow. The skipper, Amarjit Singh, holds the catch there in the covers there. He patrols that area quite well. And I honestly heard catch somebody. I heard that, and they was caught. That is a big blow. That is, because this partnership was getting close to almost a century partnership.
Yep.
And that is now broken there. So Satnam Singh, he gets the vital wicket.
That went high up in the air, and, well, the captain looked pretty calm underneath that one. He had the benefit of the sun being behind him, so he couldn't use that as an excuse. And then he thought, well, I probably should catch it in that case. As Sukhwinder Singh, actually, well, he should have probably got a wicket off his first ball.
Yeah.
As it is, he gets a wicket with the first ball of his 2nd over. As, well, that does break the partnership, which was worth 97 in the end. And Azam Johnny has to depart for a very well-constructed 42 runs off just 18 deliveries.
And that's 97 of 6 overs. That's pretty impressive. That's really quite impressive from Team Tigers. So all credit to them. They've done exactly what they have to do. And just with that partnership broken at this point, kind of hope for the Team Tiger it doesn't completely destroy the momentum. And new batter comes in, takes strike, and hopefully can continue the this real good bit of aggression. It should be Muhammad Omar Farooq, which means you'd expect this momentum to continue. Season campaigner had a great tournament so far. Gets in position, swings hard. It is going to bubble its way over the boundary up now. Didn't really get a lot of that, but definitely got enough of it.
Yeah, well, Omar Farooq, he doesn't take very long to introduce himself to the brothers. And as you said, Phil, what a tournament he's had so far with both bat and ball. Previous game, he got that half century in that destructive partnership with Irfan Hussain.
Yeah.
Took the game well away from Friendship CC. He won by 43 runs in the end.
Tossed up, shouts of catch it as it launches skyward. Parminder Singh patrolling the boundary line down deep there. Bounces a little bit in front of him, and so just the 1 run. Shout out to Golam Mustafa saying good morning to myself and Tina. Good morning to you too, Golam, and to everyone in the chat. Hello. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Well, that gripped and spun a bit. That was had the batter a little bit looking the wrong way. Rupan Das wasn't quite ready for that one, and it really gripped. He's on 47 from 20. He waits on this one and cuts it straight to the play, patrolling the boundary on the offside.
Well, the expected score up into the 130s, and you mentioned the run rate earlier, and the run rate and the net run rate could really come into contention today as well if we do have teams level on points, which, oh, it's looking increasingly likely actually.
Makes room and gives that a smash. Oh, player takes a pretty awkward bounce there. Hope he's all right. Wore that one a little bit high in the chest. Hope that didn't rebound a bit too high up. Have a look at this one. Oh, maybe accentuate as he threw the head back. But good work to get the body behind that one, stopping the boundary.
Yeah, so on the run rate as we get to the end of the 8th, 110. And yeah, well, there we see the run rate, and it's kind of flatlined, but good news for TTP is it's flatlining just between 13 and 14, and that's well above par. And the reason why it's so important as well is the Tigers are going into this game with the lowest net run rate actually, so they're minus 1.299.
Wow.
Even Friendship CC below them, minus 1.247. And while the bottom 3 teams, so including the Coimbra Knights, they're all in the red, in the negative. Brothers CC sitting pretty at the top, plus 1.6. But a big score like this, not losing wickets, and well, who knows what will happen in the second innings, but it certainly won't harm that net run rate.
That's true. Okay. Start the 9th with a bit of a slog, and catch is taken staring to the sun. That's a really well judged catch, and that is the end of Omar Farouk. He goes for 6 from 4 deliveries face. So you can take catches staring into the sun. I mean, he's probably a little bit dazzled. No sunglasses, just staring directly into the sun, and would watch the ball straight into the hands. That's a really good outfield catch when you consider how many players have dropped catches and then blame the sun straight away. No complaint there whatsoever from the outfielder. Really good catch.
Yeah, lovely catch there. It's Harsh Kumar out in the deep, solid base. Took it above his eyes, made sure that the sun couldn't be used as an excuse, and that's the end of Omar Farouk. It didn't quite hit the heights that he did yesterday. A bit surprised that he actually came in 4th. He did a really destructive job right at the top of the order with Irfan Hussain. But, well, Azam's Johnny, he got 42 off 19 opening up, so maybe justified his opening berth, as the new batter is Amzad Hussain coming in at 5. Gets a single first ball.
Yeah, Amzad off the mark straight away. Gives Rupan Das a chance to eye off a half century here, and it would be a terrific half century if he can get just a couple more runs. Maybe this over. It all happens in the 9th after all. Pulls out the ramp and gets that one connected, goes around the corner. That is pretty good shot. And he does indeed bring up the 50 with that strike. Nice, very good for him. Congratulations to him for a well-deserved 50. Really got Team Tigers off to a flying start after losing wicket at the start of the second over. Yeah,
a bit of a delayed reaction there from Rupan Das, but he takes in the applause from his teammates sitting out there in the Portuguese sun. Yeah, just 22 deliveries. That's quite some going. Strike rate over 230. But he'll want to finish with a flourish here as, well, since Johnny departed, Omar Farouk didn't hang around for too long. Amzad Hussain currently the non-strikers.
He's shaped up again for the same shot. He's obviously enjoying the fact that they haven't put anyone fine down there to stop that run fest. And as I was talking about Azam Johnny, who was getting a lot of runs backward of square, I reckon you'd have a look at Rupan Das. He's picked up a lot of runs in that part of the ground as well, doing very well indeed. Gets another boundary. Ball boy volunteered, and they're putting down the long barrier. Very professional. Good to see. 119 for 3. 2 to come in the over in this, the 9th. Goes for a drive. It goes straight up in the air. Chance for a caught and bowled. Bowler never really settled. Goes down. Hope he hasn't hurt himself. He went down a little bit hard just then. Slipped in on the grass. Gets a pat on the back for his trouble. Might have jarred his left arm as he went to ground here.
Let's take a look at this.
Hope that's not a bad injury. He's just giving it a bit of a rub. And he slips there. Yeah, I think he's landed on his elbow, just on that slip. So that would give it a real jar. Effort ball, bit of a grunt. That's been hit pretty hard. Boundary rider's going to come around and take care of that one as it gets through the covers. And just the 1 run there. Das moves along to 59. And that is the end of the 9th. 122 for 3 in the board. 1 more over to come. And Das will be facing.
Yeah, it was a nice little single actually to make sure he gets the strike for the final over as we take a look at the bowlers. And, well, There's a lot of bowlers that have gone for a fair few runs. Harsh Kumar just had that one over. It'll be interesting to see actually who bowls the final one. They've only used the 5 bowlers so far, but Harsh Kumar has been the most expensive. Satnam Singh didn't pick up a wicket, but he can be relied upon to always bowl 2 decent overs through the middle orders for the brothers.
Totally.
It does look like it's going to be Harsh Kumar to bowl the last.
Just at the end of that over, I noted that the clock had ticked down to 36 seconds. So well done for the brothers to get their overs in time. And we know that, well, they need to understand that obviously the officials are pretty hot on that one. As it is, it's all good. We start the 10th. Shouts of catch. It's a 1 bounce to the fielder down there who's at a wide third man position. And just the 1. Well, they turned down the run, did they? Yep, they turned down the run.
Well, you can see
Fair enough.
how much regard Rupan Das has in Amzad Hussein's batting, but you know, if you're 59 for 25, you probably earn the right to try and hit for the hills in the final over. As Das just steps aside now that the brothers have made it into the final over. They're dilly-dallying just a little, but Harsh Kumar, in he comes now.
Well, goes to hit that one with a fair bit of aggression there. Going to hesitate and not take a run again as he's hit it straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket.
Well, you know what? If they went for 2 1s instead, then they'd have Rupan Das back on strike with 2 more runs to the board. But
That's right, yeah.
you know, it's not always that straightforward, is it?
And I don't want to say melodramatic, but the run rate is plummeting now. Try again. And that hits the pad. Shouts of how's that? That was not hitting. It might hit a set of stumps if it was, say, 3 or 4 metres across to the other side. Yeah, no chance of an LBW there. I think even the appeal was sort of like, I didn't really want to appeal, says the bowler, and his hands come down pretty quick. So 3 dot balls in the 10th. Rupan Das is slowly unstitching a little bit of good work here, but I can understand why he's doing it. Now they'll take a run, as it does go to the fielder deep on the at the long off boundary through the bowler. So he is happy to take a run after all and give Amzad a chance to score some runs.
I'd love if Amzad now smokes it to the boundary.
I was thinking that. I was thinking if he hits a 6 here, then Rupan Das can hang his head in shame. Let's see if he can do that. Wow, he's really put the well into that one, and he has smoked it for 6. The mid-wicket conversation between the 2 batters. Oh, I wish I was a fly in the inside of the helmet to hear that one. Watch this. Gets every little bit of that. Crunch, says Amzad. See? Trust in me and I shall deliver for you. And he crunches that one. 129 for 3 on the board. 1 more ball to come in the innings.
Just as well, Rupan Das is already on 60 runs. Otherwise, you might have been walking back sheepishly to the dugout. As it is, the final ball is coming up.
And swing and a miss. Just misses the stumps. And that is going to be the innings closed there on 129 for 3, 10 overs bowled. Well, it's an interesting, good comeback here from the brothers. They got a little bit tighter with the bowling just in the last set. That last over, only 7 runs off that last over.
4 dots as well.
4 dots, very impressive after Rupan Das turned down the chance of running 3 dots at the very start there. And before he said, all right, tell you what, let's take a single. But to Rupan Das's favour, he did put in a really good innings to start things off and got them back on track after losing an early wicket. So that's a good score, I think, for a Team Tigers. That's a score that the brothers will feel that they can probably chase, but they've got a bit of work to do as well as we run the highlight package. And we started this morning in sunlight bathed across the ground. There's a few clouds just come around the last couple of minutes. Tina, you noticed that?
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
And well, Irfan Hussain had to notice that ball crashing into middle stump. We thought that might actually be trouble for Team Tigers. Their danger man gone for just 5, bowled by Harsh Kumar, but it was Azam Johnny and Rupan Das who really put together a key partnership. 97 runs it was worth as they got their team out of early trouble and into real contention here at halfway stage.
Yeah, 97 of just 6 overs, so that is really good scoring. That part of the ground was Rupan Das's favourite area of the ground, and when you have a look at some of the Azam Johnny shots, there's Verinder putting down a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. Azam Johnny, there he is, left-hander. That was his favourite part of the ground over there, backward of square. That was, I think, the first grizzly that was a little bit hard for it to find again. Vrinder Singh then kicked himself a goal. Maybe just a bit of a personal win for him there. And then there was a follow-up shot there. A few boundaries coming from the bat of these two players. More fancy footwork there on the field. That was the old 1-2. And, well, running into a bowler before they gave each other a high five and a pat on the back. Played in very good spirits, good friendly spirits these games, and good to see. Not one little ounce of aggro between these teams. The teams know each other so well. There you go. There's a bit of fun there from Nanglu, who says, look, if I lift the bat, I can run you out. Obviously not to be. Sky catch taken very well by skipper Amjit Singh. And that was an important breakthrough, sort of slow things down a bit. And this is the point where things did slow down a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And we just wanted someone really to stick around with Rupan Das because he was going at such a great rate. 7 4s and 3 6s in his 60, so strike rate of over 200. Omar Farooq stayed around for a while, 1-4 as he was then caught by Harsh Kumar. And Amzad Hussain, well, he had to watch at the non-striker's end as Rupan Das turned him down in the 10th. He finally got on strike and he said, bang, I'm going to hit a 6. What are you worried about? Well, Team Tigers Portugal, they probably won't be too worried actually at the halfway stage. They put on a well above par total of 129. The loss of those 3 wickets. So it's around 130 needed for the Brothers 11. But there's a reason they're top of the table. They've won 6 of their 8 games. Those 2 losses coming to the Werewolves and the Coimbra Knights. But they've shown themselves to be quite a solid chasing team as well. They won by a big 10 wickets against the Lisbon Supergiants in game 19. And they'll want some of their top order to fire, but it was the top order for Team Tigers Portugal that fired in the first innings. Azam Johnny, a well-constructed 42 before he was caught by the captain. Irfan Hussain, the danger man, he went early for just a runner ball 5. I'm sure he'll come back later in the day and show us exactly what he is all about. And it was Rupan Das unbeaten on 60 of just 29 deliveries, the star of the show for the Tigers. As for the bowlers, they only actually used the 5 bowlers. Satnam Singh, he went wicketless, but he remains one of the danger men for the brothers. He went at an economy of just 11.5. Wickets otherwise shared by Harsh Kumar, Sukhwinder Singh picking up his first, and Mandeep Singh, who's pretty tidy figures there of 25 runs conceded off his 2 overs and picking up that important wicket. So at the halfway stage, the Tigers, well, they've shown us that they can roar. 129 runs on the board against table-topping Brothers 11, who of course now have the right to reply. In just a few minutes' time, they'll need 130 runs to cement their status at the top of the table and, well, maybe even put 1 foot in finals day tomorrow. So it's all still to play for in match 26 here, the first match of the final day of the group stage here in the ECS Portugal Challenger Series. So join me, Tina Goff and Phil G just a few minutes time as we talk you through the run chase of the Brothers 11 Portugal. Put your feet up, put on the kettle and see you back here in just a few minutes time.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to the Central Cricket Ground. In continuation of this game 6. It is day 6, Thursday cricket action coming your way from the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. And it's going to be the run chase. The Team Tigers taking to the field. The umpires getting to their positions as well. I can see the opening bats for the brothers walking out. 130 runs was the score on the board. 7 overs or less, that's what the batting team need to get the run chase done to achieve a bonus point. Fielding team, well, for the batting team, if they can, fielding team, so let's try that again, Phil. 91 runs or less for a bonus point to restrict the batters to, so there's something there for everyone to play for. As I can see, it's Hardeep Nanglu is going to go to the striker's end and possibly just trying to see past the umpire there. Maybe Harsh Kumar is at the non-striker's end. So they're sticking with their regular opening batting pair. Are the brothers? Rupan has got the gloves on, fresh from his really good, I think it was 60 not out he picked up in that innings. Played very, very well. He and Azam Johnny put together a 97-run partnership in only 6 overs to get a big score on the board. And we're about to start the run chase. Nanglu to face the first delivery. And Team Tigers looking to put the brakes on very early. Brothers looking to get out of the blocks with a big power play here and to cement their place. Top spot on the standings. Here we go. Oh, starts with a classic cover drive. What a great shot. Bang. Oh, that's going to shake up the foundations of Team Tigers when they see that shot coming out of the books. Look at this one, just crunch, slight elevation, but the placement was perfect. 4 runs to start off proceedings. I think Nanglu, he's devastating when he gets going, but in the last couple of innings, we haven't really seen him classically getting going, if you know what I mean. I think he pulled out a 19 or 20 a couple of innings ago. That ball's going a bit too wide. Just a bit of swing through the air as well. Also interesting to know that the 2 umpires out there, father and son combination, Buck Stoman and Miguel. Miguel's at square leg. Oohs and ahs. I think it might have been an appeal for LBW, but it actually hit the pad of the wicketkeeper, so clearly we move on. So after that really good shot for 4 through the covers, Nanglu just allowing a couple of dots here. Oh, swing and a miss, agricultural. Oh, just loses his mind and wanders out of the crease. Did not know where the ball was. And Rupan Das almost affects a miraculous run out here. Have a look at this. Just in a bit of la-la land here, Nanglu. Oh, that could have been disastrous. Wow. Can you imagine? 1, 2, 3 steps and then realizes, no, the ball's right there. Well, there's a bit of revenge as he goes downtown with a towering Maximo. And obviously someone in the dugout enjoyed that one. That was a tremendous blow. 11 now off the first 4 deliveries. Nanglu is, well, after a few little nervous moments of that previous ball, that's how he settles his nerves. And I think for any batter, that's a great way to settle your nerves. Strike down the ground, crunch 6 runs. 2 to come from Azam Johnny. It's right on middle stump. That's been whipped around the corner beautifully for 4 runs off the toes, but literally took it off middle stump. And it was a good length delivery, but Nanglu just too much power, way too much power. One more time. And that is a run chase on, but never going to go in the favour of the fielder there. Yibon Nadu with the difficult task of chasing that ball down, never going to happen. But just having a little bit of a conference here now. That's interesting. They were at the wrong end. I think Nanglu didn't realise it went for 4 possibly because he was lingering at the non-striker's end. And then Harsh Kumar called him along and said, I think you're facing, you hit the 4. That's how it works. 15 for no loss. Last ball of the first coming up. And a good ball. Just a little bit of extra pace on that one. And that finishes the first over. The brothers on 15 for no loss after the first over. And great time to bring into the Commercial Igloo Tina Goff. Tina, it's an interesting start to that run chase. 15 off the over, but Nanglu almost lost his wicket with just a mindless little stroll down the pitch.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one there from Nanglu. Bit of a brain fade as we look at how many matches since a golden ball. 10 matches. How time flies when you're having fun. We've already had one in this Challenger Series. We couldn't have another, could we? It would be, well, a pretty dramatic sequence if we have one today with so much on at stake, and then tomorrow that would be even more dramatic if we have one on finals day. We did have one here in Portugal on finals day, I think in the final even of the ECS a year or two ago, so Portugal has previous.
Yeah, Portugal has a bit of a reputation for golden balls, doesn't it? We saw a little, there was something shared around, I think, on the chat not too long ago, which showed that, yeah, Portugal is, I wouldn't say it's quite like the hotspot for golden balls, but to see my eyes, it was like 7 or 8 golden balls here over the time. Khan is bowling the second, and he started off pretty well with a couple of good balls there. Bit to do there. Mahmudul Khan, he's bowled with good fire in this tournament thus far. This is a good delivery past the right-hander. Just trying to angle that one and almost gets a feathered edge. He's got protection on the offside behind the bat as well. There is a backward point inside the circle. He's also got a third man down there, and this time he goes leg side. So a little bit wayward there, goes leg side, and that is 4 runs, and that was edged off the bat, got something onto that one. There was a nod there from umpire Stoman as he agrees that yes, just bottoms that one, and no one can get to that. A desperate attempt there from the keeper, and also Amzad Hossain ran across from that third man area, couldn't affect a spoil, and it goes for 4, so 20 on the board in the second over. Nanglu on 14, Kumar, he's opened his account with that boundary. 110 needed from 52 deliveries now. That's another good ball, goes across the right-hander, looking to play on the offside, looking to play an uppercut shot. There is no boundary rider on the offside boundary, so you're looking at a boundary rider right the way down at the third man position, and then on the leg side, deep on the leg side square. So get it through the infield on the offside, and it will run away for 4 runs. Just watchfully played back, just a defensive shot there. Bit of cloud coming over the ground just in the last 20 minutes or so, but there's no threat of a rain thus far. It's just some cloud, a few dark clouds. That's why the sun isn't shining brilliantly. That will help the outfielders when they're going for their catches. They can't be pointing towards that big ball of flame in the sky and saying, I couldn't see because of that. So that is going to assist. Oh, that one did not bounce at all.
I've just found the graphic for golden ball matches in Portugal. That's why I went radio silence, doing a bit of digging.
Okay.
Yeah, it was golden ball 57, the final of the ECS 2024. Marlow defeated Gamblers CC.
Yes.
And that one went for a 6.
That's
the way to do it, isn't it?
That's how you deal with a golden ball in emphatic style. You're absolutely right.
And it was, in fact, well, the golden ball we had just a few days ago was the 6th we've had here in Portugal. I think Malta, we had the golden ball that I was involved in, just saying, Phil, I've been involved in too, was earlier this year. I think that pulled Malta level with Khartoum for golden balls, which is,
yes.
I mean, a bit of a hotspot as well, given how much cricket we play at Khartoum, that Malta and Portugal are also threatening the Khartoum Oval for golden balls. It says a lot about these kind of GB hotspots.
So true. Absolutely. Just saw a little thing in the chat there. Kroom, Kev, member for 24 months. He's had a crown upgrade. Congratulations to Kev in the chat. One of the chatters who's been around for quite a long time. So congratulations to you, Kroom. Well done indeed. Getting a little bit of love from the rest of the chat there. Have a look at the table, and you can see here what this game means to both teams. Brothers, they can cement top spot going into finals day tomorrow. Team Tigers, they get their noses in front of the Coimbra Knights if they can get a win here, push themselves into 4th place, and who knows, they could be playing finals tomorrow. Third over starts. Starts with a good dot ball. Nangalo on strike, he's on 14. He didn't get to face a ball in that last over. It was all Harsh Kumar facing the whole over, as Nangalo also faced the whole over of the first as well. So he can resume his attack here. He got 14 off the first over, did very well. Kumar had a bit more of a sedate over of the second. Langlu is hit that up in the air, shouts of catch it. It falls in what would almost be an easy catch for a regulation mid-off. In actuality, the mid-off is now a long-off, and cover was way too wide to get to that one, but the miss hit has been brought by the bowler.
Yeah, it got a bit big up there on Nanglu as Irfan Hussain, who's coming to the attack. And well, he picked up 2 wickets for just 8 runs in his one and only game so far. He's quite a dangerous customer, isn't he?
Very dangerous indeed. He's been punched through towards the boundary rider, who doesn't get anywhere near that, but the man in the high-vis jacket does, and he collects the ball, and that is a boundary rider, because that is a good shot for 4, all the way along the ground. Nice strike. Yeah, the boundary rider was a lot squarer than that as that goes backward a point. 25 for no loss halfway through the third. Power play is not too bad. The power play for the Tigers was very good. It was 49 off the power play, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So that was a good return on effort for them. Looks to tickle it down leg side, gets nothing of it. So that is indeed a wide delivery. Well taken though by the keeper, Ruben Dus.
Yeah, nice little shuffle across. Take it on the 4th or 5th attempt.
2,
1, 2,
3,
3. That was.
4.
I think that last one was a token juggle.
I think so too. He realised that the camera's on him, that we were counting, so he thought, I'll give you something to count. Here we go. Oh, good delivery that. Irfan Hussain, he's got a good bit of pace about him. That one gets into the body just underneath the armpit there, and played defensively by Kumar on the leg side. Just switches the strike over, keeping that scoreboard ticking over, which is the key thing to do. Still 103 needed from 44. That required run rate just tipping over 14 now. But while they've got wickets in the shed, and these 2 at the crease, it's looking good though for the brothers. Well, having said that, swing and a miss, and Hussain does a mock celebration, points to the sky. But yeah, didn't get close enough to that one for an edge.
Well, I'm on a bit of dot watch here, and we said in the first innings that there wasn't many swings and misses, and actually in the whole innings there were only 11 dots for Team Tigers Portugal, and that big swing there takes it already to, well, that will be 11 dots in the first 3 overs.
That's incredible.
So, I mean, if you just keep up that core scoreboard ticking, we always talk about, I mean, nowadays it's always fine margins in cricket, isn't it? And dot percentage is one of those stats that can kind of be the key to a successful or unsuccessful run chase. And while they've already matched the amount of dots that TTP had in their whole innings, and whereas TTP, their final over of the power play went magical, getting them up to 49. It's been a bit of a downward curve here for the brothers, finishing on 27 for no wicket, but they do have 2 really dangerous batters at the crease.
Yeah, that's a really interesting stat, that conversion of dot balls versus balls that have been scored off for the for Team Tigers. That's quite an interesting number, and the fact now that the brothers have already equaled that dot ball situation, I would suggest in T10 the team that has the most dot balls is the team that doesn't get the win. Shouts of catcher, it's been launched up in the air. It's just over the head of the cover fielder, who was backpedaling before he realised he was a little bit unsure of himself, and took his eye off the ball and turned around to see where he was. Asif Ator, skipper there in the covers. Took a good catch yesterday in Team Tigers game. Couldn't affect one there though. Well, I don't think anyone's going to get near that, because that is absolutely crunched over the covers for a massive Maximo Nanglu, delivering the goods here for the brothers with a great strike.
Yeah, that was a big hit towards the scorers there in their scorers box. And well, this is the one thing that the brothers can take solace in, is that, well, even if Pardeep Nanglu does sit out a few dots, we know that he can go big if needed. Is that the helmet being brought on? Well, the keeper is already wearing a helmet, is he? No, that was the batter that was wearing a helmet. The keeper now is also wearing a helmet. It's Rupan Das, who did the damage with the bat, who's now got his helmet back on. Probably still a bit sweaty from when he batted.
Yeah, I would say so. Omar Farouk looking for a breakthrough here. And shouts of there, get it. Boundary rider does indeed pick it up, and a good, well, not a good throw, but a quick throw. A little bit wayward there. Ruben does have to do a bit of work to collect that one. Interesting question in the chat. Apparently Bob asked this yesterday, now Helix asked it today. Do the brothers have a ladies team called the Sisters CC?
Well, it'd be sister and sisters at the same time, wouldn't it? Yeah. On the 2 different kits. Well, I'm not too sure, but we will see some women's international action later this week or next week on our tour of Portugal. That will be Portugal against Norway, so maybe there's some sisters in those teams.
Yep,
looking forward to calling that as well. It'll be Portugal's debut on the European Cricket Network, the women's side that is.
or big anger shouts there of keeper, 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 as Harsh Kumar a little bit slow out of the blocks there. Nanglu just gets this rough little edge. Harsh took off, but the ball went very quickly out to the player, and safely home in the end though.
Ooh.
Oh, Kumar's down. He's
he doesn't need to run anyway. It's fine.
He doesn't have to run. I hope he's okay. He sort of had a bit of a face plant after clipping that off the toes, and the momentum just took his feet from underneath him. Hope he's all right. Yeah, so interesting question in the chat. Thank you for that. Oh, I hope he's all right. But yeah, he's probably very thankful that he did go for 4. He's probably thinking, oh, we could have run on that one. Let's have a look. 4 overs gone, 41 on the board. The run rate is at 10.25, below the required run rate, but there is an obvious uptick there in that last over. And that white line, at the moment, it's heading in the right direction. Just need to keep building on what they've got so far. And I think for these two set batters, that shouldn't be a problem. A breakthrough will change that pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, absolutely. The brothers, they've had quite a lot of success at the top of the order. Be interesting to see who comes in next if a wicket does fall. Verinder Singh, he had a bit of a flourish yesterday, didn't he? He scored 28 off 13 in that win against the Werewolves, the top of the table clash. So we know they can bat throughout, but they haven't really had to at the moment because the brothers 11 have been so successful. Haven't been losing too many wickets.
True, yep. Naidu gets a chance now to get amongst the wickets. He's going to bowl the 5th. And he's been clubbed towards deep mid-wicket. Just the one. Goes to the fielder out there. That's looks like that's Mohammad Omar Farouk patrolling the boundary line deep mid-wicket. He'll get a chance to come on and bowl again, I'm sure.
They've still got 2 overs, one from Omar Farouk and one from Irfan Hussain. So that's promising for TTP, and well, it seems more than promising with their win predictor up at 67% at the moment.
Just played with soft hands, single there. Do you get the feeling they may keep those 2 bowlers specifically, depending on how this run chase goes? Maybe keep them for 9 and 10, possibly?
Possibly, but I think also you can almost bowl the brothers out of this game, especially with Harsh Kumar only going at 16 off 12. It's not the rate needed. So if you get 2 tight overs here,
the
6th and the 7th, then it's almost game over already. That run rate over 15.
Yep, that's so true. Now, he's worn one on the body there. I think the standing umpire did call for no ball immediately. The square leg umpires asked for the replay. Have a look at this.
Oh, it hits him in the midriff, doesn't it? Which by
Yep.
definition is over the waist, but it just depends where he's standing.
He's out a little bit there, but I think that would have to be right. Yep, that's been signalled, so fair enough. Signals no ball. Where's that one on the body? And that means standing umpire Bucks will say there's a free hit coming.
First warning as well.
Yep, warning for dangerous delivery. And Nanglu delivers that one straight down the throat of the fielder, who probably doesn't realise immediately. Well, he's taken over the line, has he? That's what's happened there, right? I thought from where we were, I was watching the fielder directly rather than the camera replay or the camera live vision, and it looked like, oh yeah, yep.
He signals it straight away, to be fair to him as well. Well,
yes, he did.
It was a nice catch. We've seen a lot of catches go down on the boundary. He took that one over the boundary, unfortunately for him and the Tigers.
Yeah, out of context, I almost thought he was celebrating the catch as he held it aloft, but he was actually signalling 6. Struck up in the air, just mishit dollies over the bowler, but no damage there. 50 up with that previous shot for 6. 51 now for no loss. 2 ball to come, and then we're halfway through the innings. So the run rate required is at 14.8, 79 from 32 required for the brothers. And while they haven't lost a wicket yet, you'd feel that this chase is really, it's probably in their arc right now. Shouldn't be a problem, but weirder things have happened.
Well, we've seen just this past week as well, we can't call games too early just because of how quickly things can change. And well, yesterday evening was probably the first proper blowout we had with that huge total of 183 from the Super Giants. And Friendship CC, well, they actually posted an above par score of 115 in reply, but still nowhere near the bonus point, let alone the target to win that game. But otherwise, apart from that, we've had pretty close games throughout, at least close in terms of getting that bonus point and trying to push for the win as well.
It's been pulled around the corner. It's going to fly it to the boundary there. Chase is on, and the ball will win that. Unfortunately, Mohamed Omar Farouk, he cannot get his legs pumping hard enough to get to that ball. It beats him by a couple of metres. So that ends the 5th with a boundary. And that's good good scoring here, brothers. They're still below the required run rate, but you just get the feeling that as long as they're staying within touching distance, it feels like these two are still in control of this run chase so far. Have a look at the upcoming events. And Tina, as you said before, ECI T20I action after the ECS, which is going to include the men and the women, as Norway visit Portugal. And you're going to be a part of that. In terms of the commentary, not the playing, of course.
Yeah, I can't change nationality that quickly.
Not that quickly.
I am collecting passports, but I haven't got a Portuguese one or Norwegian one yet. But maybe anyone's got contacts out there.
Something to aim for, maybe down the line. We'll see. Spain, Madrid for the first time for ECS action. Then Italy, Bologna for ECS and ECSW as well. And then France, ECI action, ECS, Malta. And I think you're going to be in Malta as well for the spring series. Aren't you?
Yeah, for the second time this year. I'll be back in Malta. I think I'm returning as well in October, so can't keep me away.
I might be up for the October one in Malta. That'd be terrific.
That'd be great. A bit of autumn sun.
A bit of G-force.
Bit of G-force back in action. G-force on tour.
Oh, good work there. Just lucky.
Oh dear.
And that is really good work. So, unfortunately for Harsh Kumar, he walks off. Nanglu had a little word, but Harsh Kumar just quickly put his hand up and said, yep, my bad. Acknowledged that there was no other run there. But that is clever work on the boundary line to get the ball back to the bowler's end. Saw it. Good fielding, the slide, the save, and the throwback, and that's affected run out. So the breakthrough finally.
Yeah, and there was a bit of confusion out there in the middle. Maybe the slip in the outfield meant that Harsh Kumar thought he could get back, and Nanglu, he's like, what are you doing? And he looks like a bereft brother out there as he saw what was coming there. Well, if it's one solace for the brothers, it is that Harsh Kumar is out, and he wasn't exactly going on a pretty quick rate. I mean, he went 18 off 14, so not the strike rate actually required, so probably not the worst result in the world for the brothers. Pardeep Nanglu is still out there. That's the main thing for them.
Agreed.
So Sukhwinder Singh comes into bat.
It's a good dot ball there. Sukhwinder Singh, like I said, we haven't seen him in the tournament thus far. He bowled with a little bit of success. Let's see if he can bat with some success for the brothers. Big swing. It's hit him pretty high. Has that hit him on the shoulder or something as he's going for that slog sweep?
I think that might have been waist, hip, something like that. He did go down pretty low. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's probably just about sliding down, I think.
Just sliding down. Not far away, though. Decent shout.
Well, the reason why the brothers have caught up a bit on the run rate is exactly because that dot ball, the first ball for Sukhwinder Singh was the first dot ball in about 12 balls. So, not to go too deep into these things, sometimes you can just get any data point to prove your point.
Yep.
But just ticking that score along, we saw at the end of the previous game, previous innings, didn't we, that they turned down 3 dot balls and then the new batter got on strike and hit a big 6. So
that's right.
You've got to trust your teammates a bit, and well, the brothers have only lost 1 wicket so far, so you'd hope Sukhwinder Singh, he knows what his job is here, and as long as Pardeep Nanglu's out there, they'll be in with a shout.
Yep. Sukhwinder Singh, he almost hit that down the throat of the lone fielder out there on the boundary, bounced about 3 metres in front. Shouts of catch it, not to be. Nanglu continues, he's on 35, crunches it down the ground. That is into the commentary area. Can't quite see where that's gone. That's gone just behind me here, but it's missed everything except for the ground. The good news is we're good. Nanglu decides to send us a grizzly. Thank you, Nanglu. Comes right inside, and I think it's hit the leg of the table, or is it? I couldn't quite see what that connected with, but it just bounced in there. And there we are, trying to find the ball once again. So Nangalu goes to 41 with that strike down the ground. Big Maximo 41 from 21. Harsh Kumar the run out. Wicket in that over, 18 of 14, as Tina said, probably a little bit slow going for his liking, and probably not such a bad idea to remove him. For the brothers, 65 for 1 after 630 is target. Well, they're halfway there, but they've gone more than halfway through the overs to get there.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a bit of a bold claim here. I think if Pardeep Nanglu's out, that's the brothers cooked. So, I mean, they need to go over 16. So Quinder Singh is on strike here. Well, he was on strike. Now he's back in the hut.
Well, that's a bit of a classic dismissal, that one, making a bit of room to hoik it over leg side, only to expose all the pegs, and the pegs get rattled. So that's the end of Sukhwinder Singh. He came in at the top order there, but his day's done. Well, his innings here is done. Look at this one again. Well, you miss, I hit kind of moment there for Nadu.
I'm not sure that's the right choice when you've got a bowler bowling right arm around. That Grizzly's always going to chase you.
Yep.
Even if you think the angle is outside leg stump, by the time it arrived, well, that was the top of middle. If you're going to go for the paddle, I'd even be inclined to go for the reverse paddle. Then you can at least follow the line of the ball as it is. Sukhwinder Singh sees his stumps rearranged. Mandeep Singh is the new batter.
Yeah, that is not good shot selection there. That's a bit disappointing. So, yeah, Mandeep Singh comes in and he needs to get together with Nanglu and push this run rate. The run rate required is just under 17 per over now. Gets through the infield, and boundary rider comes around from very straight and saves the boundary. Good work there. And
Effort ball from Naidu as he took a tumble after he bowled that one.
really put everything into that one. Nanglu back on strike. He's on 41 from 21. I agree with you, Tina. I think he is the key here for the brothers. He kicks on. They should get a win here. Shouts of catch it in the air. And, well, the ambulance, fire truck, police, the emergency services player there with a 999 on his back takes the catch. No mistake. And that is now big trouble for the brothers.
Isn't that what I called it? I think that could be the end of the run chase. Still a long way to go, but the one person you don't want under that is Irfan Hussain. Safe pair of hands, an experienced professional. I mean, he's scored 600 runs, or more than 600 runs on the network. He's got a handful of wickets, and he's got safe hands in the outfield as well. And Pardeep Nanglu departs 41 off 22, and maybe with him depart also the hopes of the brothers chasing down this total 130. The target for the win, well, the bonus point is of course still up for grabs. That's just, what is that, 25 runs away for the brothers.
Ooh, just gets away there from the fielder, and it's going to run away for 4 runs. Bit of luck there.
Yeah, it's George who's come in, tested out his gloves straight away. He did actually quite well to get his hands out the way of it and his helmet out the way. Zipped off the surface, but it'll count as runs. You won't mind that.
So today in the orange outfit, he's George.
Just George.
And yesterday in the blue kit, he was George Bhatti.
Yep.
So I guess that's what it comes down. We are working this out now. We are discovering the secret of George. It's a very, very tall ball. It's signalled wide by the square leg umpire, and that message has been relayed from the central umpire. It's gone past very high indeed. And George is not a short man, and that ball really kicked up there. So 71 for 3. 59 needed from 20 deliveries. The run rate required at 17.7. Leave themselves a fair bit of work to do in this late part of the innings. Oh, well, now they're going to go to the video replay. It was hit on the pad, goes around the corner, and batter George is just walked out of his crease thinking, should we take a run here, staring at his opposite number, and the stumps have been thrown down. Let's have a look again. Where's he going? Look at this. Pick up, quick throw, and a dead hit on the stumps. He may have just got that bat slid down. This will tell us the story.
Oh, this is going to be a tight one.
Oh,
We're
boy.
going to have to go frame by frame. Oh.
Well, the frame before, he's just outside the crease, isn't he?
Yeah, and then
the ball hits
comes
on
in
the next
there,
frame.
and that one frame might save him. I think it has.
Oh, I think it has too. You're right, Tina. One frame has saved him.
That was sloppy though, wasn't it? He kind of just took a bit of a mid-morning stroll.
He was just admiring the daisies there. Effort ball there. You can hear the grunt come through the effects smoke. It's been clipped directly to Irfan Hussain, the 999 man himself, the emergency services. 72 for 3 after 7. And Brothers staring down a potential loss here against Team Tigers. Team Tigers looking good to defend this total. Run rate required is just a tad under 20.
And, well, as we take a look at what is coming up next, the second of 5 games on offer today, and it's the Coimbra Knights currently in 4th place up against the Werewolves in 3rd, and that should tell you exactly how important this game is. The Knights bring in Harry Singh and Amrit Pal Singh. We've seen both of them earlier in the Challenger Series, and Sanamdeep Singh comes in for the Werewolves, so stick around for that game in just about half an hour's time, but we've still got the conclusion of this game first as Irfan Hussain comes in for his second over. And wow, that looks like quite a great piece of fielding. The backhand slap comes out.
Now that's unusual, but it's effective. If he's pulled that off, that is a really good... Yep, he's taken the round of applause and he's running back with high fives from everybody. So he feels he's been successful. Have one more look at this.
It's the old slap.
And he's done that successfully. That was a proper slap. You could hear it, the clap as he slapped that back. Well done. Well done. Saves the boundary. And actually now George cannot believe his luck. And Deep Singh now, he's got a lot of work to do. Gets it past the fielder, it's going to run away. It's a big chase. Oh, almost steps on the ball. Be very careful there, young man. That was that Tushar Shah out there who could have almost rolled an ankle stepping on the ball. You need to be very careful of that. Anyway, it's a 4 in the book, 77 for 3. Tell you what, they're going to be, the blood rate is going to be pumping now. The heart rate's up, the blood's pumping because they need a lot of runs off not many balls now, the Brothers.
You do indeed. At least they've got that bonus point in their sights. That 4 will certainly help that cause. So, well, let's assume Team Tigers, we don't like assuming too much in the commentary box, but assuming Team Tigers pick up the 3 points for the win, that would momentarily put them above the Coimbra Knights on 16 points. So they will be in the top 4. But of course, the Coimbra Knights are up next against the Werewolves CC. So, I mean, every single game we see the positioning changing, and well, it's especially important as well, isn't it, for the Lisbon Supergiants and Friendship CC, because they only have that 1 game today. They've both played 9 games already. And the Lisbon Supergiants, they find themselves currently in 2nd place, but their only game today is the final game of the day. So I'm imagining that by the time they play their final game, they won't be in 2nd place. They might not even be in the top 4. So they go into that game probably needing a result, at least a point. So that's why you have to stick around, ladies and gentlemen, for this action-packed day of cricket, because it's all change and things are changing after every game, aren't they?
Yep. And just on the back of your saying, if Team Tigers get the win here, that 4th match this afternoon is going of the day, match 29, that's going to be a belter. That's Coimbra Knights versus the Team Tigers.
Exactly. Well, it's 4th against 5th at the moment. It will then switch to 5th against 4th, but the Knights are also playing before then in another game. So, I mean, I can't get my head around all the permutations, but I just know it's going to be an absolute thrilling day of cricket.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Unfolding before our very eyes. Hussain here, he's got his last ball of the over coming up. Shouts of catch it. Not to be. That has been edged over the top for 4 runs, so the Brothers still live in hope that they can gather up these runs. They're running out of time to do it, though. That's a lot of runs needed off the next 2 overs. Get the feeling that they've just left their run a little bit too late. With obviously Nanglu and Kumar got them off to a pretty solid start. You can have a look there, that flat white line needed to be ticking upwards gradually the whole way since about the 4th over, and just in those last 4 overs, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's just slightly trended downward. But unfortunately, they haven't got close to the actual required run rate. So if you can't make inroads into the required run rate, you're going to be in trouble. 82 for 3 is the score, 91 for the bonus point. That's only 9 runs away, but 48 from 12 needed. Tina, do you agree? Do you think they've left way too much too late in the game?
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point, just got to consolidate, get those 9 runs for the bonus point. Anything beyond that is a bonus, especially when net run rate is concerned. I suppose the Brothers at least can take solace from the fact that they are sitting pretty at the top of the table. It would take some kind of miracle for them to at least not get into the top 4.
Oh yeah.
But of course, just being first or second is a huge advantage to being third or fourth. It means you don't have to play that qualifier early on Friday morning. You can put your feet up and rock up a bit later to the pitch.
True, very true. That's been clubbed up in the air. It's up and away, but it lands one bounce. Omar Farouk comes in off the boundary line. He's hit the stumps, and that is out. Well, that has got to be the icing on the cake for the Team Tigers. That has got to be game, set, and almost match. Wow, what a great effort here. Chance of a catch here, runs in, picks up on the bounce, and throws the stumps down out of his ground, and already heading towards the dugout before the ball even came in to hit the stumps. How often do you see a player just doing that? Just going to turn left here because I know I'm going to get run out. A throw from 30 metres away, just like that. Well done, Omar Farouk.
Yeah, a great piece of fielding there. He kind of used his forward momentum from the boundary line to propel that ball onto the stumps, but I mean, Mandeep Singh didn't even seem that bothered about getting in. I mean, maybe he just saw Omar Farouk coming and he knew a direct hit and he would be out, and well, anything else and he would still be there. So great piece of fielding from Omar Farouk.
Oh, has to reach for that one, ends up just mishitting it. Bob's up in the air over the mid-wicket infield. Had a mid-wicket player been there, so just the one run, 83 for 4. And this game is petering out to its logical conclusion now in the last couple of deliveries coming up. The required run rate is 31.33, as even the Team Tigers is just sitting down, just giving that muscle a bit of a stretch. Good time to do it. Might as well. He's bowled well, as Khan. Bowled very well, very economical. Only 6 runs off his 9 deliveries bowled. 10 deliveries bowled now. He's got the angle working perfectly across the right-hander, and he has racked up the dot balls for his team. Team Tigers have put in a terrific display here in this match against the Brothers. When you consider that Team Tigers were sitting 5th at the start of the day, taking on the league, well, the table toppers. So this is a good result for them.
Absolutely. Just want to see it home now.
Not cleanly taken by the keeper. Threatens the shy, but pulls the throw at the end. Realises now that the run rate has gone well and truly over 36, which means it's almost curtains for the Brothers. Not sure he can even give a percentage chance now. We need 46 from 7. You would need to have a couple of really bad deliveries to try to force something different here, but this has been a great effort. The bonus point is still up for grabs. They still need a few runs for a bonus point. Still need 7. Shouts of catch it. It goes up in the air, and that is a Maximo. So they're now within touching distance of the bonus point. I'll have to wait until next over to get that, possibly. Good strike down the ground.
And I think that bonus point will mean that the Brothers 11 will be in finals day. I mean, that will put their buffer up to, what will that be? 8 points to the Coimbra Knights, who would then be in 4th place, because Team Tigers Portugal would take the 3 points from this, taking them to 16 points. So 8 points clear of the Coimbra Knights, which means, well, the Knights could get 2 bonus point wins. That would take them to 22 points. It would all be about net run rate. But of course, the Brothers are playing that one middle game against Friendship CC, who are rooted to the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
And by the time we get to that game, if the Coimbra Knights pick up, well, at least 1 point from their next game, it could be that Friendship CC are already knocked out.
Yeah.
So lots of ifs and buts, and we'll just assume that every single game has a lot on the line until the maths tells us otherwise. As well, we go and actually go back to live and see that the Brothers have now secured that bonus point. So 1 point for them, and barring some absolute madness, 3 points to Team Tigers.
Exactly how that's going to work out. Just comes off the pad there. It's got its way for a single. Omar Farouk with the duty to bowl this last over, which looks like she's all done, all academic, all done bar the shouting, as I saw the message in the chat. I think it was it Ghulam Mustafa who said that? No, it was Bob who said that. Good phrase there, Bob. That's been launched up in the air. Chance of catch it. It just bobbles along the ground. And 999 himself picks up the ball and throws it in. Didn't have a good time with the bat, did Irfan Hossain, but he bowled very well to restrict the Brothers. And the Brothers felt the real pinch throughout this game. They just haven't managed to get that run rate up to the required at any time. That's been hooked around the corner, looks like it's bounced just over the line for a Maximo. So a little flurry here towards the end, but just way too little too late. George is helping himself to a nice little cameo, but it's all pretty much academic for the brothers as they're going to go down to the Team Tigers here in this first match of day number 6.
All of these runs are at least bonus runs for the brothers, and while it does harm Team Tigers a bit in terms of net run rate, they don't want to give away too many freebies, and that's why, well, good effort there from the fielder, at least trying to stop the ball there. I think it was Shuvra Biswas out on the boundary.
Yeah, Biswas there with the hat to keep his head a little bit warm, as the temperature dropped just a little bit at the start of this innings with just a little bit of cloud coming over, and the sun hiding away for a few minutes. Last ball of the match coming up. That's been lifted away. Omar Farouk is saying, why is there nobody out there? That's because he's picked the gap perfectly. Don't think you can blame your fielders on that one. That's just good placement. 107 for 4 is the final score. So the difference is 22 runs. A good win for Team Tigers Portugal. They keep their finals aspirations well and surely alive. And brothers, well, they don't get to cement their place on top spot, but they still sit on top spot. After all, they did get the bonus point.
Yeah, and if you want to put in a probably below par performance as far as the brothers are concerned, do it in a group stage match. Keep your big show performances for tomorrow, as we see handshakes all around from Team Tigers Portugal and happy faces as they do take the win by 22 runs. A nice little cameo actually from George at the end. He finishes 31 not out from 13 deliveries. Bit of a flourish. The final 3 balls going for 14 runs, and well, those are the fine margins we have been talking about.
Yep.
Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite the Team Tigers. But, well, they'll be more than happy with the win against the table-topping brothers as we take a look at what happens next. And it's all action here this morning, isn't it, Phil?
It is all go, and every match is vital, really important here. As we've just discussed, now that the Team Tigers get that win, they go above the Coimbra Knights on the table. So now the Coimbra Knights get a chance to reverse their fortune with a win, potentially a win over the Werewolves. The Werewolves, on the other hand, they'll be looking for it to get a good win over the Coimbra Knights as we roll the highlights package. And the highlights package will start with a good opening stand for Nangalu and Harsh Kumar. They did pretty well at the top there. Nangalu almost lost his mind there and almost lost his wicket, going for a bit of a wander out of the crease. But normal service resumed, and his striking was very impressive, as it always is. One of the Team Tigers fielders ducking below the camera there. I think that was Jivon Naju who realised that he was in front of the camera and tried to duck down. We still saw you there, sir. So, yeah, some really good aggressive hitting here at the very start, but just not enough. After that first over, it was just a struggle for them to get the run rate back up close to that 13 or 14 required.
Yeah, they were always behind the curve when there's a big score there, and there was some tumbling going on in the middle and, well, some big hits into the mid-rift of Nanglu, but he stood tall in his knock of 41. And not too often we've seen actually more sixes scored than 4s. As far as Nanglu is concerned, he scored 4 6s and 3 4s. There was that strange run out that saw the end of Harsh Kumar, some snipping and sliding. Here is that run out. Both batters ending up pretty much at the same end. That was the end of Kumar. That brought Sukhwinder Singh to the crease, but he could only contribute just the one before a mistimed scoop sent him on his way. That brought Mandeep Singh to the crease.
Yeah, Mandeep Singh, he stuck around for a little bit, but he couldn't really get his motor running either. And he came undone with 999 taking a really good catch there. Irfan Hossain, very safe pair of hands, that man. Then this was the run-out opportunity here, and favour given to the batter because it was 1 frame away from being run out. The backhanded slap to save 4 runs, it impressed us immensely as well. But unfortunately, the boundaries were coming a little bit too thin in these middle and later part of the innings. And that, as I said before, that run rate just never accelerated at any time. And if you look at the run rate graph, it'll hopefully we'll back up what I've said. It'll be pretty much a flat line, slightly downtrending. Omar Farouk with a terrific run out here. Absolutely sensational run out, that one, from a long way out. Had no right to hit that one. Hit the stumps from 30 metres away, but he did anyway. So George, yeah, played a really good cameo, 10. You're absolutely right. He played a terrific little cameo, 30-odd off a handful of deliveries. And, well, the Team Tigers, they may look at that little innings from him and say, that our net run rate's not going to be as good as maybe you thought it was, but in the final wash-up, let's see where it ends up.
Yeah, well, they were going into this game with the worst net run rate of all 6 teams, and well, I'm sure a 22-run win against the table toppers won't harm them too much, but I mean, it could have been even a bigger victory if they just tidied up a bit.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the scorecard, and Pardeep Nanglu, he's probably the pick of the batters for the Brothers 11 and will certainly have to put in a big shift on finals day tomorrow if he wants to get his side into the final and maybe even lifting that trophy. George, though, that will be a confidence booster for him. He could come in and fire from the off. As for the bowlers, well, Team Tigers Portugal, they'll be happy with their output. Irfan Hussain, he's really the danger man for the team, isn't he?
He really is. He bowled with a lot of ferocity. He's got a lot of pace as well. Najib picks up the 2 wickets there. There was a couple of run-outs, and apart from that, quite economical. Omar Farouk, not so economical, 30 runs off his 2 overs. Did pretty well on the field as well. So he had a funny old game. Anyway, the way it's going to turn out is this. The Team Tigers Portugal get 129 on the board. Lost the 3 wickets after their 10 brothers in response, 107 for 4. 22-run victory in the end. And that's a pretty fair representation of how this was going. Just felt the brothers are always behind the 8 ball there, never really got in front or ahead of the curve on the required run rate, and we're always up against it. But a good win to Team Tigers. Morale boosting win to them when they knock off the team that's sitting top of the standings as well. And it pushes them into finals contention for maybe tomorrow. However, Coimbra Knights are going to play the next game, and they may have something to say about that, but a good game here nonetheless to kick off day number 6. So well played to the Team Tigers to get that win on the board. So we're going to take a break here. We're going to be back at the top of the hour. I'm just checking this time now. So we're going to be back pretty shortly, actually. I think it's only going to be about a 7 or 8 minute wait. And then we'll be back to take you into match 27, the big one. Another big game, of course. Coimbra Knights take on the Werewolves. That's going to start in about 16 minutes' time. Phil G here along with Tina G, the G-Force, in the ECN Igloo here to take you through this final day of the group stage before we hit the finals tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network. ECS Portugal Challenger Division here for your enjoyment, entertainment, and we hope you're having a great time wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us. We're back here at the ground in about 10 minutes' time for the start of match 27. Don't go too far. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome back to the Centre End Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, introducing you to match 27, the big match between the Coimbra Knights and the Werewolves Cricket Club. Big game here for both teams to see who can get their nose in front and maybe who's going to play the qualified tomorrow, who's going to play maybe in the eliminated tomorrow, which is finals day. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Let's get over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who's got the captains for the coin toss. Take it away, Stefan.
Werewolves to call.
Tail.
Tails is called. It is tails.
Yes. I want to elect you to bat first.
To bat?
Yeah.
All the best. Have a good game. All the best. Werewolves have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So there we have it. The Werewolves do win the toss and they're going to have a bat first. Keen to put a big score on the board and set a target for the Coimbra Knights to chase down. As I said just before, massive game for these two teams. Really important game to get the win here. Coimbra Knights, we're going to see them later on today as well, so they get a double chance to try to push their case for a finals campaign that starts tomorrow. It is day number 6 of the Challenger Division. I hope you've had a fantastic time. This is only the second game of the day. We've got 3 more coming after this, but the news from the coin toss, as I throw back to my co-commentator Tina Goff in the commentary igloo, it is the Werewolves win the toss. They're going to have a bat first. Over to you, Tina.
Thank you very much, Phil, and a warm welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, where it has clouded over just a little, but as I speak, the sun is peeping through the clouds, beaming down on us here on match day 27, which sees the Coimbra Knights face the Werewolves CC. As Phil said, this is the final day of group stage games before we fly into finals day tomorrow. And let's fly into the teams, as the Coimbra Knights, they bring in Harry Singh and Amritpal Singh, with Dawood Mohammed, the captain, at the top. It looks like he won't be taking the gloves today. Gaurav Singh is listed as the keeper. We'll see how that unfolds. And, well, because the Werewolves won the toss and elected to bat, we won't need to wait long for an answer to that question. Meanwhile, the Werewolves bring in Sanamdeep Singh. We've seen him earlier in the tournament. Ram Haritwell, he's the captain, and he'll be hoping his Werewolf side will pick up their 6th win of the tournament. Meanwhile, the Coimbra Knights, they did have that first game washout against Friendship CC. Feels like a lifetime ago now. Just the 5 days, but how fortunes change. And, well, Werewolves, they started their first 4 games with 4 wins. But in the next 4 games, they've lost 3 and beat just the Friendship CC in game 18. They'll want to finish with a flourish, make sure they secure their finals day berth. And taking a look at the win predictor, the Werewolves just putting their noses in front of the Knights, and that's probably due to the fact that they do sit pretty in the league table. They're currently occupying 3rd spot. And because of that win from the Team Tigers this morning, just a few moments ago, they have leapfrogged Coimbra Knights into 4th place. So as it stands, the Knights are outside of that top 4, so they have work to do if they want to return tomorrow. They're on 15 points, so while a win would take them close to the Werewolves, and well, a bonus point win, and it will certainly get really tight as things hot up on this final day. Things are hotting up there in the middle. You can see the sun is shining down. Shadows are being cast there by the Knights out there in the middle. And well, you might have seen a change of colour here as well, because the Knights, we're used to seeing them in glorious red. They've come in a change strip today of kind of an armour coloured grey. As we prepare for the first ball. And it looks like Ravinder Singh has ball in hand, and the usual figures of Gurpreet Singh and Mohammed Tabish opening up for the Werewolves. Ravinder Singh will have to bowl that one again. He's had some success so far in this tournament, has Ravinder Singh. Picked up 1 for 13 in game 14. That was that win against Team Tigers. Also pretty handy with the bat. Picked up 39 runs and 44 runs in the last few games 21 and 23. Not so successful so far. Starting off this game with 2 wides. Warm welcome to everyone joining us in the chat. Hope it's sunny wherever you are. Thank you for joining us. It's always lovely to have you keeping us company on these long days in the commentary igloo. So the first run is scored off the bat from Gurpreet Singh. That brings Mohammed Tabish to the crease, and well, he's a dangerous contender with both bat and ball. He had a lot of success actually on the very first day, scoring 66 runs off just 29 deliveries in the win against Friendship CC in game 3. And then he followed that up with another half century, 53 runs against Team Tigers Portugal. The one game that has been contested between these two teams, it was the Werewolves that came up on top by a huge margin, 49 runs. The margin of victory against the Knights. As well, it's been an eventful start to this game. Multiple wides already. 4 of them, a single off the bat and another single there added to the collection. Just to reiterate, this is game 2 on this final round of group stage games. We've still got 3 games to be served up to you this afternoon. By the end of today, we will know who is in the finals day for tomorrow, which means tomorrow we only have the 4 games. So the early morning we'll see whoever finishes in 3rd and 4th place competing, and then, well, finishing 1st and 2nd, you have the benefit of, if you win that game, you go straight through to the final. You get 2 bites at the cherry as well, so whoever loses that 1st, 2nd place playoff then competes against the winner of the 3rd, 4th playoff. So if you finish 3rd or 4th, you have to then win 2 games to get to the final. If you finish 1st or 2nd, just the 1 game. So it is all still to play for, even if, for example, the brothers who lost this morning, they have more or less 1 foot in the final. They'll still want to win their remaining game, which is actually coming up after this one against Friendship CC, so that they can have a bit of a lie-in tomorrow morning and then come fresh to that 1st, 2nd place playoff and hopefully secure their spot in the final. The marathon first over from Ravinder Singh. This could, should and will be the final ball of it. chance of run out if there was a direct hit. As it is, they scamper through for 1. So at the end of the first, a very long first, the Werewolves get to 8 for no loss. And joining me back in the commentary igloo, the sun is now shining down on us, Phil G. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yeah, I was just noting that yeah, the sun has definitely popped out from behind the clouds. There's been a split. The long shadows have been cast by the players. In contrast to my introduction, it looks so gloomy and dark. Could barely see myself there. The Portugal tour, here it is. ECS Portugal Challenger and Premier Divisions. Then we get to some internationals, ECI men's and women, with Norway visiting, and then T20I action, men and women, with Norway sticking around for a few extra days. That is going to be absolutely sensational. 5 days of internationals with men and women in action here.
And Mohamed Dawood, he starts off in exactly the same way as Ravinder Singh, with a wide as he comes in to bowl the second over. Well, I'm sure Norway will be loving the fact that the sun is shining down on us here in Portugal. It's probably not too warm at the moment in Oslo. Yep, it says lows of 2 degrees at the moment, so I'm sure they will look forward to a bit of spring sunshine. As that one's in the air, it will drop short of Harry Singh there patrolling the boundary.
Is that overnight lows of 2 degrees in Oslo at the moment, in Norway? Oof. Nice. It's was it back into March? Yeah, that's still pretty nippy.
Mohamed Dawood, he's also pretty nippy, but he's not quite got his radar right just yet. That's already the 4th wide of the innings bowled by the Knights. And well, they had a great day yesterday, didn't they? After starting the day near the bottom of the table, 2 wins propelled them into those top 4 spots, but because of the fact that Team Tigers won their game this morning, the Knights find themselves currently back out of contention, but they do have the benefit of 2 games today to try and pick up points. This one here against the Werewolves, and then they will come back in game 4 of the day in what promises to be a mouth-watering tie between themselves and Team Tigers Portugal.
Yeah, and I think for the first time in this tournament, Dawood Mohammed not behind the stumps with the gloves, gets a chance to have a bowl.
Well, I'd say he's a jack of all trades, but he's still trying to find his tools for bowling here as he throws down the 3rd wide of this over. So circumspect start here for the Knights.
Is it fair to say he's bowling like a keeper?
Yeah, I think that would be fair. I suppose if you're captain, you can kind of do whatever you want. And he's saying, well, you know what, I'm going to have a bowl. Why not? That's a better delivery. Just slowed that one down.
Much better. And hello to all the wicket keepers around the world who I may have just offended with that comment as well. I think Mr. Maxime himself is probably trying to find his phone to throw a message back at me for that one.
Well, he'll be in punching distance tomorrow, won't he? Because
well, yeah.
You and Vinny will be taking us through the action tomorrow on finals day.
That's right, you have a day off, and Vinny and I are going to go toe-to-toe here in the igloo. It's going to be interesting to see what he wears for his finals day, Peacock Friday, finals Friday, big day tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to seeing Vinny. We're all looking forward to seeing Vinny again. He always brings a little bit of an extra spark to the ground when he rocks up, Mr. Rockstar himself. I made a joke this morning about how he's going to come to the ground. Will he parachute out of the private helicopter, or is he just going to get a lift with the rest of us? No, exactly what's going to happen. He's going to get a lift with the rest of us, of course.
Man of the people is Vinny.
Oh,
I'm sure
really
he'll be lurking in the chat, and yeah, it'd be great to see him tomorrow. I'll have my day off.
Yep.
So I'll be putting my feet up, but I'm sure I'll tune in to a finals day game or 2. 4 of them coming up tomorrow, so it is worth noting because we're into finals day.
Yes.
We have a bit of a shorter day tomorrow with the final coming up at 5 p.m. local time. And that one's flashed away. It will be the first boundary of the innings, and it's off the bat of Gurpreet Singh through that backward point area that has had so much traffic, so much grizzly traffic over the last few days. That one just flashes away. And, well, there's been 4 wide so far. Now there's 4 off the bat. And that takes the Werewolves to 18. Still 1 ball left of this, well, even longer second over after the first over had 3 wides. This one's had 4. But that is in fact still the first boundary. And that one's guided away to point. They do run through for the single. Good backing up there, actually, as the ball was flashed in. So that does take us to the end of the second. The Werewolves 19 for no loss, and that win predictor safely in the Goldilocks zone. It's a toss-up who will win this one, and well, it's a really vital 4 points up for grabs in the scheme of this final group stage day.
Absolutely. I mean, now with the fact that Team Tigers won the previous match, Coimbra Knights, they're in the frame of mind of, well, we have to win. We have to win either this game or the next game, preferably both, to try to push themselves. Have a look at the table there so we can see what's going on there. Coimbra Knights, well, they're on 15th, so they do have a chance to push back up into 4th place with a win here. Now that Team Tigers have jumped up into 4th and put themselves into finals contention, so well done to them for that previous effort.
And we were talking about net run rate, weren't we? And Team Tigers, they propelled themselves from a net run rate of minus almost 1.3, and now it's minus 0.9, so it's definitely going in the right direction for Team Tigers.
Okay.
Every little helps, and well, they had quite a big victory this morning against the Brothers, didn't they? So that puts the pressure firmly back in the Knights' court as well. That one goes through the keeper for the day, who is Gaurav Singh. It's Ravinder Singh who's come back for his second over of the day. Let's take a look at this one. What happened here? It was, yeah, just a bit of a grubber and then straight through the legs of Gaurav Singh, who, well, he'll be forgiven for being a bit rusty because, as you were mentioning, it's usually Mohammed Dawood behind the stumps, but he fancied a bowl. And that one has been launched to the leg side. It's going to go all the way for the very first Maximo of this innings, and that's off the bat of Mohammed Tabish. We know how dangerous he can be. Back-to-back half centuries at the start of this Challenger Series. Been a bit circumspect since then. He did chip in with 16 off just 8 deliveries in that game 18 win against Friendship CC.
He's also bowled pretty well. He's he's come good with the bowling just in the last couple of matches. Picking up wickets, been very economical as well. But you're right, with the batting, he set us all up on the weekend, just showing off his repertoire, especially on the offside, so powerful. But he hasn't really backed up that first weekend efforts with something big during the week here. Every chance here, though, in this game.
Nice delivery there from Ravinder Singh, just cutting across the right-handed Tabish. Well, that one's been cut across to the boundary. You could hear that crack off the bat, couldn't you? That was such a pure sound of leather on willow as Tabish, well, he's maybe found his scoring boots again as he moves to 14 off just 9 deliveries.
Yep, that sounded crisp and sweet, just like a McDonald's apple pie. That really sounded terrific.
Pie chat already.
Let's not go down the rabbit hole again.
Rabbit pie?
Rabbit. Oh, don't mind a rabbit pie. Well, you're going to be going to Malta, so you can ask for that.
Yeah, exactly.
They love the rabbit in Malta.
Yeah, we have the spring series coming up in Malta, and yeah, they do look after us well at the Master Sports Ground, as they do here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. It's lovely to be here. Enjoy some of the local hospitality. That Santarem tourism video we see in front ahead of the games as well, that just makes my mouth water. And well, this is a mouth-watering tie we have on our hands here as well, as the Werewolves get to 32 for no loss after the power play. I'll say about honours even. They haven't lost a wicket. Tabish is still lurking there, prowling the Werewolf. But Coimbra Knights, they have got some tricky customers in their bowling lineup as well.
Good to see we've scared Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, out of lurker mode. He's popped up and he's given me a little boxing glove sign and a pair of eyes. He knows he's going to have work cut out for him when he joins me tomorrow here. Looking forward to seeing you again, Vinny. Haven't seen you for a few months. And yeah, looking forward to you joining me here for Finals Friday. And well, I'm going to miss you tomorrow, Tina, because you're not going to be here for Finals Friday. But yeah, it'd be great if you drop in and give us a bit of a hello.
Oh, absolutely will.
As you threatened to do so.
Love Karan Singh is saying hello here as he gets in on the action, and well, that was a wayward throw in from the 45. Luckily, it doesn't cost the Knights any runs, as they do just scamper through for one. If you take a look at this, it was a decent pick up here, and then he throws that ball rather than throwing to the bowler, who says, what on earth was that? He throws it into orbit. Luckily, the man at long off was up to the task of suddenly having a grizzly roaring his way. Yeah, so I'll be having a day off tomorrow, but I'm sure to join in as they run through for 2 here. And well, a direct hit would have been probably out, but it's asking a lot from that boundary down there at point. Yeah, you have teased a lot about your Peacock Friday shirt, Phil, so I think Vinny is quaking in his red-coloured boots.
Yeah, well, maybe I should give you a bit of an inkling into what I've got in store for tomorrow.
I think you should.
Should I?
Yeah, because I'm missing out, so I need the visual in my head.
Okay. I'm gonna say this without following it up with any kind of affirmation or declination. Fruit.
Fruit.
Yep.
Okay.
Fruit.
My mind is going at 100 miles an hour. And that one's pretty much flying at 100 miles an hour to the boundary. A bit of a throw up of the hands of Taranpreet Singh there, maybe saying he didn't have a clue where that one went. I don't think the batter Mohammad Tabish really knew much about it, but it was flying towards our 2 circles camera there to the boundary.
Just midway chasing it to the property boundary, turns around and gesticulates as though to say, well, now I've got to chase this. That's what you've done. You've made me go and chase it down the hill. 39 for no loss, and that's a good sign for Werewolves here. Haven't lost the wicket yet. Run rate just popping over 10 now.
That one's been hit firmly to the cow corner boundary, and there are 2 fielders out there. Well, the man at kind of wide long on just stood completely motionless. There was an effort there from Harry Singh, ended up being more of a token effort to stop that grizzly as it goes to the boundary. Mohammad Tabish, he's finding his straps here, back-to-back 4s. He moves to 24 off 14, 1 ball left of the 4th. And Phil, when you say fruit, my mind immediately goes to like a full banana suit. Not even a shirt, just like you're dressed up as a banana. So given that is in my head, I feel like anything might be a disappointment. But, you know, I'm going to reserve judgment until I see it on my screen tomorrow. Probably I'll be with my feet up in the hotel room as you and Vinny join us from the igloo. I'm looking forward to it.
I would, you know what, I would love it if I could wear a full banana suit here on comms. If I ever get the opportunity, I tell you right now, I will take it without a moment's hesitation. I will not hesitate for a second if they offer that to me. I would do something like that. Then I'd find myself being dragged out of the commentary tent, kicking and screaming by the blue crew, all in sundry. No, not appropriate.
Well, we've got some guesses in the chat.
Have we?
Got
Okay.
Felix saying pineapple.
Okay.
Monty saying watermelon. So, I mean, keep the fruit guesses coming. It will be a surprise tomorrow. We can't give too much away as the Werewolves start the 5th over. 44 for no loss. Half-hearted appeal, which will just end up being a leg bite. Singh on for his first effort of this game.
Just no chance there, any kind of agreement from the umpire there. They see that 45 the score goes to. So run rate just a tad under 11. It's a good springboard here for Werewolves to kick on to a good score well into the hundreds if they can hold their wickets and keep the run rate persistent. Coimbra Knights need a breakthrough.
Well, there's shouts of catch, 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 but it'll just be chase, chase, chase over the boundary as that one goes all the way off the bat of Gurpreet Singh. He's mostly been a spectator at the non-striker's end as Mohammad Tabish has done the damage, but he chips in himself with that chip shot over long on. It's Tejpreet Singh who's the bowler. He actually had quite a successful day yesterday. He picked up 2 for 20 and 1 for 11 in those 2 wins from the Coimbra Knights that really propelled them into contention. Hop, skip and a jump down the pitch from Gurpreet Singh.
Oh,
Should be cut off and absolutely is not. Talk us through that one, Phil.
Oh dear, I saw that materialise before my eyes in slow motion. Just a rough little bounce there at the last moment. A small Tortuga, but enough for the fielder who had the hands down, ready to stop it, and that is a really bad blue from the skipper. Muhammad Dawood here just allows it to get through one more time, just for the people in the cheap seats, and that little bounce only about 2 metres in front, and he's denied.
You must be thinking, get me back behind those stumps. The ball bounces pretty consistently off the AstroTurf, and that one, well, he got a bit Tortuga there, but, well, he is captain, so I'm sure he made the decision to take himself out of those gloves, and he's already had a bowl. He's attempted to have a field there, wasn't entirely successful.
I'm going to get on a limb here. I'm going to say he'll be keeping for the next game. just
Oof.
make him my bed now, and I'm saying that. That's what I reckon is going to happen.
Well, we've got a blow to the helmet here for Gurpreet Singh. Take a look at this one, flush on the side of the helmet as well. The hand immediately goes up from Tejpreet Singh. He by no means wanted to do any damage to his counterpart, but it looks like Gurpreet Singh is okay to continue. He's getting the full treatment there from Bucks, who, well, it's part of the umpire's job. They're there to make the decisions, but they also have a pastoral role to make sure all 13 men out there and all those sitting on the boundary are well looked after.
Ooh.
That was a big clonk, wasn't it?
That was a little bit nasty, yeah.
Look at that. Oh, are you feeling sleepy?
How many fingers were holding up? You were under my power.
It's a bit ominous as well if an umpire, especially if you're a batter, comes right up and holding the middle finger. He's going to have trauma about that.
Maybe part of the test is, what does that mean in cricket? Maybe that's what that is.
Hopefully for Gurpreet Singh, it's not a sign of things to come. He does manage to survive this ball, which is the final ball of the 5th over. Werewolves move to 56 for no loss, as we want to say hello to you in the igloo as well. A big hello. We're not quite wearing fruit just today. We are the G-Force are out in blue, a bit of a turquoise and blue combination.
That's
We've got
right,
blue
yes.
all around us, so we're really going for the ECN branding.
We are
but
rocking that.
We've teased it, haven't we? Finals day tomorrow. How much are you looking forward to that?
Oh, big time. Big time looking forward to finals day tomorrow. I don't get a chance to commentate too many finals, and this is going to be absolutely fantastic. I've been here for almost all the Challenger division, had that day off, but to see these teams then go head-to-head in the finals tomorrow, it's going to be exciting stuff. I can't wait for it. It's going to be terrific. And also looking forward to welcoming Vinny into the igloo for a day. Then you'll be with him on Saturday to kick off the Premier Division, and then normal service resumes, the G-Force back in action on Sunday to take you through the rest of the Premier Division.
Yeah, the G-Force is just being put on ice for a day or two. Maybe Ginny is coming out to play tomorrow, and then we've got Maximina on Saturday, and then back to the G-Force on Sunday. So we're treating you here, ladies and gentlemen, to all kind of combinations. And well, we've been treated to an absolute jaffa there at the start of the 6th over. It's Rahul Khan, the hat-trick man from yesterday. He comes straight in and straight into the wickets, and well, let's take a look at this one on the replay. It's not really the right shot. He tries to cut a delivery, which, well, is hitting the top of off, which tells you everything you need to know about that shot selection. And it is the end of Gurpreet Singh. He looked like he was just about to get going. 21 runs off 15 deliveries. But that is the first wicket to fall for the Werewolves, 56 for 1 at the start of the 6th.
Yeah, a couple of 4s and a 6 in that, only 5 dot balls. So was working hard to stand there with Mohammad Tabish to try to get a good score on the board for the Werewolves here in the first half of the innings. But unfortunately, his morning is done. He's back in the pavilion, or the dugout. And that's a big breakthrough for Coimbra Knights. Started to wonder where the breakthrough was going to come from. And Rahul Khan, as you say, Tina, the hat-trick maker, the wicket maker, the playmaker gets a wicket.
Well, he doesn't repeat the trick quite yet, but he'll be happy with how the 2 opening balls have gone so far. They do run through for 2, as it's Deepak Kumar, who is new to the crease, gets himself off the mark with a well-run 2.
Now, Deepak Kumar, if he can get going here, he can make a very good cameo, 20, 30 odd off a handful of deliveries. He's capable of that, and the Werewolves will probably want that from him.
And, well, they'll want a lot of that from him, and that's sliced through the covers for 4. Positive start here from Deepak Kumar, who has a bit of a rebuild job on with Mohammad Tabish. It was a good opening partnership, wasn't it? It was worth 56. And it was Tabish who was doing a lot of the early striking, but Gurpreet Singh, he found his stride before, well, he found his stumps being rearranged off Rahul Khan's first ball of this over.
62 for 1 here, halfway through the 6th. Rahul Khan with an important over here for the Coimbra Knights.
It's well fielded there at that point region. They do still manage to scamper through for 1. That was a bit of a knee crusher, wasn't it? He went knees first, and I think maybe he got his fingers in the way.
Oh, pretty handy if he did then, rather than take that one flush on the kneecap, even though it bounced. That leather into the knee is not a good place to put it. Oh!
That's a tough one for the new keeper, Gaurav Singh, as that kind of bisects the batter and tails away. It was actually a great delivery from Rahul Khan. We see this on replay. It just followed the batter. And, well, Gaurav Singh, with the gloves on, was probably a bit unsighted there. He lies on the grass in the daisies, thinking about what could have been. Well, what has been is 4 byes. It's up in the air, calls of catch it. That won't be caught at all as that rolls to the boundary for another 4. It's Taranpreet Singh out there, not managing to catch up with that runaway grizzly. And well, this Rahul Khan over, which started so promisingly with a wicket, suddenly goes for 15 runs. That is the end of the 6th, and the Werewolves 71 for 1.
Yeah, it did start pretty promisingly. I mean, you pick up a wicket with your first ball, you kind of think you're onto a bit of a good thing here, but end up being 15 runs. So you'd almost call that a win for the Werewolves in that over, getting that many runs. Mohammad Tabish still there on 29. Really, it's up to him then to try to power on for a pretty big score here. They've got wickets in hand, 4 overs to go, 71 on the board, and if the run rate's at 11.8, so a score of 120 absolutely on the cards here, and that would throw down the gauntlet to Coimbra Knight batters.
Start of the 7th just guided away. That one is cut off in the deep. Yeah, the Werewolves, because of this positive start and the fact that they have been quite dominant throughout this tournament, 5 wins, 3 losses. The win predictor has them at 64%, but they are coming off the back of 2 losses at the end of day 4 and yesterday, going down by 5 runs to the Brothers. That one's hit into the covers. They run through for 1. It's going to be tight.
Ooh.
And this is a big call for umpire Crew. He's not one for the technology. He trusts his eyes, doesn't he? And he says immediately, nope, that's not out. And well, let's take a look, see how good his eyes really are. The appeal from the fielding side was a bit half-hearted, wasn't it? Yeah, good call there. A nice slide of the bat as well. Probably running a bit too much in the middle of the pitch.
Yep.
But he was so keen to get himself in that we'll forgive him that one. We're also not the ground staff. So.
Fair enough, okay. Oh, is he appealing for the man-cad here? Oh dear, oh dear. Is he appealing or is it the warning? It is.
Yep, he's not appealing. He's saying, how is that, Mr. Umpire Crew? And well, the answer is out. We had a threat of a man-cad the other day, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And he just said, please don't do that. That was also a strange one because the game was already gone.
Yes.
Well, the game is very much in the balance here, especially when it's Mohammad Tabish who is the departing batter.
Yep.
And well, we don't want to reignite this argument because we've had it multiple times. The whole world cricket has had it enough.
Yep.
He was out of his crease. He was backing up. It didn't look like he was really charging down. And well, you can see what he thinks of that decision, Mohammad Tabish.
Yep.
He's not impressed. And well, after we said this morning, that game between Team Tigers, Portugal and Brothers was played in such a good spirit.
Wasn't it? Yes.
The Coimbra Knights and the Werewolves, they probably won't be gathering round the round table anytime soon. But a wicket's a wicket. And that's 1 to the collection for the Coimbra Knights.
Yeah, I think the Werewolves are really going to feel that silver bullet, that's for sure.
Well, a bit of extra spice in that delivery from Tejpreet Singh.
It adds a little extra dimension of, I don't know what you'd call it, a little extra dimension of maybe emotion into this game now between the 2 teams. So interested to see whether that unsettles the Werewolves still with 3.5 overs to bat, or whether it works in their favour and fires them up, and they start to sort of, really put the foot down and get after the bowlers here. Well, they're trying to charge down the wicket there. Look at that. Just tries to get the pitch of the ball and tries to put the bowler out of the country with that shot. Unfortunately, misses everything. We'll be careful to pull a muscle swing in that hard. Absolutely went for the big strike down the ground.
Well, it's all gone a bit feisty out there now, hasn't it? As
it has.
Rajbir Singh, he's at the non-striker's end. Of course, that man-cad meant that the new batter hasn't had a chance to bat yet. And well, the new batter will have a chance to bat in a minute because Deepak Kumar, he just guides one round the corner and straight down the throat of the fielder lurking there on the 45. It was a brilliant catch. As we see this one, Deepak Kumar probably was surprised to see a fielder there, and he goes down. It's a bit of a tough area to field there, isn't it? Because it's on the slope. He goes down thinking it will come dipping towards him, and suddenly it's flying over his head.
Yep.
He does manage to grab hold of it. It's a great catch, and that is another wicket to fall for the Werewolves.
Good call there, Tina. It was lucky that he had the presence of mind to, as he was going to ground, just to keep his hands at a reasonable level, because otherwise he would have gone to ground and the ball would have gone straight over his head. Made it look a little bit silly there. So another wicket fall, 73 for 3 in a very eventful over. We have 2 new batters at the crease. Neither have faced the ball. Neither have a run on the board. It's almost like a restart.
There's 1 run on the board for the new batter, who is Gaganpreet Singh. Gets himself straight off strike, but he will retain the strike as that's the end of the 7th. The Werewolves 74 for 3, and, well, quite an eventful over there.
Yep, really. I'm also like you, Tina, I'm not going to continue on the man-cat discussion. It doesn't need to be discussed because it's black and white in the rules, and we will just move on. So let's have a look at calendar 2025 instead. There's so much going on this year, a lot of activity. We've already talked a bit about the fact that now Switzerland have their ECS in there locked in for September the 8th. Looking forward to that one. There's a TBA, which is teasing everybody there in August. So that's towards the back end of summer, European summer there. We've got some things going on. Before summer hits, though, just look at some of the countries going to up to Scandinavia, Romania, Estonia. Oh, he's down. Players down.
Players down. Grizzlies down.
Grizzlies down.
It was a catch in the meantime, as we were just delighting in our calendar for 2025. The action carried on full steam ahead. As we take a look at this on the replay, it's Gaganpreet Singh who swivels on it, and, well, the ball's down, the feet are down, and, well, a bit of a calamity there, and it is just a 1 in the book. And, well, how many times has insult been added to injury after a drop catch? You have well, in this case, a backsimo.
A backsimo indeed. It does happen a lot, doesn't it? Just that that moment of closeness, that moment of drop catch, and everyone's a little bit sort of like tense and on edge, and the batter relieves the tension with a 6. It just happens regularly. We're inside the 8th. 81 is on the board, and Werewolves firing up after the interesting over from previous.
That's Rajbir Singh who actually dispatched that to the boundary on his first delivery, and number 2 is going to go in the exact same way. This time it's a full steam ahead Maximo off the bat of Rajbir Singh. He moves to 12 off just 2 deliveries, and suddenly the Werewolves, they're baring their teeth again. Rajbir Singh deep in the crease. As soon as he hit that, he knew it was bound for the daisies.
Rajbir with a bit of aggression here.
That's a more conventional shot there. Good fielding in the covers. I think that's Mohammed Dawood, the captain, who maybe he's moved himself away from the boundary after that effort earlier in the innings into the safety, the relative safety of the covers.
Yeah, get himself in the infield where, well, hopefully he'll be backed up in case he takes another rotten bounce. Yeah, it was a bit disappointing for him there.
So that one's gone high up in the air. It doesn't have the legs on it. Who's under it? There's 3 men converging under it, and it's the bowler, Rahul Khan, who says, leave this one to me. He wants the caught and the bowled. He duly obliges, and that's the end of Gaganpreet Singh, who falls for just 2 runs after 3 deliveries. And that's another wicket down for the Werewolves. Take a look at this. Rahul Khan makes up a fair amount of ground. It's never easy when you're bowling in your delivery stride. Suddenly you find yourself doing a 180, running after the ball. Does a great job there, does Rahul Khan, and it's been a great few days for him on the back of that hat-trick yesterday. He's picked up his 2nd wicket with still 1 ball left of the 8th. Werewolves 88 for 4. Straight back to live, it's Gurpreet Guri who's in on the act, straight in on the boundary action as well. 4 runs to Guri to end the 8th over, and that's 92 for 4. A bit of a flourish here from the Werewolves, despite Rahul Khan picking up that wicket. He does actually go magical 20 runs coming off it. And, well, the Werewolves, despite losing 3 wickets in the final, or in the last 3 overs, the run rate is still picking up. Well, it's actually 4 wickets they lost with that run out as well, isn't it? So, well, they are quite well positioned here to go for a bang in the final 2 overs. See where they can get to. What do you reckon?
Oh, I completely agree. And you've got 2 batters out there who look like they're in the right proper mood to give this Grizzly a little bit of a how do you do. Gurpreet Guri, he's shown his ability a few times throughout this tournament, and really happy to get into it. And Rajbir Singh, well, his first 2 deliveries faced both went across the rope for Maximos. So these two ready to set the Centrum cricket round on fire with some lusty hitting over the next 12 deliveries.
There's one of them.
Oh.
And you can hear probably the celebration from the teammates, the fellow werewolves howling in the pack there, because that was an absolute smoked shot from the bat of Rajbir Singh. Bosh.
Wow. Talk about capital G-O-R-N-E gone. That is so out of here. It's not funny. What a great strike that is. That's one of the biggest hits we've seen of the tournament. Just the distance that ball travelled.
It was distance and it was flat as well, wasn't it? There wasn't too much width on offer from Love Karan Singh, who's come back for his second over, but enough for Rajbir Singh to just dismiss it to the boundary. Shorter one, but the treatment is exactly the same, and that's another 6 as signalled there by Bucks there at square leg, giving us a mini Billy Bowden there, wasn't it? The old finger dance. Get that one on replay. Well, Rajbir Singh knew straight away that it was a 6, and umpire Bucks, he gave us the double point to the sky. 6 runs, and that's 3 6s in a row for the Werewolves. Gurpreet Guri at the end of the last, and back-to-back 6s for Rajbir Singh. He moves to 25, just 5 deliveries.
That's the most emotion I've seen from umpire Bucks as well. Just the little dancing fingers.
Oh, hello, that was an absolute grubber.
Whoa.
The worms come out to play.
Yeah, have a look at this one another time. Oh, yeah, that got nowhere off the ground. Yeah, the worms were in danger there.
Well, Rajbir Singh can count himself lucky that didn't go onto the stumps.
Yep.
And, well, his luck continues as there is a fielder out there. It's Rahul Khan, who, well, his over went magical, and he needed a bit of magic to stop that. Wasn't able to pull it out of the hat, and it's another 4 to the Werewolves, and they're moving well into the hundreds now, 110 up after that boundary.
Yeah, swings hard, gets a very thick edge. Too hot for the keeper and too fast for the fielder backing up there, and it went all the way behind the Stronger Together banner in the background. Flew really fast. And yeah, 110 on the board. Still, what's that? 8 legal deliveries to come in this innings. 120 something on the cards for Werewolves. That will be a good score for them. Maybe difficult for the Knights now.
That one's flicked up in the air. It's coming towards us in the igloo. Too far away to take the catch. And, well, Phil G simulating the catch. I'm sure if it came towards us, one of us would have taken it safely. Well, it was safely over the rope from Rajbir Singh. And this Love Karan Singh over has already gone magical. 6-6. And then a cheeky dot ball in the middle. 4-6. Rajbir Singh, 35 of 8 deliveries. And the Werewolves really growling now. 116 runs on the board. 1 ball left of the 9th. And that's actually given as a no ball by umpire Croop, because I think that one pitched off the pitch. If we take a look at that one again, see where this one pitched. Yeah, well, the head of Love Karan Singh was in the way, but I think because you saw that puff of dirt come up, that did suggest it was off the pitch, not on the AstroTurf. But actually a great comeback for the final ball. That was a free hit. Love Karan Singh puts an end to proceedings in the 9th. Still a great over for the Werewolves. Take a look at this. It's not a bad ball to bowl on a free hit. Rajbir Singh couldn't do anything with that. And the Werewolves, with 1 over left to play, they're 117 for 4.
Yeah, Love Karan Singh there. 35 of his 2 overs. Ahmed Dawood, he's still got 1 more to bowl, and he's bringing himself on. The skipper's going to take it on his shoulders. He went for 11 off his first over, so it's up to him now to try to tighten the screws and not allow that man, Gurpreet Guri, on strike to get away from him. And he's the kind of player who, when he gets away from you, he gets away from you in style. Just batten down the hatches. This could be a big last over.
And, well, you called it, Phil. You've seen a game or 2 in your time, and that's why Mystic Phil over here says it's going to be a big final over. And, well, the first one gets hit hard and long, straight back past the bowler's head. And it was off the bat of Gurpreet Guri, who's just needed 2 balls to get himself to 12.
There you go. Similar to Rajbir Singh when he faced his first deliveries, back-to-back Maximos, and Gurpreet Guri now. He's got 5 deliveries to do what he can do best here.
Well, that's been pivoted away. I don't think it was actually quite off the middle of the bat, but it's still going to have enough legs, does the Grizzly, to roll away for a 4. It was Gurjinder Singh giving chase down there at square leg, but nothing you could do about that one. It's quite high up on the bat there from Gurpreet Guri. I think if he got hold of all of it, we would have had a Grizzly hunt in the woods.
Yeah, it sounded a bit edgy, I want to say. Just a little bit slightly edgy there. 127 for 4. 4 balls to come still in this innings.
Well, finally a dot ball to bring a bit of calm to the proceedings. I'm glad everyone has calmed down as well after it threatened to get a bit spicy after that earlier mancad. But, well, maybe the Wolves are taming the Knights a bit with this total that they are threatening to produce. And, well, there's going to be another 4 to the total. That takes the Werewolves to 131 for 4. Still 2 balls left. Can they get themselves into the 140s?
Yeah, real rush of blood here. After the mancad dismissal, you feel that the Wolves really have put the foot down here. And I said at the time, I said, well, will this buoy the Werewolves, and will it bring them out into the moonlight, and will they take off? And they certainly have. They've gotten really aggressive since that moment. Can understand why. Here we go.
Wow, that's a big hit. Gurpreet Guri, he was kind of leaning away from that. He was caught in 2 minds whether to duck out the way or hit it for 6. He goes for the latter while still kind of achieving the former. Take a look at this. He just kind of leans out of the way of it. Realises, well, if I just swing my bat at it, maybe it'll go for 6, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, he's connected so well on that, but you're right, yeah, the little duck of the head out the way, bounces over the banner and into the shrubbery there, and that Grizzly is hiding amongst the undergrowth.
Yeah, it's actually Ram Harritwell who's been tasked by the Werewolves. Literally not a single other Werewolf seems absolutely bothered about getting the ball, but they're going to leave it to the professionals. Between one of the Knights and Ram, they managed to get the ball back. Gurpreet Guri, 26 off 6 deliveries. This Mohammad Dawood over, well, it's always a brave call as captain, bringing yourself on for the final over, and it's not paid off so far. 20 runs coming off it, with the final ball coming up. That one's hit high in the air. It doesn't have the legs on it. There's a fielder underneath it, and it's taken. That's a great grab. It's actually quite a pressure grab because you don't want to concede another boundary to finish off the innings. But as it is, not too many celebrations because maybe the Knights realise that this is quite an imposing total. But as it is,
Yeah.
it's a great catch there in the TPs. You just see him tumbling away to his left. Yeah,
That's
nice
incredible.
hands.
That is a really good outfield catch coming in like that. And you're right, muted celebrations around the ground. I reckon the Coimbra Knights are going to reflect on these last few overs and think, well, what was that about? A few handshakes all round. They're saying to Guri, they're saying that was electrifying what you did just then, and that's really, really good to see.
It's good to see that they're all friendly again now. In the heat of the moment, especially when something like a mancad happens, tempers can flare, but it's nice to see them all walking off the pitch together, despite the fact that this is such a high stakes game with a berth in the playoffs or in the finals tomorrow up for grabs. And well, it was all action, wasn't it? At the start there was a chance of a run out as Gurpreet Singh and Mohammad Tabish, well, they put on 50 runs, more than 50, 56 runs opening partnership, and it looked like we were facing a really big score from the Werewolves. But the Knights did fight their way back despite some questionable keeping from the stand-in keeper Gaurav Singh. There was some big lusty blows off the bat of both Gurpreet Singh and Mohammad Tabish. And then it was put to an end when Mohammad Tabish was run out. Well, you can see these boundaries were flowing. There was a few hands being thrown up by the Knights. There was nothing they could do about edges like that. And well, I'd say at the halfway stage, the Knights still feel like they are in it, but maybe 20, 30 runs higher than they should and would be chasing.
I totally agree with that assessment. A good opening stand. Dawood Mohammed there taking a bit of a rough bounce in front of his eyes, which is why he moved himself into the infield after that, just so he didn't have to go through that one more time for him. You see here, There's a couple little shots to the head there. That was umpire Bucks giving the concussion test there to Gurpreet Singh, who lost his wicket pretty much a couple of balls later. He seemed to be all right, maybe a little bit rattled from that little shot to the helmet. You can see here that we just continue with the highlights, and a bit of an unlucky moment there for the standing keeper, not the usual keeper, Dawud Mohammed. Instead, just gets run away there. And Mohammed Tabish was playing quite well. Almost chance of being run out here, unfortunately. Well, Krut, who's been calling it really closely on the run-outs, he got it absolutely right once again. And turn around the corner of the 45. Hello, there's a fielder there. What's that fielder doing there, he says. How did I not see that player there before? That was a good catch there. Gurpreet Singh hung around for a little while. Rajbir Singh did very well. There's Gurpreet Singh getting caught by Rahul off his own bowling. But Rajbir Singh got into the run straight away. Back-to-back Maximos to start off his account. And he was hitting the ball to all parts of the park. A little bit of luck. Ride your luck and you'll see what happens. The Werewolves did exactly that. These were in like the final 2 and 3 overs. And such good big hitting here from Gurpreet Guri as well as Rajbir Singh. Just some real aggression there. The catch on the last ball of the innings, muted celebration, a few pats on the back from the Coimbra Knights to the Werewolf batters saying, look, you guys really got stuck into us there. And I think that's fair enough too. To just say, well, you did pretty well then, and this card will tell the tale. 137 for 5 after 10, 15 extras in all that, so a few wides getting away for the Coimbra Knights. They need to tighten up on that one if they're going to play finals tomorrow. Mohammed Tabish, 30 runs there, but the story of the day is Rajbir Singh and Gurpreet Guri, 35 not out and 26. Put together a terrific partnership towards the end there, really kick things along. 49 runs that is in that partnership, and I reckon that partnership was in the space of maybe 12 balls, maybe 13. All I know is they were hammering along at a run rate of almost 4 per ball to do that partnership. Really, really good. Gets the Werewolves up to 137, as Tina said. That is probably going to be the difference between the two teams when we get down to it. And the Coimbra Knights have got a real tough run chase on their hands now. When it was all looking like maybe a pass score was on the cards, maybe around about 110 it could be. Werewolves, they really dug deep in those last few overs, and they have pulled out an absolute terrific score here, 137 for 5. Rajbir Singh, 35 from only 10 deliveries. No wonder he got the pats on the back from the fielders. And Gurpreet Guri, 26 from 7. Mohammed Tabish with 30 from 19, really anchoring at the very top there. Rahul Khan gets a couple of wickets, but he was quite expensive, 31 runs. Tejpreet Singh, 1 for 14, a bit more economic in for his too. So the bottom line is Coimbra Knights need 138 runs to snatch match 27 and push themselves back into 4th place after the Team Tigers won their first match today and stole 4th place from them. Well, quite rightly earned it. Probably steal is a bit rough. And that's the current situation at the halfway point of this second match of today, match 27. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. You're watching European Cricket Network. Phil G here on behalf of ECN, and I'll be rejoined by Tina Goff in about probably 7 or 8 minutes time for the run chase. Coimbra Knights need 138 off their 10 overs. Can they do it? Join us and find out. I'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, and welcome back to this match 27 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. At the halfway stage, the Werewolves were sent into bat and they put on 137 runs for 5 wickets after their 10 overs. An above par score. Par at this ground over this last week has been about 100, 110. And the Werewolves have put an imposing total on for the Coimbra Knights. But the Coimbra Knights are coming into this game on the back of 2 impressive wins yesterday, including that big 10-wicket win against the Brothers to get their campaign back up and running. As we take a look at the bonus point equation, if the Coimbra Knights want to take all 4 points from this game, they'll have to chase down that 137 off just 7 overs. Meanwhile, if the Werewolves restrict Coimbra Knights to 95 runs or less, it will be them that go away from this game with all 4 points. And well, it's so important on this final group stage day to pick up every single point that is up for grabs, because it's the top 4 that go through to finals day tomorrow. As it stands, after Team Tigers won their game this morning in impressive fashion, the Coimbra Knights find themselves outside of that top 4. But they do have 2 opportunities to get some runs and some points. And while trying to get the runs here at the top of the order for the Knights are the familiar openers of Ravinder Singh and Love Karan Singh. And weren't they both so mighty impressive yesterday in that win I just mentioned against the Brothers by all 10 wickets. Ravinder Singh, he scored 39 off 23 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark here. Love Karan Singh at the other end, he scored 49 off 27. He was stranded at the non-striker's end, just 1 short of his half century. But most importantly for the Knights, they managed to pick up all 4 points from that game, and then they came back later in the day and beat the Lisbon Supergiants by 4 runs. So it was an extremely successful day for the Knights yesterday, which kept them really in contention for finals day. That one has been slashed away through the backward point region. Early boundary here for Ravinder Singh. Not only a boundary, but a maximo as he threw everything at that. There's a bit of width on offer there from Rajbir Singh, who's bowling the first over for the Werewolves. Ravinder Singh, see here on replay, didn't need a second invitation. Just a little shuffle down the pitch. Didn't really get to the pitch of it. Doesn't need to, though, when he can just throw his hands at it. And the Werewolves, they also have 2 games today to try and secure their place in the final. They currently find themselves on 19 points, so level with the Lisbon Supergiants in 2nd place. But LSG, they only have that 1 game to finish off the day, and that is in fact against the Werewolves. So how big of a game will that be to round off the group stage of this Challenger Series? Half-hearted appeals for a run out. We had a man cut earlier. That one looks like Singh didn't get anything on that. Certainly no appeal from him. Yeah, miles away from that one. And in fact, Ravinder Singh wasn't really backing up, so he might not have even been out in the first place. But isn't it great to see after 30 games, we could be, or 29 by the time the 30th rolls around, we could be still having everything up for grabs going, well, certainly into the final day, but maybe even into that final game. That's what we love to see, keeping it interesting until the last here on the European Cricket Network. That one's just thrown back in from the long on boundary, just the 1 run taken to finish the end of the first over. 8 runs coming off it. And well, every over that goes for less than 10 is pretty much a win for the Werewolves. And well, if Coimbra Knights end up on 137, we will go to a golden ball, which hasn't happened in 11 matches. It was the G-Force that called the golden ball just 2 days ago, with the other half of my G coming back into the commentary box very soon. And well, that shows exactly how close this whole tournament has been. We've had multiple final ball finishes as Gurwinder Singh comes in to bowl the second over. That one's gone high up in the air. It's launched towards long off, and it is going to go all the way. Despite the chasing fielder out there, he can only pick up the Grizzly from the wrong side of the boundary. It's Mohammad Tabish, who did a bit of damage with the bat himself, who has to run after that one. Lavkaran Singh takes no time at all to get stuck into Gurwinder Singh's bowling. He goes again. This one doesn't quite have the legs on it. It's Gurpreet Guri doing the chasing, and well, despite his attempt, he tried to stick out a big boot. He doesn't quite stop the momentum of the ball as it just cruelly kisses the rope and does a little dance on top of the rope as well. Let's take a look at this. He does put his foot out down that hill, but the ball just jumps and caresses the rope. And well, we had a bit of rope chat yesterday, and we don't have any talking ropes out there, but we do have a talking Phil G.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yeah, the ball just balances very nicely across the top of the rope there. Just a very nice tantalising shot, that one.
That's a tantalising slower ball, and despite the pretty athletic leap there of Gurpreet Guri, who has to watch out because the hill does fall away a bit there, and he ends up again jumping and finding the earth lower down than he thought, but he found the Grizzly, unfortunately, a bit too high for his liking, and look at that, he goes down and heavy landing. Makes sure his head is still attached to his body.
It was a bit heavy coming down there, needs to be careful for the other players. That slope can cause a few issues, yeah, I totally agree. Need to watch out for that, the players don't want to come a cropper falling to earth like that. Believe me, man versus earth, earth wins every time.
This time it's Singh versus Singh, and well, Gurwinder Singh thought he had the beating of Lavkaran there, but he didn't have the beating of the umpire, who signals a wide ball.
25 for no loss, halfway through the second. Spicy game, this one. Very spicy indeed.
That one's been carved away to backward point. Two fielders out there. Neither of them can do the fielding with hands or feet or otherwise. And it does run to the boundary once more. That's the fourth boundary of this Gurwinder Singh over, and it has already gone magical with 2 balls left of it. And the Coimbra Knights, what a start this is. They move to 29 off just 10 deliveries.
Yeah, what a start. 21 off the over, still 2 to come. And looking like the Coimbra Knights have come out with one objective in mind, and that is to get back up the standings and to make sure they lock in a date for finals day tomorrow.
That's a nice slower ball from Gurwinder Singh, but it's been absolutely picked from Lavkaran Singh, and he just punts that back over the head of Gurwinder Singh, who kind of turns away in disgust at that over, as it does go for 25 in the end. What a start this is for the Coimbra Knights, and Lavkaran Singh, Ravinder Singh looking threatening. This is exactly what they did against the brothers yesterday in game 21. Just got off to a roaring start, and there was no catching them. Still actually 1 ball left of this over. Gurwinder Singh, because of that wide. The wide has been the only respite to the boundaries, and there's a chance of another boundary. It will be another boundary, and this Gurwinder Singh over ends up going for 29 runs. Every single legitimate ball went for a boundary, plus a little wide there as well to rub salt in the wounds, and the Coimbra Knights do finish the second over with 37 runs on the board. And interestingly, despite that, maybe because of the total they're chasing, the win predictor still is sticking with the Werewolves, and maybe because of their position in the table.
Yeah, Coimbra Knights there, sitting on 5th place with 15 points. A win here today in this match this morning gets them up to 18. Not sure if they're going to be able to pick up a bonus point, get 18 points, gets them back in 4th position, and they're going to feel that that is the goal in this match. They do come back later on today for a second game, but if they can get back up above the Team Tigers, they're going to feel good going into the rest of the day. But later on today,
well, they are playing the Team Tigers, so
exactly.
How important will that game be?
Oh, that's a big game. That's coming up a bit later here on the European Cricket Network. Don't change your channel. The cricket tier today is going to be spicy, feisty, and it's every game important. 37 for no loss with 2 overs gone.
Mohammad Tabish comes in, to the action, and well, he gets the similar treatment. I think there was a bit of something or other on that. Maybe a bit of bat, maybe a bit of pad. Let's take a look. Yeah, probably a bit of pad. Let's see what umpire Crute signals. Do we get his signal? Oh, we teased it there. Oh, it was certainly enough to take it to the boundary. It has been given as a 4, so Ravinder Singh, I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. Looked like it could have maybe hit certainly one or the other. Either way, it's a 4.
Either way, it's 4. Ravinder will probably be happy to have that one notched up to his total. Mohammad Tabish on the other hand. Either way you cut it, he needs to bowl well here in this over.
There's a nicer delivery. Absolutely zero footwork there from Ravinder Singh. Almost playing French cricket there as he just pokes his bat at it, enough to get through for a single. And you're right, Mohammad Tabish, he needs a big over, and he's often the guy that the Werewolves turn to in their moments of need, both with bat and ball. Got 2 for 2 in that game 12, which was a win against these very Knights.
Exactly. He'll be looking to replicate that somehow. He's already got a few more runs against his name, but he needs to find a way to put the brakes on here. That previous over going for 29 really has turned things around.
That's well bowled. Just watchful from Love Karan Singh. He's due a dot ball or two after already steaming to 29 off just the 9 deliveries. So a momentary respite for the Werewolves after the carnage of that Gowinder Singh second over. One short of a big old 3-0 supersonic over. But Mohammad Tabish is doing well to rein the Knights in.
Not easy to tame a Knight. It's
no
on song here.
Well, there's not much taming that Grizzly, as that goes all the way into the hands of the fielder, who unfortunately for the Werewolves is in fact a Coimbra Knights batter just waiting to come in. Good hands, that man.
Yeah, nicely caught there in the dugout. Didn't need 2 bites of the cherry, just nice and clean. Very happy about that. And his team will probably look at him and say, you should do that when we're back out in the field next. That'd be really good. That'll impress us. Tabish gone for 11 now from 4 deliveries.
That's been sliced away again through that favourite region of ours, the backward point region. And well, Love Karan is loving that area of the pitch as well, as he hits that one for another boundary. And Mohammad Tabish, well, we thought with that 1 and dot that he was maybe bringing a bit of normality to the proceedings, but back-to-back boundaries have put paid to that.
So not only has he boundaries hit off that ball, a cracking shot too, by the way, the back-to-back, he then has to do shoelace tying duties for the batter at the non-striker's end.
Well,
so
I'll tell you what, after he was man-cadded earlier in the game, Mohammad Tabish, well, he would be forgiven for tying those shoes together.
Totally agree with that. I wonder if that went through his mind, just fleetingly, just for a moment.
You man-cad me, and now you're making me get on my hands and knees and do your laces up, get my fingers all dirty as I'm trying to bowl the ball. Well, he has got to the end of the 3rd over, end of the power play as well, and a pretty solid power play for the Knights. 50 partnership comes up, 52 for no loss.
Yeah, and Mohammad Tabish got taken for 3 boundaries in that over as well. So a little bit of salt rubbed into the wound there. Have a look at the tower clock display. 29 off that second over here, 15 off that over that's just been finished by Mohammad Tabish. The run rate at 17.33, 52, as you say, 10 of the 50 up just towards the end of that over. And the run rate, well, not the run rate, but the run chase looks like it's in hand. Coimbra Knights are doing the business, doing exactly what needs to be done here. So 86 more from 42. The run rate required is down to 12.28. It's just chipped down ever so slowly. And Gaganpreet Singh is going to get a chance to see what he can do with his slow right arm over the wicket. Maybe he can force an error. Maybe he might get taken to the cleaners. Let's see.
Well, a bit of an unforced error in tennis terms there from Singh as he starts up with a wide. It's not the first time we've seen over start with a wide. I guess we'll just give them a first ball grace. They're coming in to the lineup, and well, when you're getting pummeled left, right and centre, you'll be forgiven for just trying to bowl wides just to escape the carnage, but there's no escaping the bat of Ravinder Singh. And well, speaking of escape, it looks like the Grizzly has made a break for it into the woods.
He is. He's going for a run. No, he's been collared and brought back into the field of play. And that shot sounded terrific. That real crack off the bat there.
Werewolf versus Grizzly sounds like some kind of third-rate movie that you'd find on page 93 of Netflix.
Chop down there, nothing happening. Yeah, the back catalogue, those sort of unseen movie titles you find in the Netflix or HBO Max or any of all those streaming services would have something like Grizzly versus Werewolf.
I mean, Knights versus Werewolf is already quite exciting. I'm not sure if
that is
werewolves can penetrate the full body armor that the Knights could wear. Well, interesting.
Yep. Well, there's a screenplay right there in that comment, so yep.
Well, it's quite a medieval vibe, isn't it? Knights and werewolves. There's certainly the basis of a good fantasy novel there, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's going to be Knights versus werewolves start with, and the sequel would bring the Grizzly in. Because you have to introduce a new villain for the sequel, otherwise
yeah, exactly.
It's just the same old, same old.
I think the G-Force are onto something here.
I think we've got something going here.
Werewolves versus Knights, directed by the G-Force.
Oh, and to fulfill the trilogy, I just had a brainwave.
Go on.
The trilogy, it's going to be the super friendly giant.
A bit of a turn up from the book. Suddenly it's werewolves and Knights, but then the super friendly giant comes up, and well, there should be a catch coming up here, and it is taken in the deep. It was a steepler there for the fielder. There was 3 converging on it, and it looks like it's Akash Sood there in the deep who does take the catch. And well, that's a big wicket for the Werewolves, because it does mark the end of a really dangerous batter in the form of Lavkaran Singh, who has opened the batting really successfully in the last few games, but he has to leave the pitch. But he has got 39 runs to his name in just 14 deliveries. That's about the run rate that the Knights have to go along at if they do want to chase down this big Werewolves total. Lavkaran Singh probably thinks that he's done more than enough in that opening spot, but he'll be annoyed that he doesn't kick on to a very big score. And well, look at that, the wicket has also brought along a bit of a dip in the run rate. It's still above what is needed for the victory, but well, wickets certainly aren't going to help the Knights in their hunt.
Totally agree, and I think the Werewolves are breathing a sigh of relief. They've finally broken this opening stand on the last ball of the 4th. So Gaganpreet Singh, he does the job, gets the breakthrough. The run rate graph, as you saw just then, is taking that little turn in the wrong direction. So,
there was almost a chance there from the first delivery from Akash Sood. It would have been an absolutely spectacular catch. We've seen a few interesting catches this week. I don't think we can say we've had a truly spectacular one. And that probably would have been it if there was a left hand thrown out there by the point fielder. But as it is, it's a 4 to the name of Ravinder Singh, who's still out there, the opener.
We had, I think it was on a Monday, we had a good one-handed leap at backward point.
That's true.
Someone pulled down a ripper, but you're right. The screamer, the sort of like the Superman catch. We haven't seen something like that yet, but we've seen some good outfield catches, haven't we? We've been entertained by some really good catching. Yeah,
we've certainly seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and that's just in one game. Well, that looks like it could be very good, and there's huge celebrations by the Werewolves because this could be the end of Ravinder Singh. I think by the look of that, he knows he's gone, and the Werewolves know they've got their man.
Oh, they're very confident there. And umpire Crute, who's been pretty good on the first look to call it either not out or out, comes in. And long way out.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna
bat
be
coming
out.
down.
Yeah, he's out.
Yes, bat not on the ground and not over the line. Great work from 2 Circles. Thank you guys for that replay. Oh, that's marching orders. Yeah. Umpire shows the middle finger and says, yes, you are gone. It's done.
Well, it looks like some friendly banter. I hope those are friendly words. There's a bit of a slap on the back as these two teams will hope to see themselves both in finals day tomorrow. So definitely a long chat. And yeah, well, he seems not too upset about it, Ravinder Singh. And it's the Werewolves who are cock-a-hoop out there because that was a brilliant piece of fielding to get rid of the danger man. And now both openers are back in the shed.
Got a proper escort of halfway off the ground there, didn't he? That's when I played cricket, I never got that kind of escort. I would walk off to the sounds of hoots and hollers from the fielding team.
Well, it was an interesting one there as we see the replay from Ravinder Singh and see the pep talk he is given there by his werewolf friend. He kind of started running down the middle of the pitch, which we don't advise generally, but he then veered off to the left, and I'm not sure if that actually lost him the few centimetres that he was short of the ground, but it was a great piece of fielding from Gurpreet Guri there, lurking at mid-wicket, who picked it up, threw it down at a solitary stump. What an effort that was.
I mean, it was a very close run out too. You could see the bat was on its way down. Split second later, the bat would have been on the ground, and then another split second later would have been across the line. So very good work indeed.
We have two brand new batters at the crease. Captain Mohammad Dawood, who just dotted up on that one, but manages to get off strike to bring Amritpal Singh to the crease. And, well, that's been a tremendous 3 balls from the Werewolves. They get that big wicket at the end of the Gaganpreet Singh over and then follow it up. Well, they had a chance on the first delivery, which went for a 4, and then they picked up a wicket with that brilliant run out from Gurpreet Guri. That one's up in the air. Catch it is the cry. It will land safe. And, well, shout out to Gaganpreet Singh as well on that previous over. Let's not forget his first over, the second of the game, went for 29. And he would have been forgiven for just hiding around at fine leg saying, no, I'm fine, I don't need my second over, thank you very much. But he does come back. He started with a wide and a 6. And he must have been thinking, today is just not my day. But he follows that up with 3 dots, a 1 and a wicket. So hats off to Gaganpreet Singh.
Sometimes you do think, it's not my day, I should have stayed in bed. Get a permission slip written by the parents and excuse myself from duty. Sometimes you just want to find a hole and just drag yourself into it and drag that hole in with you as well. But bounce back quite well there. Upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Portugal in progress right in front of your eyes. The Challenger Division turning out to be an absolute belter. Premier Division, I'm sure, will entertain as well, no doubt. ECI action, T20 action after that. ECS in Spain, Madrid for the very first time. Exciting stuff there. Italy, Bologna for ECS men and women. France for some ECI and ECS action. Malta Spring Series, ECS, ECI action. And then check out at the very first weekend of May, T20I.
What a lineup we have, and what a shot we have as well, as that's hoisted over long off. There is a man out there, but he can only watch that Grizzly take flight off the bat of Mohammad Dawood, who maybe thinks he has a bit of making up to do. He had that one piece of comedy fielding with it flying through his legs, and he wasn't overly successful with the ball, having usually had the gloves behind the stumps. This time he decided he wants to have a bowl. Well, he's got the task with bat in hand now, and the task at the moment is run rate about 13.5. Dots are certainly not going to help the cause for the Knights.
Yeah, that run rate, it's need to keep an eye on that one. It's still around the mid-13s. Still plenty runs from not too many deliveries. And yeah, you're right, they really need to keep an eye on that one.
That one should just be the one. There's commotion out in the middle as they maybe contemplate a 2, but it's good fielding out there in the deep to keep it to just the 1.
Yeah, the noise out there in the field, it's probably coming more so from the Werewolves. There's a lot of gesticulating when the ball's hit along the ground. They really want to keep this nice and tight. They want the win. Way, keeper's thrown his glove away. He's had enough of this. It's quite astonishing. He's thrown that glove about a good 10 metres off to his left-hand side there.
Whoops, there it goes.
I don't want that glove. Don't need a glove. I'm better than that.
I did get my G-Sings mixed up earlier. So Gowinder Singh was the one who went almost supersonic. And we haven't seen him back for his second over, so it'll be interesting to see if he does come back. It was Gaganpreet Singh who got a wicket at the end of his first, and he's now back for his second. 1 for 16 are his figures so far. Make that probably 1 for a few more. Actually 1 for 22 as that one goes all the way. A big Maximo off the bat of Amritpal Singh.
Amritpal Singh just leaning into that one. That big slash outside the off stump. Crunch over the boundary for a big Maximo. So Coimbra Knights keeping that run rate moving along. 13.15 is the required run rate per over. 57 from 26 could come down to a very, very fine finish here.
Oh, that's a fine shot indeed, and that takes Gaganpreet Singh's over. Another G-Sing over that goes magical, as that's a big 6 off the bat of Amritpal Singh, who's just slowly working his way through the gears. That one went high and wide and very handsome, didn't it?
Really did. That was a cracking shot. Really good hit that. Now that's Amritpal Singh. We've had an Amritpal Singh Jr. in the Coimbra Knights as well, haven't we? Surely that's possibly father and son, do you think? Or do you think it might be the same person?
Might be the same person. We've had a few names change here and there. We've had George come from George to George Batty back to George.
Yep.
We've had Laxman. We've had
Laxman, yep, Laxman. George and George Barty seems to change depending if he's wearing the orange kit or the blue kit.
It's like Jekyll and Hyde.
It's
Superman and Clark Kent.
That's what it is. It's a curious thing, isn't it? It really is. Quite unusual. That's the end of the over, though. That's what's more important in front of us here. End of the over, and that is 6 overs gone. 88 for 2 on the board. Still a job to do there for the Coimbra Knight batters if they want to get this win.
Yeah, well, it's evenly balanced, isn't it? They've got the benefit of wickets in hand, but as we've seen previously, the Knights, they do have a bit of a fragile middle order, lower order, and they'll want one of these top 4 to see them home. The openers, they've pretty much done their job. They scored over 60 runs between them, and it's now down to the captain and Amritpal Singh, possibly junior, possibly senior, we're not sure. Either way, he's got his bat in hand. He's facing up the first ball of the 7th, which will be bowled by Mohammad Tabish. And that's gone the opposite direction to as hoped by the batter, and well, it's gone down on the floor, which was exactly what the Werewolves didn't want. There was a big chance there to see the back of Amritpal Singh, and it's put down. I mean, it's a difficult chance when it comes the wrong side off the bat. It's going to be swirling through the air. You can see that he was hoping to hit that to the leg side, so it would have been spinning at a rate of knots, but it was a pretty regulation chance there.
Did everything right except hold the catch. Got in position, saw the ball into the hands and saw it straight back out.
And another half chance here, but this time it's a good piece of fielding on that 45, and they look like they might want to go through for a second. Yes, no, maybe. In the end, they settle for 1.
Yeah, I think Adawar Mohammed, he wanted that second, and unfortunately his counterpart was already settled at the striker's end, thinking I'm going to get ready for the next delivery, but didn't notice the overthrow till it was too late. Adawar Mohammed just gave a little bit of a gesture of we could have had it in a second there.
That one's high up in the air. It's going to be another chance, a half chance, any kind of chance, not a chance. It's gone to the boundary, despite the best efforts of at least 3 Werewolves hunting in a pack there, but they don't manage to stop that as it goes to the boundary. Another boundary to the name of Amritpal Singh, who's going along nicely here, just double checking what side of the rope that fell. I think it was actually the Maximo side. Umpire crew is signalling for us. You can see there, lovely camera work once more. Slightly delayed drop of the Grizzly, but it does go on the 6th side of the rope, and that has actually prompted Mohammad Tabish to change to going around the wicket.
It was a good hook shot over the 3rd man boundary, that. Not usual you say that, but there you go.
That's a nicer delivery, actually, using that angle to crunch it at the toes, and well, there's a huge throw coming in. And they might have a chance of a run out here as well. It's all going on. The umpire sends it upstairs.
Ooh.
The first run sent the batter so far beyond the non-striker's end that he had to turn back and run a good 30 metres. There was definitely a second run on as the overthrow came in and went to the opposite boundary. But does he manage to get in here? It's going to be a tight one, and well, it's getting there, and he is out. As long as those stumps were broken cleanly.
Yep.
The finger of doom is lifted, and next wicket falls, and well, that was a bit of a calamitous section of play there. There was definitely a second run on the overthrow, and it's Amritpal Singh. Just bad news for the Knights with the set batter. He has to depart for 22 off 7 deliveries.
Yeah, calamitous is the word. I think there was always 2 there, and when the run out was affected, immediately Adawar Mohammed, he looked a little bit upset. You could see his body language was a bit harsh. Big overthrow here. The problem was, though, that Amritpal Singh, he ran so far past, he had to run probably about an extra 6 or 7 metres just to complete the run. So it's little wonder he was caught short.
He almost ran 2.5 runs there, but in the end it'll only be 1 in the book, and it will be a big wicket as well. Mohammad Tabish, he goes back over the wicket. Tejpreet Singh is the new batter. Look at that. Look at that. We're in the super Goldilocks zone. 50-50 says the win predictor. One thing is for sure, though, that Coimbra Knights, they have picked up the bonus point. That target of 96 has been reached. So even if they don't go on to chase this total with 40 runs needed in 19 balls, they won't go home empty-handed. They will get that bonus point.
Yep. Robert Tabashir looking to finish strong. Last ball of his spell. None for 25 so far.
And, well, he finishes with a strong 6 off the bat of Mohamed Dawood, the captain. Bit of a sleeping giant so far. He's just gone for 10 off 7 deliveries, but he boosts his score to 16 and boosts his Knights to 104 for 3 after 7 overs. That leaves them needing 34 runs in the final 3.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good now for the Coimbra Knights. Love that little dancing little soft signal of 6 there from the square leg umpire Bucks. And you have a look there at match 28, which is coming your way after the conclusion of this game here. A few ins and a few outs for the Friendship CC. Brothers look like they're bringing up the same team that they've already had here for the earlier game.
Yeah, well, the brothers have been here since this morning, so it looks like they've got no late arrivals, but they'll want to improve on this morning's performance. They do pretty much have a finals day place secured, but as we were saying previously, there's a big difference between finishing first and third, finishing second and fourth, and they definitely want to be in those top 2 spots. Meanwhile, for Friendship CC, their tournament is more or less over. We need to crunch the numbers, but it would need, I think, a monster win for them and no one else picking up points the rest of the day, which tends to be unlikely. Actually, the fact that the Coimbra Knights have picked up a point there means that they move to 16. Friendship CC have 12, so they would need 4 points and a big win to have any kind of hope. But of course, Friendship CC only have the 1 game today, and the Coimbra Knights have 2. They come back against Team Tigers Portugal in that spicy game, 4th up today. So the chances for Friendship CC are dwindling ever further. But they're going to come out and give their best. They definitely want to finish their tournament on a high. And who knows, stranger things have happened. If they get those big wins against the brothers, they can at least put the pressure on the other sides. And the pressure is firmly on the Werewolves at the moment as another big 6 is hit to the boundary. Mohamed Dawood, the captain, he's leading the charge for the Knights at the moment.
I'll tell you what, watching skipper Ram Hartwell there behind the stumps, pleading with his fielders and bowlers. Just in that reverse shot there, you could see he had the gloves. He was absolutely pleading with them, screaming out instructions. So this is what I want. This is what we need.
And what the Knights need is another 27 runs, 14 deliveries now left. The win predictor is firmly in their Knights' court, but the Werewolves, Gurpreet Guri in particular, he's a man that feels no pressure, and despite that big 6, his over so far only gone for 7 runs, 2 left in it. Still 2 left in it, and it's gone for 8 runs.
That's a wide ball, unfortunately. He strays the wide line. Picked up straight away. So, yep, the score is building nicely for the Coimbra Knights. It's been a very good, very good run chase from them indeed. 112 for 3. 2 to come in this over.
We have a question in the chat from Jacob Lambeth saying, why are some names highlighted for Friendship CC? So that's a relatively new and pretty much improved method we have on the scorecards. Any name that's highlighted is a name that's new to the team. As this one goes high up in the air, this should be taken, and it is taken by Gurpreet Guri. The big old salute comes out as he knows that's a big wicket. He's seen off the captain of the Knights, Mohamed Dawood. He has to depart for 22 off 11.
Yeah, massive wicket that one. At the point at which the Coimbra Knights only need 26 runs off a handful of deliveries, and Darwin Mohammed, who was looking pretty set and pretty settled, and he skied that one, miss-hit straight up in the air, and a good caught and bowled completed. A very quick, aggressive Punjab salute there. Very happy with that one. Darwin Mohammed looks to the sky and says, oh dear, what have I done? Well, you've gone for 22 from 11. You may be striking at 200, but your team needs you out there for just a little bit longer. Not to be, and his match is done.
Yeah, so Tejpreet Singh is the batter out there at the moment, but the new batter is at the crease. He flashes that one into the sky. Gamma Singh, the new batter, they will scamper through for 1. Just to finish that thought then on the scorecards or the fantasy dashboard for the games coming up, the players highlighted in blue are the players that are new into the squad or into the team, so those who didn't play in the team's previous game. So the brothers lineup then are unchanged. They played just an hour or two ago, so it's not a surprise that they are keeping with their same 11. Friendship CC, though, this is their only game today. And they did play yesterday, so they've had the opportunity to make some changes going into the final group stage games today. And some changes happening here as well as we wait to see who will bowl the all-important ninth. The Knights, they need 25 runs with just 12 deliveries to do it. They've secured that bonus point, so they'll definitely notch another point onto those standing tables, which are looking extremely tight, and that will put them up to 16 points. The Werewolves currently have 19, so, well, you do the maths. If Coimbra take 3 points, then they will be really breathing down the Werewolves' necks.
Still very hard to split these two going into the ninth over. 49% to 51% is the win predictor percentages at the moment. So, as you say, Tina, you tell me. Chat, what do you think? Where's this going to slide? Akash starts the ninth.
You'll have to restart the ninth with that big old wide signalled by umpire Crew.
Try switching it off and back on again. I think that would be what my IT expert would tell me if I bowled like that. Get that radar back up to restart mode. Let's try again.
That's a better delivery, but it's been given the treatment, or has it? It's high up in the air. It's gone more high than wide, and actually the crack off the bat meant that I thought that was destined for the dugout, but it's celebration all round as Rajbir Singh is the man in the deep who comfortably takes that catch well within the boundary. So, I mean, the ball was almost sent into orbit there, but it was up rather than out, and someone who is out is Gamma Singh.
That went a long way up. And that man there, Rajbir Singh, he took... Well, I took 2 catches yesterday in the afternoon game. Safe pair of hands, that man. And he's picked up another catch in the outfield. Gamma Singh disappears now. He's done. And Coimbra Knights in danger here of, well, not just the dot balls and the wickets, but also just losing that momentum. And it's not a time to be losing wickets when you're chasing what is a very small amount of runs, but only a few deliveries as well. 24 from 11 now.
Rahul Khan, the hat-trick man from yesterday, he's got to pull some magic out the hat here for the Knights with the bat. 24 needed off 11. Oh, that's well bowled by Akash Sood. He started up with a wide, but he's come back strongly with a wicket and a precious dot ball for the Werewolves.
Yeah, that was a great delivery, that one. Khan just not really sure of where that was going to go and end up missing it quite dramatically. Good over so far. I know we had a wide to start with, but good over so far from Akash.
That one's just been mishit away to mid-wicket. They'll both sides accept the 1 run. And, well, 23 needed off 9. It's a tough task. That's why that win predictor has swung back in favour of the Werewolves. And if they pick up those 3 points, that will actually draw them level top of the table with the brothers. Shows you how important that game coming up is. That one's high up in the air. It's going to be a chance for the bowler. He juggles. Oh. I was going to say regulation catch. He looked extremely calm under that one, did Akash Sood. Maybe a bit too calm as we were all waiting for that ball to drop into his hands. It did drop into his hands, almost drop straight to the floor afterwards.
Oh, have a look at this one again. Going to see a good view from here. It's 1, 2, 3, tap, 4. And that is a very relieved bowler there. Right in front of everybody. He almost dropped it. And that is the end of Tejpreet Singh. 2 for only 4 deliveries faced. Not enough here at the dying stages of this last match.
No wonder Akash Sood is smiling. This over 2 runs. 2 wickets, and there's still 2 balls left, and it's really last chance saloon for the Coimbra Knights. They need these 2 balls to go to the boundary to give themselves a chance in the 10th. In fact, it's going to go straight through to the gloves of Ram Haritwal, who makes sure to run up to the stumps so there's no cheeky singles taken. It's Rahul Khan at the other end. 23 runs still needed, 7 balls left, and it looks like they're sending a few players out to the boundary. They've brought in the covers, sent out the man to cow corner, probably expecting a big old heave here from Taranpreet Singh. Well, it was an attempted heave. All that happens is the ball flies through, and Akash Sood, look at that. His 2 overs go for just 9, taking 2 wickets. Both came in that second over that he bowled, the 9th, which went for 2 runs. So hats off to Akash Sood. I think he's pretty much wrapped up this game in a nice little bow for his Werewolves side. And yeah, highlighted there, and rightly so. Gurpreet Guri, maybe he'll come on to bowl the last. You've also got Rajbir Singh, both of them competing to have the lowest economy along with Akash Sood. It probably won't be Gowinder Singh, I'm sorry to say. His first and only over went almost supersonic to 29. And it does look like it's Rajbir Singh who has taken the ball. 23 runs needed in this final over, so miracle time for the Knights.
Just want to give a shout out to Akash Sood as well. Yeah, that 2 for 9 from 2 overs. Literally the handbrake in this journey for the Werewolves. Applied it perfectly. Just at the right time as well. Terrific 9th over, that one.
As we go into the 10th, and if this ball doesn't clear the rope, I think it's curtains for the Knights. Well, that has gone near the rope, but it's gone straight into the hands of the fielder there in the deep. Mohammed Tabish out there comfortably taking the catch. And, well, it's a slow, long walk off for Rahul Khan, who, well, he stole the headlines yesterday with his hat-trick. This time, though, he wasn't able to put his name up in lights with the bat. He departs, and that is the 7th wicket for the Knights. 115, so they still need 23 runs with the 5 remaining balls.
Yeah, Rahul Khan, he found the magic yesterday with the ball, got himself into the Hall of Fame, can't find the same magic with the bat, and Coimbra Knights looking like they're going to fall short here.
Half appeal there, but nothing doing. Umpire Bucks just walks away, says no thank you, but he does signal the leg bite. It's Gajinder Singh, the new batter, who's immediately in the non-strikers end now. Taranpreet Singh now has the thankless task of trying to hit the last 4 balls for 6. 22 needed in 4.
It's a pity for the Knights that Gajinder Singh has to come in solo down the order. He's played a couple of good innings in this tournament.
Yeah, he hits that one up in the air. He hasn't got the legs on that, and there's a fielder under it, and it's Akash Sood, who clearly didn't feel like he did enough in that 9th over, picking up 2 wickets. He's picked up a catch here as well. Rajbir Singh, he's picked up his 2nd wicket of the over, and well, this Knights innings is more or less whimpering to an end here. They're being put to the sword by the Werewolves.
Yeah, the Werewolves are really biting down hard here, and the Knights are left floundering in the 10th. The 9th over, I got to say, I felt for me that was the game right there. Akash Sood bowled a terrific 9th over, and now in the 10th, wicket falls. Taranpreet Singh goes for a 3-ball duck, and it's all coming apart for the Coimbra Knights right at the business end of this match.
22 runs needed, so unless some mathematical magic happens, which doesn't look likely, especially when you've got the batter out there dropping his bat, it's Gaurav Singh who's coming in to the crease.
Yeah, he needs some sort of infringement here, maybe a no ball, maybe a wide.
Oh dear.
Well, he got none of that, absolutely none of that. Gets a pat on the back for his trouble, and he goes for a first baller instead.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of a nutmeg there from Rajbir Singh, who suddenly finds himself on a hat-trick. Discussion still among the Werewolves there as we see this one on replay. Oh, actually, he's a bit unlucky there, isn't he, Gaurav Singh? He tries to let the ball go through his legs, and it ends up cannoning off his front leg and into the stumps. Well, if it did go through his legs, well, I suppose it wouldn't have been a wide because it went through his profile, but as it was, he has to make his way off the pitch for a golden derrick, and that's 9 wickets down for the Knights. So Rajbir Singh could actually finish the game off prematurely here and get himself a hat-trick. 3 for 8 are his figures. We were saying hats off to Akash Sood. Rajbir said, anything you could do, I can do better. And, well, all the Werewolves are actually coming into the circle.
Yeah, good to see.
Doesn't speak much for their faith in Harry Singh's batting ability as the number 11 comes out. Hat-trick ball. Oh, there was a hat-trick chance. It went through the hands of Mohammed Tabish. It came at him quickly, but he got both his hands to it. You could hear the slap off the fingers, and unlucky for Rajbir Singh, he just misses out and getting his name in that Hall of Fame. It was hit hard by Harry Singh. To be fair to Rajbir Singh, he didn't react too much. He was actually too concerned about getting the run out, but it was Mohamed Tabish with head on in hands as he realised he could have given his teammate there a hat-trick. As it is, final ball. It's going to go through for a dot, and that marks the end of this game. Match 27 goes the way of the Werewolves, winning this one quite comfortably in the end, thanks to those flurry of wickets at the end. 5 wickets falling in the final 2 overs, and that Rajbir Singh over, he saw Akash Sood go 2 runs, 2 wickets. He went 2 runs, 3 wickets, and as a result, the Werewolves beat the Knights by 20 runs.
You know, 4 overs ago, Coimbra Knights probably just ahead of this run chase in a position which you'd think, if they keep going like this is a run chase that's going to be academic, but the Werewolves have fought back really hard. A couple of really good overs there. Akash Sood take a bow for that terrific 9th over. We have a look here at the game coming up. Just another recap very quickly. Friendship CC take on the Brothers 11. That is match 28 starting at the top of the hour, coming your way very shortly. A number of ins and outs for Friendship CC, and the Brothers 11 Portugal unchanged from the earlier match. Let's have a look at the highlight reel and let's see how this run chase unfolded. And it unfolded with some very aggressive hitting at the very top of the order there. The 2 openers there getting quite into it. Love Karan Singh, who really came in with a proper mood, especially in that 2nd over. Just went absolutely hell for leather. And, well, 29 off the 2nd over. Goodness me, at that point you would be mistaken for thinking that Coimbra Knights are all over this.
Yeah, well, while Ravinder Singh and Love Karan Singh were out there, they did the damage yesterday, putting the Brothers to the sword, and it looked like for a while they would get their swords out again for the Knights and put the Werewolves to the sword, but as it was that calamitous run out with Ravinder Singh and Love Karan Singh as well. He was caught by Akash Sood, who you couldn't keep out of the game towards the end, and as soon as that opening partnership was breached, it was worth 60, but then the wickets just kept on falling. Ravinder Singh went shortly afterwards to this run out, and as soon as the openers were out, it was a struggle for the Knights. Mohamed Dawood, the captain, he put on a bit of resistance. He fell caught on bowl. It was a nice catch from Gurpreet Guri, 22 runs off 11 deliveries before he fell. And Amritpal Singh, he also achieved 22. Not sure if he's the junior or the senior, but as it was, he had to go after just facing 7 deliveries. And in the end, it was a procession as those final 5 wickets fell in the last 2 overs. Akash Sood and Rajbir Singh were the chief architects of the Knights' downfall, and in the end the Knights fell well short of the Werewolves' total, but still actually not a bad total, 117 runs.
Yeah, similar sort of what we talked about last night with that really fantastic last game last night where the Friendship CC had to chase a mammoth total. They still put up what would be normally a really good total in any other kind of game, and here you see 117 for 9 after the 10. Coimbra Knights falling short by, 20 runs, so unfortunate for them, they didn't quite get there. As you see the highlights package continuing here. Dawud Mohammed came in, possibly if he had stuck around, maybe there was a chance there, but unfortunately just too little too late, and then suddenly those last couple of overs, as you said, Tina, just things fell away, completely and utterly fell away. And the Werewolves, once they got that little bit of a sniff, they were out for blood, and they got it.
Yeah, absolutely, and they held on to their catch as well, actually, in the field, as we saw this run out with poor Amritpal Singh having to run 2.5 runs, only to see himself fall short. Good keeping work there from Haritwal, the captain. And well, the wickets just kept on falling. Mohamed Dawood, he put on a bit of resistance, didn't he? He scored 22 off 11 deliveries, and there was a few big sixes in there, actually 11 sixes in the innings. But the problem was, after the 4th batter, nobody really contributed. We had a 2, a 1, a 1, 3 zeros and a 1 at the end. 2 of those were not out, so that really shows that how quickly the Coimbra Knights innings fell away, and that one almost fell away out of the hands of Akash Sood. He did manage to grab hold of that one, and then there was another good catch from Rajbir Singh in the deep, and then he came on and decided to take a quick 3 wickets himself. Previously to that, Akash Sood, he took 2 wickets in his 9th over. An attempted nutmeg there, only managed to hit his own stumps. And the Werewolves, well, you can see that they are howling with delight because they are pretty much secured a final place now, as that win takes them up to 22 points. In fact, the brothers have 23 points after they picked up that bonus point this morning.
Right.
But nonetheless, they are firmly in that top 2 position as we take a look at a bit of a sorry sight of a scorecard if you just take the bottom 6 or 7 batters.
Yeah, look at the top 4 there. All got off to really good starts. I mean, Lavkaran Singh, that 39 from 14, it set the stage, and that second over, absolutely blistering stuff. Top 4 batters did their job. However, there's a caveat to that. They needed one of them to continue and to anchor that innings, because you have a look at the next 4 batters, 2-1-1-0. They just fell apart.
It was almost a binary scorecard at the end there. As for the bowlers, well, the Werewolves howling with delight as they go through, and look at that flurry of wickets. Fall of wicket 4 to 9 go within the space of 4 runs, and one wicket for Gurpreet Guri in just his 1 over, but it was the destruction of Rajbir Singh and Akash Sood at the end that really put the Knights to the sword and allowed the Werewolves to put themselves firmly in contention, firmly in finals day tomorrow. But there's still plenty to play for as well. As before we look ahead to what's coming up, let's have a look at the match summary. Rajbir Singh, I'm assuming he'll probably be player of the match, star of the show with both bat and ball. He top scored, he got the best bowling figures. It'll be hard to take that trophy away from him. Akash Sood though, great little cameo from him, and just look at that, 999. Not many runs from those 5 overs, and it's no wonder then that the Coimba Knights fell short by 20 runs. The Werewolves taking home the victory. The Coimba Knights, though, they did pick up that precious 1 point. That takes them to 16 points, level with Team Tigers Portugal. Guess who they are playing in the next game?
Team Tigers.
Exactly. So that will be an absolute fight
to
get into that top 4 spot, to get one of them, or maybe both of them, maybe neither of them, through to finals day, because before that game we also have the tasty fixture of Friendship CC versus Brothers 11. That's top against bottom, but we've seen so far this tournament that the standings don't mean anything when it comes to what happens in the games.
100%. That is going to be a good fixture to watch, that one. Fighters, they've got a few changes in the team. The Brothers got the same team they played with this morning, but don't you worry about that. As you say, Tina, these battles are really hard fought, and they're a lot more even than out on the field than you think that they are on paper. So a lot more cricket to come today. Match 27 now in the bag. And Werewolves, I think we said it at the end of the Werewolves innings, those last 2 overs from the Werewolves, it ends up being the difference between these 2 totals.
Yeah, absolutely, and that shows how quickly things can change. It shows how quickly as well the net run rate can change, and well, with teams level on scores in the standings, that could come into play at the end of the day today. But coming into play in just under 15 minutes time is Friendship CC against the Brothers 11, top versus bottom, but who knows what could happen here. Anything is possible on the European Cricket Network. So join me, Tina Goff and Phil G, back here in the commentary igloo here in Santarém, Portugal, for this next game, match 28 of 30 of this Challenger Series 2025. See you in about 10 minutes time.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground here for match 28 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Division 2025. And sorry for that delay. to the start of the game. Thank you for bearing with us. We are due to start now within just about 5 minutes time. As we learn that Brothers 11, they won the toss. They elected to bat. And, well, what a final 3 games we do have in store in this Challenger Series as we take a look at the 2 teams. Friendship CC, well, they're currently rooted to the bottom of the table. And maybe as a result of that, they've rung the changes. 5 changes for their side. Mizuraman, it looks like he will have the gloves. As for the Brothers 11, they suffered a heavy defeat this morning. And they will look to come back firing this afternoon. They haven't changed any of their lineup. And, well, they have, in fact, secured their place already in finals day. They are sitting at the top of the table with 23 points. Which means they will need just the single point to secure a top 2 spot. As for Friendship CC, well, mathematically it's looking very difficult for them, and the win predictor says it's looking difficult for them as well. 59% for the Brothers, 41% for the Friendship CC, and they at the moment bottom of the table with 12 points. Coimbra Knights are above them with 16 points, as are Team Tigers Portugal, also with 16. The problem, though, for Friendship CC is that TTP and Coimbra Knights are playing against each other in the next game, which means, well, they're going to take points off each other, so the very maximum that Friendship CC can achieve is 16 points with a big win here, an unexpected win probably against the Brothers. And, well, those 16 points won't be enough because one of TTP or Coimbra will exceed that 16-point barrier, meaning that this will be the final time we see Friendship CC take to the field. I'm sure they'll hope to finish their Challenger Series on a high. Can confirm that this, despite the delay, will still be a 10-over game. There will be penalty runs attributed to Friendship CC. So, having won the toss, decided to bat. Brothers 11 will start with a friendly 15. Friendship CC feeling maybe a bit too giving there, but that's where they find themselves. And finding himself in the commentary tent with me after what looked like a lovely lunch, and I'm raring to go and get myself some of that, is Phil G.
Hello there, Tina, and hello to everybody watching around the world. And yeah, let me just add my welcome to Tina's and say welcome into the Centrum Cricket Ground for this match, which unfortunately was a delayed start. But we're set to go now and have a look at the scorecard there. It does confirm indeed, look at the scoreline there, confirms exactly what Tina just said there. There will be penalty runs applied. So the Brothers get 15 penalty runs given to their score immediately. On the back of the late showing of Friendship CC, who are at the ground now, and they're on the field. Bowler wants to get going, but the penalty runs have been indicated by standing umpire. He's counting them out.
He's got to do it 15 times.
He has to count them out.
He's going to have a sore arm.
Oh, I hope he's got strength left in his arm to indicate a wide or a no ball if that happens. And here we go, finally. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Oh, can you believe it? Well, that is, I don't know how to begin to describe that. That is quite incredible. Tina, a wicket on the first ball after all this time. What a start for the Brothers, and what a start for Friendship CC.
We need to take a screen grab of that, because how often in any cricket match, anywhere in the world, is the score 15-1 after one delivery?
And there you have it. That is, yeah, you're absolutely right. That is an absolute classic. People watching from around the world, you should snip that and get that into your own personal social media account and say, well, I've just been watching European cricket where it was one delivery bowled and it was 15-1. Pardeep Nanglu goes first ball. And so he's waited all this time to get out there for the Brothers to open up the batting. And he's already gone back into the dugout. His afternoon with the bat is done. Incredible scenes. Have a ball in again. Just knocked around the corner here, and that's the first runs from the bat. So 16 for 1, 2 balls in.
How was your lunch, Phil? It looked great.
It was delissimo. That's the best way to describe it. It was delissimo. Well, the thing I do love about the catering here, I'll get to that in just a mo. No, I think even Paminda wants to hear my report. He backed away there thinking, hang on, Phil's on Food Talk. A lot of really good quality fresh salad and fresh greens that go with a really good, stable, well-cooked, beautifully cooked protein. We are being absolutely spoilt here at Santarem. Big thank you to the staff there who are looking after us. Thank you so much. It was a terrific lunch, and when you get your chance, you are going to absolutely love it.
Can't wait to tuck into that. And, well, it's Paminda Jeet who wants to tuck into this bowling of Mirzadin Habibul. That one's up in the air, and he has tucked into it. It's a few bounces. It rolls away for the first 4 of the game.
Yeah, good strike, that one. Gets onto it after a little bit of hesitation just before listening to my food chat, and he's put that one away for a boundary, first boundary of this game. This middle match here in the afternoon, match number 28, Friendship CC take on the Brothers, and we had a late start. So once again, thank you to everybody watching around the world for your patience. We finally got there though, and we hope you enjoyed the very thrilling, interesting start to the game with a wicket off the first ball after umpire Miguel Stoman took a little moment to indicate the 15 penalty runs. It was indeed, don't adjust your TV sets or your computers or your hearing. You're hearing correctly from myself and Tina. It was exactly that, 15 penalty runs for the late start. The tournament referee has dealt the punishment to Friendship CC for rocking up late, but the game's up and running now.
And I think it's good to see that we're still playing the full 10 overs, because we're really getting to the business end of the tournament. And as soon as you reduce a game, you don't have the bonus point in play. And when the bonus point could be so vital at both ends of the table, I think it was the right call to have the full length game here, allow both teams the chance, well, especially the Brothers as well, when they were not to blame for the delay, but that give them the chance to pick up 1 point, 3 points, or even 4 points.
Yeah, I totally agree. Real concern there that the game might be shortened. There was some talk. I did hear a few whispers, but no, all 10 overs will be played, and we will look to maybe try to make up some of the time, maybe during the innings break and during the match breaks as well throughout the afternoon. See if we can make sure we can get that all tucked away nicely, as that over is also tucked away nicely. 23 for 1, 1 over gone. Remember, 15 penalty runs have been applied before a ball was bowled, and that is the first over done. Tour of Portugal. It's smack bang in the centre of this tour, because we are at the final day of the group stage of the Challenger Division. The Premier Division starts on Saturday after finals tomorrow. Finals for Challenger Division tomorrow, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be on comms tomorrow for the finals, and then on again for the start of the Premier Division with you, Tina, and that is going to be a whole bunch of new 6 teams for 30 group games over the following 6 days.
The action never stops, and it'll be the exact same format as well. So the format we're used to from this week, and what a great format it has been as well, because, well, all 6 teams are going to be playing in these final 3 games. So everyone has played 9 games so far, and the table, there's a bit of a gap building up between the first and second place teams and the rest. But I mean, I know I'm jumping the gun here, but I can't wait for that next game. I mean, this is possibly as close as you could get to a dead rubber, but still points up for grabs. Whereas the next game, Coimbra Knights in 5th place, Team Tigers Portugal in 4th place, both of them on 16 points. Only 4th place can go through. What a game that will be.
Yeah, that literally is the game to see who's going to play in the finals. One of those teams will not play in finals tomorrow, and that is on a knife edge, that one. Could be a bit of feeling in that game. I would advise everybody to get comfortable, stay tuned. Do not adjust your TV set, laptop, tablet, phone, whatever you're watching it on. Please make sure you don't adjust anything. Stick around for that. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Need to get through this one first. Hoisted up in the air, couple of bounces across the cover boundary, 4 runs. Nice shot that. Score races up to 34 for 1 here in the second. And I'm pretty happy to see Parminderjeet get a chance at the top order as well. Although, did he come in straight after Nanglu lost his wicket? He did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But maybe that's not the worst thing, actually, for the brothers looking ahead to finals day tomorrow. We know Nanglu can do it with the bat, but maybe this is a bit of a free hit for the rest of the batters. See their iron before the big finals day tomorrow with you and Vinny in the tent.
That's a no cross-bat shot there. Pulls it around. Doesn't go all that square. And it doesn't quite have the legs to get to the boundary either. They're going to come through for 2. It does hit the stump on the way through. But the batter was well and truly home. Yeah, this is a good chance then for the top order maybe to maybe try a few different things. Maybe they don't feel so much pressure in this match. There's not a lot hinging on it. I mean, it's all positive for them, really, if they can try to get some extra points here, because they're not in danger of being knocked out of finals contention, the brothers. So there's a good chance here for them to put together a good game in preparation for tomorrow. It's a very proper stand tall defensive mood that's Mendy Singh just saying I'll have none of that, and happy to just push the ball back. Mia though with a good delivery gets shown a bit of respect from the flat bat.
Mia's maybe been one of the standout performers for Friendship CC. There hasn't been too many, and that's why they are bottom of the table, but
yeah,
he's been quite a consistent performer with both bat and ball. He hit that big 73 off just 20 deliveries when they beat the Coimbra Knights by 10 wickets. That must feel a long way away now. Since then, they've lost 3 games on the spin. The only thing really that's kept them in contention at all were those bonus points that they picked up, but it's not going to be enough to see them through to finals day tomorrow.
That match where he got the, what was it, 72 or 73 was it?
Yeah, 73 off 20 deliveries.
73 off 20 out of 87 runs, I believe. He absolutely commanded that run chase, didn't he? That was a cracker. Tuesday morning. You're right, does seem like an eon ago. So many matches ago. When you're doing 5 matches a day, time just has a way of going ever so much quicker. It's like landing on a planet that's orbiting a black hole.
Well, we do have only the 4 games tomorrow, but they're going to be 4 tasty games, aren't they? And this is why we keep on talking about the standings as well, because those who get into 3rd and 4th place, they'll have to come back bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 AM, to play in that qualifier. Well, we've been talking about it, we've been bigging it up, and that's exactly why. Look at those standings. All of the teams have played 9 games. They're all going to feature in these final 3 games, and you can barely separate between 3rd and 5th. 2 of those teams will go happy, and well, that's a happy 6 for Mandeep Singh. See that one on replay. It hit the rope and accelerated.
It did, didn't it? It didn't just plod. Gave the field a little bit further to run to chase that one. This has come down right on the other side of the rope, and it's absolutely gone like a shot. Watch this. Ping-ow! Ricochet right across the ground. That has gone a long way. And poor old fielder there has to run an extra 30 yards to find it. Brothers looking pretty comfortable out there in the centre here in the 3rd over. The power play up now to 45 with the help of those 15 penalty runs at the top of the innings. Still 4 balls to come in the 3rd, but putting together a pretty good innings so far. Wow, I say that, and then he's bowled around his legs. How about that one? Parminder just gets too far across, exposes leg stump, and Habibul says, I'll have your wicket, thank you very much, picks up his 2nd.
A bit of a cheeky delivery there. It kind of just sneaks past the back legs of Parminderjeet, who, well, we can see this one on replay. It's the left arm around angle, and he just angles it into the very top of that leg stump. Big celebration there from Habibul. He, as well as Mia, has probably been one of the consistent performers for Friendship CC. He picked up a 4-for earlier, game 13, against this very side, and well, he's a quarter of the way there now.
Okay, it's
well, half the way there. He's picked up 2 wickets, hasn't he?
He's got 2 wickets, yes. So he's definitely halfway there. Can potentially improve on that with the next 3 balls that he's got as well. Let's see how he does here. New batter in. It is George. And George almost gets a delicate touch through to the keeper. Almost. And George played a lovely cameo innings in the first match this morning. Hit, I think it was 31 off only a handful of deliveries. And I think brothers might want a little bit more out of him now. We're still inside the power play, 2 wickets down. I'd like to see George maybe stick around for a bit, get a score on the board. That's been hoisted in the air, but then it's a couple of bounces along to the man, the boundary rider, square of the wicket at point on the offside. And just a reminder, we talk about the penalty runs in case you've just joined us late. You're wondering about the scorecard and why we're talking about penalty runs. Friendship CC turned up to the ground quite late. Their full complement of players got together quite late, and they had 3 sets of 5 penalty runs applied to them before a ball was bowled. Those penalty runs given to the brothers total. And that ends the power play. 3 overs gone, 46 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. So just so you know, that's what we're talking about with regards to penalty runs. I saw a few questions in the chat about that. That's why.
Yeah, and to add to that as well, the reason that we've still got the full complement of 10 overs is that, well, when you get to this stage of the tournament, you don't want to have reduced overs games. You don't want to take that bonus point out of the equation, which is the case with any reduced overs game. So I think the right call by the match officials there. Brothers, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table, but they want to gather as many points as they can. And, well, Friendship CC, they've suffered the punishment of those 15 runs. And as far as the brothers are concerned, they want to punish them further here. George, as you said, little cameo this morning. Can he go big in this game?
Muhammad Ali comes on the bowl. Bowls are wide. Again, just a little loosener from the new bowler coming on. I think between you and I, 10, we've probably called a loose delivery with a wide for the first ball probably about 732 times. Not keeping count, but it's probably around that number. And it will definitely increase. Just remember, these are the players here. It's another wide ball again. The players here, they are amateur. They have lives outside of the cricket ground. Obviously need to be looked after. A lot of things going on in their world. So they can be forgiven for bowling the occasional wide here and there. Also, some players coming out of a fairly longish winter as well. It's only the end of March. The weather is getting better. It's going to be a long old summer ahead of them as well. And that is going to be 5 wides, indicated there by umpire Crute. And that is a minimo to add to the score. And any way you cut it, these extras are building. Even with, we could even take away those 15 penalty runs at the top in terms of how many extras have been scored already, but we've seen a number of wides. And Ali here just, well, maybe someone needs to switch off the radar and back on again because he needs a reset. 53 on the board, 50 up with that, 53 for 2. Oh, that's a score from the power play, sorry. Scoreboard, you're getting a little bit behind me there. We'll give you a fresh score in just a mo, I'm sure. Have a look at this shot again. Lovely crunch, that one. Look at this, couple of bounces into that part of the ground that we've been talking about for the last couple of days, where we feel most of the runs have been scored in that part of the ground over the last couple of days.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali not exactly landing any punches here on the brothers' batters. At the moment, he's not really landing it on the pitch.
That's what I thought. Actually, I really thought that was the first you were going to say, not landing it on the pitch, but you're right. He's just getting a little bit of rev-up chat there by his skipper, I think. Just coming over and saying, look, take your time. You don't have to bowl the cover off the ball. As a doesman, trying to do the right thing by his players, giving them a little bit of advice.
That's a better ball.
There you go. So whatever Mohammad Asad said to his bowler, it worked. See if we can replicate that one more time, at least.
He actually got a nice bit of wobble on that one. Kind of tailed in and then hit the seam, went away.
It did, didn't it? 58 for 2 on the board. He's gone for 12 already. A number of wides in that. Just been chopped down, very square. It's going to run away. Fielder cannot overhaul that, and that is another boundary in the over. And this score is getting scary indeed for Friendship CC. Very scary.
Well, it'd be a difficult total to chase if you're a team in form, and, well, Friendship CC, you could say they're the very opposite of that. Just the 2 wins in their 9 games so far. They did have that first game abandoned due to the weather against Coimbra Knights.
Seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Well, it's not quite the wall-to-wall sunshine we promised at the start. There's a few fluffy clouds around, but definitely no complaints here.
Yeah.
Complaints here from Muhammad Ali as He says something to umpire Crute, but whichever way you cut it, that's another wide ball. The fifth of the over.
It's carved out nicely towards the boundary rider. Keeps the ball in front of himself there. Good work there to make sure it doesn't get through. And can't keep it down to any less than 2, though. I said before that the score's getting a bit scary for Friendship CC. I'll just check myself there and say, well, maybe not as scary as what they saw last night when they got absolutely carved up by Lisbon Supergiants. Well, specifically 2 players, Jiwon Giri and Ashok Kumar Banga, who put 183 for loss of no wickets. And he's been yorked, can you believe, out of nowhere. Muhammad Ali with a knockout blow. How about that? Did not see that one coming. Wides, minimos, 4s, and he's bowled a ripper yorker to dismiss the batter out of nowhere.
I don't think George saw that coming either. He just leans on his bat saying, where on earth did that come from? It's a beautiful ball. Textbook yorker. And, well, finally Ali finds his radar. It's taken him quite a few deliveries to get there, but, I mean, it's worth waiting for, wasn't it?
It really was. That was a very good delivery. You're absolutely right, Tina. Enjoyed that. Bit of a spectacle. And, well, has he got a few other tricks up his sleeve? Interesting. Having said that, he might bowl a wide, but this is, that's a good return. Although it's been an expensive over. He has picked himself up a wicket. He's gone for 19. Let's see if he can keep it under 20. No, he cannot. That's been swung away towards deep mid wicket. Ooh, a little awkward bounce there into the, I'd say the upper chest area, upper torso area of the player. And just the 1 run. So 20 off the over. It does indeed go magical. 1 wicket picked up with that terrific yorker. 66 to 3 after 4.
Bit of everything in that over. We had a 1, a 2. We didn't quite have a 3, otherwise we would have had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we had a wicket as well as 5 wides. So, well, a bit of a pick and mix of an over there from Muhammad Ali. But I think that is actually the first time we've seen him in this tournament. Friendship CC, they brought in 5 new players in comparison to their previous game. So they can be forgiven for being a bit rusty as they go into this final game of their group stage. It is going to be the last time we see Friendship CC, as whatever happens, they won't be making it to finals day. They can draw level with the Coimbra Knights and Team Tigers Portugal on 16 points, but because one of those teams is going to pick up points in the next game, it won't be enough to see them again tomorrow.
Yep, that's right. Just collected off the toes there and just punched that to the leg side for a single. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So sadly for Friendship CC, after this game, we will bid them a farewell until next time. Be good to see them put up a real fight here, though. You know, they're on a hiding to nothing, literally nothing to lose now from this point onwards. Last night was a case of, well, if they had maybe scored a point, or I dare say it, even a win. But when you allow a team to get 183 on the board for loss of no wickets in the first innings, it's pretty hard in a T10 match to come back and say, we can win this, fellas. Come on, we just pull together, we can do this. And they were unable to get, well, they're unable to get close, but they've still got a good score, 115 for 3 after the 10 from that game last night. So I hope to see them really fight hard through this game. And you never know, might pull off an amazing upset here against the Brothers.
Brothers already tasted defeat this morning, didn't they? In that loss game 26. Where they went down to the Team Tigers, which has in fact made it super interesting in the table. But the Brothers, they won't want to go into finals day on the back of back-to-back losses. So any momentum they can take out of this game will be priceless.
You're absolutely right. That will be really key for them. So, yeah, two losses the day before finals day would not be what the doctor ordered. Just been hit out to deep mid-wicket there for just the 1 run. So, yeah, I think the Brothers would definitely want to make sure they get this win in the bag. You'd think on the face of things, just the way it's all sort of played out, and the fact that the Friendship CC have got a side which is maybe a little bit unfamiliar as well to each other, because I think there was 5 new ins. Yeah, it just breaks up the fluidity, doesn't it, of a team when they have to sort of group together, a little bit unsure about each other, that sort of thing. So a lot to do there. One more to come in this, the 5th. Verinder Singh is out there with Mandeep Singh, and between the two of them, you'd think that they should power up into the hundreds in the next couple of overs. Score potentially up to the 130s.
Yeah, this has been a good over from Mustafa Rahman so far. He almost ruins it there with a 4, but still, even after that, only the 8 runs coming off that over at the halfway stage. The Brothers 74 for 3 as you join us in the commentary box at the halfway stage, and it's the G team who are coming to you live from the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. And I know this game isn't probably the most thrilling of games in terms of positioning in the table, but the final 2 games today promise to be absolute thrillers, don't they?
Absolute bangers. The next one especially, oh boy, that's the one that we're all sort of like coming to the tent and just going, we can't wait for that one. That's going to be huge. But the last game as well, that's going to be really, really big too. So you're absolutely right, Tina. This one, well, you know, like I said, Friendship CC, put up a fight. You never know what can happen. Might get a sneaker win here. Well, we're striking like that though from the brothers. Absolutely crunched that into the dugout for a big Maximo. What a good strike that was. Mandeep Singh just leaning back into that one and saying, good night, I'll take that one to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely swing of the bat there, wasn't it? He almost teed off from the first hole there, and a big old golf swing all the way for 6.
Yeah, it was like an illustration of the difference between hitting through the ball as opposed to the agricultural swipe towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks so much better, way better. Gets a single as well down to third man, gives Verinder Singh a chance to annoy the scorers with a couple of boundaries here if he's lucky. Anik is the bowler. He's gone for 7 from his first 2, 81 for 3. Just a reminder that the brothers won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, there's been a few sparks of inspiration in this fielding bowling innings so far. It's been a bit all over the place in terms of extras. We've already had, well, I suppose we have 34 of them. 15 of those were the penalty runs, so it doesn't quite paint the picture, but still we've had 18 wides. So 34 of the runs so far coming in extras. But when the ball's been on the spot, it's actually been pretty decent, as with that Muhammad Ali delivery that got rid of George.
Yeah.
It's just the rest. I mean, Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman.
That's a little bit too, that's too convenient. Oh, I can't wait to see George after the game, and I'm going to say you're going to be now known as the Foreman because of what just happened then. He may not have that explained to him.
Oh, George Foreman, he only passed away a week or 2 ago, didn't he?
He did, sadly, yes. We did lose him not too long ago.
Almost a lost grizzly there, just over the boundary, but he managed to haul it back. Yeah, Muhammad Ali versus George. You've seen that a lot in the boxing world. We've now seen it in the ECN world as well, as we have a little juggle there.
There you go, yeah. Muhammad Tahin out there. Not the first time I've seen him juggle one on that boundary out there. Needs to be careful. He's going to be placing out there, but the cut shot, and that's going to run away. That's well placed. Really, really good placement there. So Mandeep Singh getting on here. He races now up to 27. Score is 87 for 3. Mandeep Singh's only faced 16 balls, so he's doing his bit for the brothers. Getting some much needed batting practice. He's I feel like he's short of a really good, solid innings end to end at the moment.
Yep.
I kind of think we've seen cameos, we've seen a couple of 20s and a few teen shots, teen inningses from him. But this, if he can power himself up to a 50 and keep going, that will put the brothers in a really good place going into finals Friday.
Absolutely. He went 32 off 14, but that was all the way back in game 9, and since then he hasn't really shot himself up to the top of the batting rankings. Similarly, actually, to Verinder Singh at the other end, he got a 28 off 13, but I suppose it's also because the brothers have been firing at the top of the order.
Yep.
It hasn't given the middle order too much chance to shine, and that's exactly what they want to do here, especially leading into finals day tomorrow. And, well, that's a shining shot there from Mandeep Singh. A little minimo there, getting him into the 30s, 31 off just 17 deliveries.
That was a really good shot. That smashed on, I think it was a bit of a slightly back foot, stood up straight, elevates over the infield, placed it perfectly, and he does get 4 runs to his total, just to keep things motoring along nicely for the brothers, who look to me like they're in complete control here against an undermanned Friendship CC. Despite that Friendship CC have taken 3 wickets, it is 92 for 3 after 6. You see there, Pardit and Angle, he misses out with the first bowler. Paminda Jeet also, he goes for 6 from 5. George got knocked out by Muhammad Ali, 11 from 7. But these two putting a good partnership together now. Up and away, and then it lands halfway to the boundary line, and then it rolls across the boundary line. And the duty is being handled there by our ball retriever, our volunteer out there, as the boundary rider sort of lost interest when he realised that he'd gone over the line, didn't bother to retrieve it. But there you go, that's what our volunteer boundary riders are doing. Good work.
Yeah, partnership up to 31. So it's
Wow.
simmering along nicely, as is hopefully my lunch as I get there sooner rather than later.
You will enjoy it. Oh!
Window Singh's not enjoying that one.
I mean, he's running off. He's had enough. Well, that's one of the fastest express I'm out of here moments. Maybe he's got the kettle on somewhere because he has just been clean bowled.
You better not be stealing my lunch.
He's heard lunch. He's going straight for he's going straight into the clubhouse. He's got Tina's lunch. Yeah, I'll take Tina's lunch. Verinder Singh loses his wicket and just goes, and I'm out of here. He just turned a road runner and just started absolutely head down, bolting towards the dugout. He must have the kettle on somewhere. That's amazing. Oh well, another wicket falls. Where's he gone?
If he's anywhere near my lunch, there will be extreme words to be had.
I wouldn't never get between a hungry commentator and their lunch. That is problematic for anybody. Rahman gets the breakthrough here in the 7th.
It's Harsh Kumar in an unfamiliar position. We usually see him right at the top of the rankings. He's coming in here at 6, but this is exactly what we said the brothers might want to do in this game. Just experiment a bit, bat people into form. We know Harsh Kumar can hit a long ball. It's the other batters, such as Mandeep Singh, who will be using this as almost batting practice for the finals tomorrow. Yeah,
I think it's a good idea by the brothers too. But yeah, you're right, Harsh Kumar comes in. Probably not expected to come in a bat. He thought against this undermanned Friendship side, maybe he won't be needed. And there you go, he is needed. So Mandeep Singh is up to 32 from 18. He's playing a good innings. And like I said, I'd like to see him try to pick up a half century here. Not barracking or supporting for any team here. I just think that would do him a lot of good, and it would do the brothers a lot of confidence going into tomorrow's Friday. For Friendship, well, if they could get a few more wickets, like that, exactly like that.
It's an on-demand side, and it's on-demand wickets at the moment.
Well, there you go. Rahman gets another wicket in his over. It's now 98 for 5, and we're still in the 7th. One more to come. And he does pick up another wicket indeed. Well, ask and they shall receive. I said that a few times. And, yep, just gets his leg stick knocked back. And that's all she wrote. And Harsh Kumar, he's going to feel harshly done by, but he's done. That's it. You're done for this innings.
Nice little twofer picked up from Mustafiz Rahman as well. He's still got one ball to come.
Yep.
2 for 14 so far off his 11 deliveries. And, well, given that Brothers 11 started this game top of the table and will certainly finish the day in, well, first or second place unless the Lisbon Supergiants can pull off a huge win in that final game against the Werewolves, who are, of course, occupying second place at the moment. We didn't expect the brothers to be quite so troubled by this Friendship side, which not only turned up just before the game, well, actually after the game should have started, but they've been bowling quite well here.
They have indeed. I mean, obviously there's been a few extras, don't get me wrong, but some of the bowling has actually been really good. And the brothers 5 down in 7 overs, 99 on the board, so the score is ticking along really nicely, but they've lost 5 wickets. Look ahead to the calendar 2025. We are going all over the length and breadth of the European continent here, as far north as Estonia and
Sweden.
Malmo, Sweden, and well, we're going everywhere. That's the bottom line. Absolutely everywhere.
How's your geography? What's the furthest west? I guess we must be the furthest west here now.
The furthest west of mainland Europe is Portugal.
Yeah, and here we are.
That's the tip of Portugal. That's the furthest west. I actually know that. I had it in a quiz a couple of nights ago. Funny enough.
Yeah, good quiz question, isn't it?
Yeah. The question is simply, which country is the furthest point westerly, furthest point easterly, south and north, that sort of thing. So we're going everywhere. That's the bottom line from that graphic, which has now disappeared. A lot of cricket coming your way. It's a massive summer coming up on the European Cricket Network. And 99 on the board, and that should be the 100.
Yeah, it will be.
And it is indeed. So the brothers get up to 100. And just a reminder, they won the toss, selected to bat first. Didn't start auspiciously for Friendship CC with these penalty runs, unfortunately for them. But we are now in the 8th. It's 100 for 5 on the board. The brothers going nicely. Maybe not as fluid as we thought they would be, but there you go. Them's the breaks.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a break to this innings, hasn't it? Because Looked like they're on for a big score. 15 on the board before they even had to lift a finger.
Yep.
They were 65 towards the end of the fourth, but it's not exactly ground to a halt, but maybe thanks to a bit of good bowling as well. Mustafizzur Rahman, he got 2 for 15, and Mirza Noman, he's come in and only given away 2 runs so far off his first 3 deliveries, and that was a snorter, wasn't it?
Now, Mirza Noman, I know this man. He played in the what do you call it, the night series. I had a bit of a brain fade there. He played in the night series and was pretty impressive with the ball, I got to say. So this is a good inclusion for Friendship CC to have Mirza Noman available to come and bowl a couple of overs. I don't remember him electrifying us with the bat, but I remember his bowling was actually pretty express and pretty surprising. Inventive bowler.
Yes.
You know, really thought about the next delivery.
Yes man instead of no man at the moment. He's put in a great over so far. 2 balls left.
Oh, chance here. This has gone up in the air. Does keeper want it? No man wants it. Oh, I thought there was going to be a massive collision there. Keeper was aware that he was running in. I don't think Noman had any idea he was going to absolutely go straight through his keeper.
That was a filthy look from Mizuraman, who, well, to be fair to him, he's the man with those whopping great gloves on. Leave it to him. He looks, takes it, and he says, "What are you doing, mate? I've got it sorted," but smiles all around. I think smiles because neither of them have ended up in the hospital. That's
probably what it is. And they get rid of Mandip Singh, who was just sort of slowed up a little bit in the last couple of deliveries, got a few dot balls under his belt. But you're absolutely right. A bit of a look there from keeper as he says, "You see these big, massive things in my hand? If I call, that's my name. And I've got the gloves, you stand out of the way." And of course, Norman's just give him a nod. Skipper walks over and maybe just gives an encouraging word to him and said, "Look, good wicket. If it's a caught and bowled, but it's close to the keeper, let the keeper have it." How about that? 101 for 6. A breakthrough there. Wow, that's been swatted for a Maximo straight towards just to the side of the dugout there. So, well, what was already shaping up to be a sensational over there has now just blown it ever so slightly. He goes 1 for 8 off that over, does Naman.
Yeah, a bit of a figures breaker there as well. He'd still probably take 1 for 8 off the over. Could have been 1 for 2 before that big Maximo off the bat of Amarjit Singh, who's come straight to the crease and said hello. 6 off his first delivery, and well, look at that worm. It's probably a few too many wickets to fall for the brothers. They won't want to see too many more falling in, well, today's game or in the finals day tomorrow. For Friendship CC, though, it's been quite a spirited performance, and they'll want to finish here strong enough. I mean, 127 is the expected score. You'd think that's maybe already a touch too many for Friendship CC, but they've got new players into the lineup. Maybe they've got a few gun batters among them. Who knows?
That could be absolutely true. I mean, some of their inclusions have actually stood up a little bit here. I mean, we had Muhammad Ali, who, okay, he bowled wides, but that Yorker was probably the delivery of the match so far, even maybe of the morning and the afternoon sessions so far. Terrific Yorker. Noman bowled pretty well in that over as well. So if they may have some good hitters to come out, they can do something like this. And that's another Maximo been hit away there, swung really hard there by the skipper, Amarjit Singh. So he's gone for a couple of 6s.
2 for 2 for Singh.
Nice. Very nice indeed. Just adding to the total here at the end with a couple of big hits. But yeah, I just wonder in the brothers' camp whether they would look at this a bit closer, look at the metrics and say, well, did we do everything we should have done against this side? I think for now you'd have to say the answer is probably no. Goes it again. Ooh. Almost a terrific catch there. Had to extend one arm to try to get that one. Could be a run-out chance. Not quite. Well, gave every opportunity to take this one. Look how close this came. Yeah. I think this actually hit the hand or hit the forearm possibly.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones where you stick your hand out and you hope that it just sticks to you like glue. And yeah, you definitely got a deflection on that. Otherwise, it would have raced away for the boundary, but good effort nonetheless.
Really good effort, that. Amarjit Singh just swinging for the rafters here towards the end of the innings. And he's missed that one.
We shouldn't underestimate Friendship CC. Obviously, there's new players coming in, so it remains to be seen how they perform, but they've still got some performers in their lineup. Raju Mia, we know how hard he can hit a ball. They've got Mohammed Alamin as well. He scored 43 in just 13 deliveries, all the way back in match 13.
Yep, good shout
against
that.
this very lineup, so
yes,
you never know.
So, Yep, where there's smoke, there may be a little bit of a fire there. You're absolutely right. I forgot about Halamir because he did make a really good score against the Brothers. So, Brothers, they haven't got this game sewn up, not in any way, shape or form thus far. 116 for 6. I feel that run rate's really come down a bit. I don't think that 130 is really on the cards, but you never know. Dances down the wicket and goes to the big hoik and misses lock, stock, the lot. So one more to come in the 9th, and then we go to the final over of this innings.
It's Kotra Singh currently at the non-striker's end, who's watching his captain do a bit of a dance, somewhat unsuccessfully. We haven't seen too much of Kotra Singh either with the bat, and it'll be interesting to see if he can, if he gets on strike for the final over.
That's true.
If he can contribute. It looks like there should be 1 ball left by our calculations.
Is that what they're...
But maybe they're just double checking.
Yeah, I wonder what's happening there, because they were sort of coming together, having a bit of a chat. Maybe they're just making sure that there were 6 balls bowled there. Yeah, from what we can see in front of us, we think there may be 1 more to come. But I think that the umpires are just getting confirmation from our officials that that is indeed the situation. We see the score as 116 for 6. We think there might be 1 more to come. Not too sure. Update you in just a moment. The win predictor has got everything well and truly in the favour of the Brothers. 77% chance to 23%. And we'll see how that pans out. Interesting note. 8 minutes on the clock. That's interesting, isn't it? So 8 minutes and 4 seconds still on the clock. That tells me that this they've bowled really quickly here in the overs. That seems a little maybe there's something's not quite right there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe there's just a few gremlins in the system. It surprised me if they've bowled that quickly, because they've bowled 21 wide. So there was a few 5s in there, but they've probably already bowled about 11 overs.
I think so too.
So, well, as we just have a break in proceedings now, maybe we can have a look forward to the next game, Coimbra Knights against Team Tigers Portugal. It's hard to overstate how big a game that is. Both teams locked on 16 points. It's the final game for both of those sides at all, and only one of them, as we now know, with Friendship CC already out, only one of Team Tigers Portugal and Coimbra Knights can go through to the final. So it's almost like a quarter final.
It's a knockout, isn't it? It's a knockout quarter final. That's a really good call. So it looks like we're starting the 10th. So we've caught up now.
Yeah, Raju Mia's going to bowl it. Coming back, I mean, I know it's not much. Raju Mia's already bowled out. It looks like it's Mirza Noman, who deserves the second over after he went 1 for 8 off his first. That 6 of those 8 came off the last delivery.
Exactly, yeah. Off a short run here, a little bit of a stutter as he comes in. Hits the stumps, gets another wicket. That is really good bowling. I'll just mention, just walking in, literally stuttering in with a walk on a very short run up, and it's all in just that arm movement at the end there, and he's hit the base of the stumps. Good delivery that. Bails go flying. And I think Amir Jeet at the non-striker's end just waves his hand and says, we just needed to get a few more runs. That's all we needed. It was full. It was pretty much Yorker length and just completely missed. So, Gotcha Singh, that's probably why I haven't seen too much of him, because he's just come and gone. 3 from 6 deliveries faced.
Yeah, not too much to trouble the scorers there. And just to confirm that the final 3 balls of the 9th over went for 3 dots. So Raju Mia, he just went off for 9 off that 9th over.
Wow. So Friendship CC having a little bit of a turnaround of fortune here. Oh, that's a no ball. That is immediately apologises to umpire. Not meant to apologise to the umpire first, then he apologised to the batter. Realises that came out of the hand quite badly. A bit of a beam of that, and no ball immediately indicated by both standing umpire and square leg umpire.
Whoa, there we go. Oh, it's a free hit, isn't it?
It's a free hit.
See, my free hit amnesia immediately kicked in. And it's buys, isn't it? Because it's gone off the stumps and all the way to the boundary.
Yes, it's all happening. Oh, yeah. So Norman's thinking, well, I hit the pegs, but that previous ball was indeed a beamer. So it was a free hit. That doesn't count as a wicket, of course. And it's gone all the way for 4 buys. Hand on the head. He's thinking what could have been. Never mind that. Think about what it was. 121 for 7.
I suppose there's some solace to Mirza Noman. It won't go against his figures.
True.
The keeper thinking, well, you could have bowled at the stumps when the ball was live, but there you go.
Yeah.
These things happen.
Keeper pro feeling it a bit there. That's lofted up in the air. That's gone very straight, and it's gone very long for a Maximo. It's just down
I
there.
completely lost sight of that one. I was bracing for impact, Phil.
Oh no, I was watching the fielder just in front of us here, Muhammad Ali, who turned immediately to his right, and he was motioning sort of in that direction, so I knew that we were okay. It looked like a straight hit. Last ball, no, not last ball, second last ball, up in there. That's coming more in our direction.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It would have been a full sprint to get to that one.
I don't think you would have got that one.
No.
Well, it's coming closer.
It is.
We've gone from a straight hit. It's got about sort of 5 or 6 meters closer to us. This next one.
I'm moving the chair out of the way, just
All right.
in preparedness.
Prep yourself. As you throw the headphones, I'm going to get ready to catch the headphones as you throw them off. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. 133 for 7 is the score.
Oi.
Oh, it's been nicked and gone, and the keeper has been wrong-footed, and it's gone for 4. Nothing behind that. So Noman, who bowled a terrific first over, gets a little bit of treatment in his second over, and he doesn't get a wicket either, so that's unfortunate for him. Oh, so he does get a wicket, doesn't he? Because he got picked up one earlier. He missed out on the free hit where he bowled the batter. Now there's a bit of a chat here, an explanation maybe of some type, but we think the over is done. It is indeed done, and the innings is done. Any way you cut it, that is it. The brothers walk off with a score on the board. I think it ended up being 137 is the score, 137 for 7. So they march off, and that's a pretty good effort. Same score that we saw the Werewolves get in the previous match. They also scored 137, so this seems to be a magical number. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. And, well, it was a bit of a delayed start we had here, which meant that the brothers had 15 runs before they even lifted a finger. And, well, the first finger that was raised was from the umpire as Pardeep Nangdu. He had to depart for a golden derrick. Paminderjeet, he didn't stick around for too much longer as Murzlin Habibul, he picked up a twofer at the top of the order.
Yeah, it started us off in style first with, as you say, Nanglu's wicket, and then the next wicket. There you go. Top of off stump rock back. He gives us the rock star pose and says, yes, that's me, that's what I've done. And then, well, a funny few little overs then proceeded after that one. Keeper didn't have a particularly great day behind the stumps. He did take a catch. We'll see that a bit later on, how he and Noman almost collided. Good shots around the ground, and the brothers kept things going. But, you know, that's the surprise Yorker. That was Muhammad Ali's knockout punch to George. Sends the stumps flying. Just that delivery out of nowhere. Having bowled a mini-mo and wide, and bang, he hits a beautiful Yorker.
Yeah, we had a bit of everything in this game, didn't we? And there certainly was a lot of extras. So when they weren't bowling off the pitch, they were bowling firmly at those stumps. That was the end of Verinder Singh. Mustafizur Rahman, he picked up 2 wickets and a catch, so he was well in it. And Mirza Noman, he clean bowled Gotra Singh. Harsh Kumar also clean bowled. So there was some signs of life there for Friendship CC, despite them scratching together a team, 5 new players coming in. They showed that they are handy with the Grizzly in hand, but there were some big lusty blows as well from the captain Amarjeet Singh, who actually ended up finishing not out, 14 runs, 12 of which came in Maximos. And there was still time for another wicket. That was Gotra Singh. He was clean bowled. Well, there was almost a catch taken about 10 metres outside the boundary. It was Rahul Bhardwaj who came in at the end. He contributed 16, of which, well, every single one was a boundary. So at the end, despite that delayed start, and thank you again for joining us and staying with us for that, the brothers finish on 137 runs. They lost 7 wickets in the end as we take a look at the batting card. And Pardeep Nanglu, he's been the main man for the brothers 11 throughout this series so far. He couldn't contribute in this game, but I'm sure he'll want to come back firing tomorrow. Mandeep Singh, he top scored, if you discount extras, with 32 off 21, but look at that, 42 extras. Even if you take away those penalty runs, 21 wides. That's far too many, and probably why Friendship CC find themselves at the bottom of the table. But still some glimmers of hope. Murzlin Habibul, he's been a good performer throughout the week for his side. He picks up a well-deserved 2 wickets for 16 runs. And Mustafizur Rahman, he also picks up 2 for 15. And Mirza Noman, he bowled a very nice over towards the end, going for just 8 runs in his 8th. And, well, it was ruined a bit at the end by the 6-6-4, the flourish to finish the 10th over. So, well, things never always go the way you think here on the European Cricket Network. This looks like it's maybe set up for a Brothers 11 win as they want to stake their claim at the top of the challenger table. Friendship CC, well, for them, it's all about pride. It's all about rescuing points and seeing how far they can climb in that points tally. But whatever happens, it won't be enough to see them through to finals day. But it still promises to be an intriguing chase here in match 28. The chase is coming to you from here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. It's Tina Goff in the booth, joined by Phil G, and you just have a few minutes time before the run chase is on. So join us back in 1 or 2, maybe 5 minutes, where we will bring you the Friendship CC run chase. They need 138 runs to win. See you in a few here on the European Cricket Network.
Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the continuation of match 28, Friendship CC against the Brothers 11. Well, everybody's out there in the centre, and we're going to resume any moment now. Going to have a look at the bonus point equation in just a moment as the field gets set, and we're going to see what happens here as the score has been put on the board. 137 is on the board from the Brothers. So Friendship CC with a mountain to climb here, after our Brothers scored pretty well during that. Lost wickets along the way as well, but the Brothers put on a pretty good score with the help of 15 penalty runs right at the very start, all due to the fact that Friendship CC turned up quite late to the game. It's still a 10-over game. We're going to make up for the time just during the innings breaks and the match breaks. As you see there, we had a very short innings break, only about 3 minutes long, and we're almost set to go to resume this run chase. Let's see how they go. a lot to do for Friendship CC. Sadly for Friendship Cricket Club, they're probably, well, they're out of contention to play finals tomorrow. For the Brothers 11, they will be in action on Friday. Tomorrow, finals Friday. It just remains to be seen whereabouts they will fit into the finals equation, and towards the end of the day we'll obviously get to that, and we will confirm all that for you before we sign off tonight. We will know exactly who's playing tomorrow, and we should know where they're playing as well. So stick with us here on the European Cricket Network. Hope to give that to you. The run chase starts now, and it doesn't start with 15 penalty runs. It starts with just a single pushed out by Rahul Mia, just off there to the side there. Sorry, Raju Mia. Rahul Mia, that's someone else from a different team. But Raju Mia gets off the mark with a single, gets Rahman on strike. Bhardwaj is the man who's opening the bowling. That's Rahul Bhardwaj. Ever reliable opening the bowling for the Brothers 11s. Had a pretty good tournament, got a lot of runs as well. So need to get into some wickets here. Friendship CC, they need to get some batting practice in, really. They would really relish the chance to score some surprise runs. That's gone up in the air and into the very, very safe hands out there in the outfield. On the point boundary, didn't have to move a muscle. Gurlal Singh eats that one up, and it's a wicket on the second ball. So Friendship CC, not the start they would have wanted. Way, way high up in the air. That's Rahman, he gives up his wicket, trying to go for a maximo of the second ball, and that's just a good delivery. Cramped a little bit more, didn't really get too much, well, he got under it, but he just didn't get enough behind it to get over the boundary line. And that is a wicket gone in the first over. It is 1 for 1. Just shout out to everyone in the chat. Hello, thank you for joining us. And thank you for your patience and your understanding during the first innings. Yes, we started a few minutes late, but we thank you for your patience. Shout out to people in the chat. Hello, thanks for joining us. I saw Conrad Greenshields in the chat too. Hello there, Conrad. Hope you're well. Looking forward to seeing you here for the Premier Division, which kicks off on Saturday. Tina and Vinny will start proceedings on Saturday. Vinny obviously flying in sometime tonight, and he'll be with me tomorrow for finals Friday. Then himself and Tina will take over the commentary. Igloo for Saturday, Premier Division, all teams playing on Saturday, and then I'll be back on Sunday, and I'm here through the duration of the group stages, all the way through to the following Thursday. So Conrad, I look forward to seeing you, having a catch up, having a chat. And I was with all the players who may be watching right now. I'm looking forward to catching up with you all from all the various teams from around Portugal who are flying in and coming in down to Santarém for that tournament. That's nicely cut out. It does go directly to the player who's down there at a wide third man. So very quickly, just want to rattle off a couple of teams there. Punjab CC Amadora, the Gorka 11, Awaresh, Marlow, Lisbon Capitals, and of course the Gamblers SC. They're the 6 teams who are going to feature in the Premier Division, starting on Saturday, this Saturday after Finals Friday, which is tomorrow. Looking forward to that. If there's any other players who are playing in those groups in the chat, if you're lurking, just pop your hand up and say hello. Conrad's just done that. Why don't you do the same? Just let us know, and also just let us know maybe an insight, just how things are going and how much you're looking forward coming down to Santarém. The weather's going to be terrific, really, really good. Can't wait for that. In the meantime, though, it is match 28 hanging in the balance here. The first over is gone, and it's been 12 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, the Golden Ball counts now into double digits, and that's something that Christina and I, we've already had a bit of a meeting about that one, and we've already had a bit of a decision that between us two and of course Vinny, who's the third commentator here in this Portugal Challenger series, that we need to get ourselves a Golden Ball. We've decided, it was a unanimous vote, and yeah, we've decided we need a Golden Ball before this series is over. So we'll see what we can do there for you. We've already had one, and wasn't that electrifying? I still get a few shivers up my spine for that one. So all those hashtags, all of the work done by people like Dave B in the chat, John Gray, James Stewart, Helix in the chat, Kroom, Christopher Ward, everyone, Chris Smith, Johnny He, Golam, Tomas Martinez, Paul Kempen. I'm going to run out of names in a minute, but everyone who got behind the Golden Ball for this tournament, thank you very much for that. We hope you enjoyed that one as well. So, Brenda Singh is currently bowling the second over. The score is 5 for 1. Just couple off that first delivery. It's been hit pretty hard into the covers. Bit of work there for Skipper to get down to stop that one. He does deflect it, and they can't stop them getting through for a couple. Friendship CC still need 131 runs off 52 balls. And they need to be going at run rate of 15 and over. It's a very tall ask. Really, really tall ask. Hello to that Trip Denny in the chat. Trip Denny joins us. I see you there, Bob, as well. Shouts for how's that? Umpire completely and utterly unmoved. It's like looking at a statue. Does not want to show any interest in that appeal whatsoever. And I think you can understand why. Nice to see you again there, Trip Denny. Always good to see you there. I saw Jules in the chat earlier. I haven't seen Jules for a little while. Good to see you there if you're still lurking around the place, Jules. 8 for 1 is the score. Still a couple to come in this over. Dave B still there in the chat, of course. Hello there, Dave. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're all having a good day. Big puff of dust as that ball strikes the ground and goes into the keeper's gloves. Last ball, the over. Takes off nicely there. Really nice little takeoff there. So Verinder Singh, he does bowl with a bit of pace. He's just one of those customers who just gets that little bit of extra oomph, a little bit of extra bounce. That's 2 overs gone. The score is 8 for 1. And Friendship CC still need a lot of runs and not many deliveries. That required run rate is already 16.25 per over. Have a look at what's going on here. It's a top of the table battle against the bottom of the table. Brothers taking on Friendship here right before your eyes. Friendship CC pretty much out of the count now to get into the finals. Even if they picked up all 4 points and got level on 16 points, their inferior net run rate, plus the fact that those 2 other teams are playing in the next match, and one of them will go through to the finals with a win over the other. Well, that's a little bit sloppy out there in the field. It's not going to cost them too many more runs, as a recovery effort was on. So was a juggling effort from Nanglu, the keeper. We spoke yesterday about that man, Nanglu, and his wicket-keeping efforts. And I think we both agreed, Tina and I, that he's probably been the pick of the keepers so far in this Challenger division. Just he keeps with a bit of sense of humour, but also there's a serious side to him as well. Gets the job done, works the team around, knows where they should go, and that is a very good caught and bowl. Bardwaj gets a wicket. That's his second, and that is reward for effort for him. Got a little bit injured over the last couple of days, took a few shots to the knee. He was fielding just down in front of us, in front of the commentary area, and he took a bad bounce just into the shin bone, just below the kneecap. And he can be forgiven for just not maybe running as hard or having a couple of bruises there, and still always got a smile on his face. When I came to the ground this morning, he was the first person who greeted me with a high five and a hello, how are you, Phil? And yeah, good competitor. Friendship CC on the other hand, they're in a bit of strife. In a little bit of trouble, I would say. So just a shot there of the dugout, having a bit of a conversation. The Friendship CC players. They're 9 runs for 2 wickets down here in the third. The power play slipping away from them, as is this match. Almost pulls out a one-handed screamer. Stuck out the mitt and it almost stuck. How about that? Almost picks it up. That would have been an absolute ripper. Gurmal Singh, just out of nowhere. Watch this. And I'm going to put the hand out there, and you never know your luck. Wow. Almost got it. Almost reeled in a ripper. We were talking earlier today actually about the catching that we've had in the tournament. Some really good outfield catching. Some of the fielding, a little bit to be desired there. Just a long way down to stop that ball going through for a 4, but it does go through for a 4. Yeah, the fielding we've had here, I think that the catching has been pretty good in this tournament so far. We haven't had the spectacular Superman flying catches. We've had a few good, really good outfield catches. Just players setting themselves and taking really good grabs, which has been really exciting stuff. But we haven't had like the blinding catches. There was this one-hander that was at backward point a couple of days ago. It kills me that I can't remember who the player was, unfortunately. I need to give a shout out to Dilbag Singh, who has taken a couple of terrific catches over near the square leg area. Real exciting stuff from him. 14 for 2, one more to come in this over. Al Amin, the big hitting Al Amin is there. Asaduzzaman has just recently joined him. Bardwaj with 2 for 9. See if he can finish strongly. Well, I tell you what's strong is that strike as it goes slightly out of focus and back in focus again for a big Maximo. And that goes down the ground, downtown for a big hit there. 20 for 2 after 3. Friendship CC going along not too badly at all. So if you're late to the game, well, firstly I will say welcome very much to this match here. If you're wondering what on earth happened there at the very top, I can tell you now that Friendship CC were late to the ground, very late to the ground, as in about 20 minutes late to the ground. So they had 5 penalty runs applied to them 3 times, each of the additional 5 minutes that they were late. Them's the rules that all teams have signed up to. So that was the penalty. So the Brothers 11 started started their campaign with the innings with the score on 15 for none before the first ball was bowled. And then wouldn't you know it, the first ball was a wicket. So it was 15 for 1 after just 1 ball. Verinder Singh continues, starts us off with a leg side wide. Supercomputer is only giving Friendship CC a 6% chance of notching a win here. That's quite generous in my mind. Just bounced up to 7%. Oh, has him almost falling over there with an absolute ripper delivery. What a great ball that was. Batter didn't know where he was going then, but he just went to ground. Ouch. One more time. Yeah, in at the pads. Comes forward, falls down outside the crease. Lucky there wasn't a close-in fielder to affect some sort of run out there. That's the skipper, Mohammad Asaduzzaman. Almost cannons into the stumps and falls over. Hope he's all right. Don't like to see players getting injured in any way, shape or form. Swing and a miss. So hopefully that's covered off all bases, just explaining about the penalty runs that were applied to the Brothers 11 scorecard before they even opened their account during their innings. It's another wide ball bowled. It's a bit poor there from Brothers. They need to be tuning up the band because they have got a big day tomorrow. They're going to play in finals tomorrow. So this is the opportunity for them to really tune up the band and get things looking good. It's a 6% chance of Friendship getting the win here, but never mind that. Brothers, I would expect Brothers to really carry this this game through to a good win. Just need to tighten things up a little bit here. It's a good opportunity for them. Just watching Verinder Singh, he's walking a little bit gingerly back to the top of his mark there. I think maybe he might have just tweaked something downstairs, looking really a little bit ginger as he walks in. He's been hit down the ground. Bardwaj is going to run across and cut that one off, and he does. Rahul Bardwaj bowled pretty well in this game. Fielding just in front of the commentary unit. He came when he was coming to position here. He had a smile on his face under that big brim hat. Gave me a thumbs up. Very friendly character here at the ground. It's always nice when the players notice us commentators and the crew come to the ground and give us a little wave hello. And that is straight down the throat of the player coming in there off the boundary line. And that is wicket. And Verinder Singh's very happy about that one. He looks like he's slightly walking wounded, but he has picked up a wicket here. So that's really good news for him. Hope that makes him feel a little bit better. Having a little chat there with his captain. So Friendship CC, yeah, looking like they're in trouble here. Looking like they're in trouble, and the Brothers looking like they are top of their game right now. And they, if they could just polish off a couple of little things that need to be taken care of, you know, try to keep the wides down. This is a really good chance for them just to maybe try a few different things as they did in the batting. Maybe just sort of like work a bit harder, a few drills in the field. Just little things that, you know, make the game a bit tighter for them. So this is a great opportunity for the Brothers 11 to not just get the win, but just try and fine-tune the band, as I said before, as they go into finals Friday tomorrow. Already coming off a loss this morning to Team Tigers. Really opened the gate there for Team Tigers by doing that. Team Tigers scored 130. The Brothers got 108 in response, but this has been a much better performance from Brothers 11, and looking the goods so far. Have a look at the run rate graph here, as we see that it's a couple overs gone, well, 4 overs gone, 24 for 3. The run rate is only going along at 6, so they're struggling big time now. You can see that white line is not only under the light blue line, but going completely the wrong way. 24 for 3, chasing 138 for the win. Anyway, you cut it, the Brothers well and truly in the box seat here. Al-Amin, he's still there. Habibul has just recently joined him. Verinder Singh gets a wicket in that previous over, his only wicket for the game. And yeah, like I said, keep an eye on Verinder, because he was hobbling ever so slightly towards the end of that over. You wouldn't want to be getting injuries the day before finals. That's short, and it's been hooked around the corner. It's going to land in, well, no man's land. Eventually picked up and underarmed. Brothers all over this one. 113 required from 35. That run rate almost into the 20s now. As that ball just goes away for just one. Did that come off bat? Yeah, it definitely came off the bat. Umpire confirms that came off the bat, but it's still not going to be enough, and that run rate goes even higher just with that single run. Oh, it gets behind that one. That's probably going to be a few more runs than simply 1 or 2. That is indeed Maximo. So Al-Amin, he's a big hitter, and he's got in position and swivels on that and crashes that into, well, over the boundary, backward of square. Good shot. Slams into the property fence there. And someone has to go and find that grizzly. So once again, big shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a terrific Thursday wherever you are. And do not forget that we've got a massive day tomorrow, finals day. And then an even bigger day. Well, maybe not even bigger day. Maybe as equally as big day on Saturday with the start of the Premier Division. And that is going to be a cracking series as well. Can't wait to get our teeth into that one. Hope you're looking forward to it as well. A few oohs and ahs out there. So score at 32 for 3. Getting towards the end of the 5th. Still 2 to come in the 5th. Dot ball just played away there. Good over this one from Satnam Singh. He's been pretty consistent as well. Just one more to come. It's short, it's seen early, and it is rocked back and smashed for another Maximo. That's what you get if you bowl a short ball to that man, Al-Amin. He's going to race up to 28 from not too many balls. Really good stuff there. Great time to welcome Tina Goff back into the commentary. G-Force back in play as you come in and you see that lovely crash shot from the blade of Al-Amin. 5 overs gone.
Yeah, that was a brief light in the Friendship CC innings so far as we take a look at the upcoming events. Well, ECS Part 1 is almost over, culminating in finals day tomorrow, but as you said, go straight into the Premier Division, which promises to be just as, if not more, exciting next week. And then we go into some T20I action, ECIs between Portugal and Norway, both men and women, and then we'll have some 2020s to round off a pretty epic tour of Portugal, and that's before we even start talking about Spain and France and Italy and Malta, and that's just, I think, everything pre-Easter. So we've got to pace ourselves through this year, Phil, because it's going to be an absolute corker.
Pre-Easter, I got to say, I'd almost forgotten about Easter. When is Easter this year? It's
Good question.
The 20-something, I think, of April. Help us out, chat. When is Easter? Someone help us.
I think it's around Malta, because I think I might be flying on after Easter Monday. So I don't recognise normal months anymore. I just recognise ECS tours.
That's a good way to measure out time, actually. Yeah. Winds up, sees that one early, and gives that a real crunching blow. Goes along the ground. They really mishits that one. And Habib ball turns over strike to Al-Amin, who's hit the ball well, 28 from 15. 39 for 3 is the score. Friendship CC. Well, for a point, 57 of 28 for a single point. The bonus point for them is not going to help the cause, though, apart from maybe just bragging rights to not be on the bottom. If they can, well, they're still going to be on the bottom, aren't they, even if they get a bonus point? Yeah,
it's the very definition of a consolation point. But Al-Amin, he's fighting hard here to get his team somewhere near that total of 96 or even 138 if they want to snatch those 3 points away from the brothers, and he'll, I think, have to be there for the long haul if they are going to achieve that. He moves to 34 off just 16 deliveries, so while Alamina's out there, the bonus point for sure is definitely still on the table.
Oh, definitely. And the brothers, we just see what the brothers' approach was going into this game. I mean, obviously they probably felt very confident going against, you know, it's top of the table versus bottom of the table essentially. And, you know, when you get 15 penalty runs applied at the very start of your innings, you have to feel supremely confident about building a good score. And they did put on a good score. Just wonder what the plan was coming out to bowl, whether they're looking to maybe try a few things, maybe try a few bowlers who haven't bowled before, or they just want to get the win under their belt. Not sure.
I think a bit of both, maybe, if they can, because they obviously lost this morning.
Yeah.
In a bit of an unexpected defeat there against Team Tigers Portugal, and they, as I said previously, they won't want to go into finals day on the back of 2 defeats. It's not exactly the way you want to go, but equally, if you can try out a few new bowlers, a few new batters, maybe they can be the difference makers as they head to the final day of the tournament.
So true. So 47 of 26 for that bonus point, what we're talking about there. For the win, well, it's an awful lot more, which may be a bridge too far right now. Swings hard at that one. It's in the air for a long time. And that's a really well-judged catch coming off the boundary line there. Very well judged indeed. Looking up into the day sky, Gulal Singh completes a good catch. Staring to the sun like that, you can understand why he might be a little bit dazzled coming in, but completes a good catch. Yeah,
well, the night sky might actually be easier to pick that white grizzly. As it is, he has to pick it out of those fluffy white Portuguese clouds. Does a great job, Gulal Singh. It's never easy when you're running in from the boundary. You have to judge the distance of that grizzly. He does that to perfection, and well, we said as long as Alamina's there, there's a fighting chance. Well, his fight is over as he departs 38 runs off 18 deliveries, a well-constructed 38.
Well-constructed 38 indeed, yep. And he kept fighting until the fight was done, but for him, sadly, the fight is done. Harsh Kumar picks up a wicket there, comes in again. Well, that's gone completely backwards. Completely backwards, and a little bit of a happy dance there for Harinder Singh. He's very happy with that catch. He touches the earth and says thank you very much to whoever's listening for that good take. It did go straight to him. He just had to complete it. And, well, completely beaten all ends up. That was Mirza Noman. Nice little bit of a celebration there. Good to see Harinder Singh getting a little bit funky out there in the field. And as far as Mirza Noman's concerned, he's thinking, I went for a first bowler. I'm not happy. And he has indeed gone for a first bowler. So that was Harsh Kumar. Harsh Kumar, he's got 2 in 2, but I think we'll have to wait because that was the end of the over, I think.
Mirza Noman, he did contribute with the ball, picked up 2 wickets and just conceded, well, in the grand scheme of things, not too many, 25 in his 2 overs, but 0 contributed with the bat as Merslin Habiball comes out, and he's another one that really impressed her out with the ball. 2 for 16 earlier, but can he do the same with the bat? Hat-trick ball, by the way.
For the team, because it's a new over.
Oh, there you go. Team hat-trick ball.
George,
just testing.
George, unfortunately, doesn't get the team hat-trick ball, and it goes over the boundary line for 4 runs. I knew you were just testing.
Well, Harsh Kumar, he can come back and get the hat-trick because that was only his first over.
Yes,
so
he'll get that opportunity, maybe the next over. Be interested to see what sort of sense of humour the captain has in that respect. And how good Harsh Kumar has been, whether he's been behaved or not, we'll be able to tell a lot from what happens in the next over. Swings, but doesn't connect. Swung hard on the previous ball. It's a really good shot for 4 there. Marched down the pitch, Habiball, and really tried to get everything behind that one. The 50 was up with that previous 4 as well. 53 for 5 in the 7th. And George getting a chance to bowl here. Good to see. See what he can do. He's marshalling his field. He wants some square. He's saying, you're too fine. Square behind the umpire. Get around there. Square leg, get around there. Leaves a pretty big gap backward to square now. Let's see where he bowls this one. Shouts of catch it. That may... Oh, I thought it was going to bring that player in, but no, it goes out to, well, deep mid-wicket, and that goes for 4 runs.
It's Mandeep Singh who was racing across. We almost had a spectacular catch in the first innings with that one hand just being thrown out. It was almost an action replay, as we do see the replay, and, well, the reason it went for 4 is on this occasion he didn't lay a glove on that one, and it does roll away to the rope.
That's a really good shout, Tina, for Deja Vu, because that was almost carbon copy.
Yeah.
Literally was copy-paste. Control Z, Control V right there. There we go. George continues. Still got 3 to come in this over. Has to really stretch and reach for that one. And a bit of a fumble there in the field by Harsh Kumar. That may damage his chances of getting a second over. We'll find out shortly. Just kidding, Harsh. Hope you didn't hear that one. I'm sure he wouldn't. He's a good, 100 metres away from us, I reckon. So 58 for 5. 2 more to come in the 7th.
It's the first ball to be faced by Mustafiza Rahman, who we did see with the ball as well. Picked up 2 wickets, 15 runs, so impressive with the ball. Well, at least swung hard at that one. It's just going to roll away for a single towards long off. Some athletic backing up there. Clearly the brothers have been buoyed by their lunch, and good running there from, is that Rahul Bhardwaj? Well, he clearly recovered from his plethora of prior injuries.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. He's showing no sign of being smacked on the lower leg several times in the last couple of days. I alluded to that just in the early part of the innings as well. But that is the overdone. 7 overs gone. The score is 60 for 5 on the board. Friendship CC 36 of 18 to pick up that consolation point. We'll see what happens here. Just keep your eyes out there. Is it indeed Harsh Kumar? Let's get to that in just a moment, because hold your breath, folks. Coimbra Knights take on Team Tigers Portugal. This is, as you quoted it, Tina, this is the knockout quarterfinal. If you don't win this, you don't play tomorrow. Yeah,
it's as simple as that. And while this game is maybe meandering to a close, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, because this is probably the biggest game we'll have before finals day. It's basically a quarterfinal. We know that Friendship CC won't be joining us tomorrow, but one of these 2 teams, either the Coimbra Knights or Team Tigers Portugal, will, and it's all on who wins this game.
So Harsh Kumar goes. Hat-trick ball coming up for Harsh Kumar. Oh, it's been hit down on the ground. It's going to run away for 4 runs, so a bit of an anticlimax there. I was thinking, oh, maybe he was thinking as well. Maybe he forgot. Doesn't matter. It's academic. It's been hit around the corner for 4 runs. No hat-trick coming for Harsh Kumar.
Yeah, unlucky there. Still a good performance by him so far, and I'm sure gives him a bit of confidence before tomorrow. But yeah, that game coming up. Oof. How about that? It's looking as juicy as the chicken I just ate.
Oh, how was your lunch? You enjoy that or what?
That was unreal. So for the viewers at home, it was a bit of breaded chicken on a bed of orzo with some fresh salad on the side, a bit of lemon. It was 10 out of 10. And
there's a hard-boiled egg, just sliced, but perfectly cooked hard-boiled egg, just as I like it. And a little bit of something sauce on the side, just to help you mix in the salad, a bit of salad dressing. Perfect, perfectly balanced. Up in the air, how about that for balance? And that is a second catch to Vrinder Singh. Does he celebrate? He does. Look at him, hands held aloft. Give me a Punjab celebration. Come on, Vrinder. Give me a heart shape. He's too far away. Rahul Bhardwaj in front of us gives us a tip of the cap and a bow. That is great work from the brothers. What a great team they are. That's a relayed celebration. That's what that is.
It made, with the love was felt here in the igloo.
It really was. That was quite amusing. Oh, they're a fun bunch. And tell you what's not fun is for Friendship CC to see the end of another wicket. 64 for 6 in the 8th. And that consolation bonus point, it's getting further and further away, sadly, for them.
Yeah, well, the brothers, nothing sad about their position in the league table. If they take all 4 points from this game, it will certainly be a turnaround from this morning, and that will boost them to 27 points, which means, well, the Werewolves, whatever they do in that final game, they won't be able to topple the brothers at the top.
Yep.
But then it's all important who gets that second place. And it will be the Werewolves against Lisbon Supergiants. And we've spoken before, obviously you want to be in the top 4, but it's almost as important if you get into that first or second place as well, because that gives you a bit of an extra rest. It's a long day, and you come to the ground a bit later tomorrow and go straight into that semi-final, having 2 chances then to get to the final.
Completely agree with that. I think that extra bit of rest is really important. If you're playing the first match is at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's the eliminator.
Yep.
If you're playing the qualifier, that first qualifier at 11 o'clock, that is the game you want to play on finals day. That's the first game you want to play, definitely. Fresher, you're a bit more relaxed. It just means so much more. So yeah, you're right. Top 2 positions, that's why it comes with a little bit of extra frosting on the cake.
And it does mean as well, if you get to that qualifier, so if you qualify in first or second, even if you then lose that qualifier, you still have the second bite of the cherry with playing against whoever wins that eliminator. So I mean, there's still a lot to play for.
Yep.
This game looks like it's been wrapped up in a bow. Just 31 needed, even just for the point.
Yep.
I mean, the brothers, though, they'll definitely want to get that bonus point because it will keep the werewolves completely out of reach.
Keep the wolves at bay.
Yep, exactly
That's
that.
exactly what it will do. So only 13 deliveries away from the end of this game. It's getting towards its inevitable conclusion. It's simply a case of whether that bonus point will get picked up or not by Friendship CC. They're 6 wickets down. Rahman's still out there. Muhammad Ali joins him. See if he can have a bit of a knockout blow. He's faced 3 deliveries. He's got 3 dots. Harsh Kumar here has got a last chance to pick up another wicket. He's got 3 for. It's a slow one, and it gives an opportunity for Muhammad Ali to wind up and hit it down the ground for just a single. Harsh Kumar then is going to finish with 3 wickets for 17 runs. Does pretty well in the end. A little bit of byplay between him and Muhammad Ali at the non-strike stand. 66 for 6 after 8.
Second 3 for of the tournament for Harsh Kumar. 3 for 8 in game 11 against TTP. As we take a look at the academic worm at this point, well, you can see they're under the rate just for the bonus point. A flurry of runs here, and it's certainly not out of the equation. You'd imagine getting those runs, 72 needed off 12. Well, you need 2 perfect overs. 2 lots of 36 will get you there.
So you're saying game on?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, that's a really good point. Here we go. That's been hit upwards. And covered off there by that's Gulal Singh patrolling the boundary out there, all by his lonesome out there on the offside. There's no fielder on the boundary. The closest one is Rahul Bhardwaj, who's right in front of the commentary position. So there is a very lonely fielder out there. That is Gulal Singh, but he's doing a great job. He's had a bit of work to do out there. Swing and a miss. Satnam Singh back for his second, by the way.
Just some good news coming through as well, which is there's only a slight delay to the next game.
Good.
Obviously, we've caught up a bit of time with a quick change around, and, well, the brothers haven't had to chase too much leather. They might have to chase this one to the boundary. So it's only a 5-minute delay, so we've caught up those 25 minutes that we lost.
Good.
Very nicely, so well done to everyone involved just to get this show on the road.
Yeah, thank you for that. Means the world. And I'm sure the chat will appreciate that as well. 25 off 9 for a point here. Friendship CC, 71 for 6. Just this tournament for them just hasn't turned out the way they would have hoped. They've been feisty, they've been gutsy, but unfortunately it hasn't been their week. Struck down the ground pretty nicely. That is going to
Drop.
Where is that? I was watching that. It just went out of sight, but it's dropped probably a good 10 metres away from the boundary line. So struck nicely, but just not enough oomph.
It's hard in this igloo because it's almost enclosed that the ball goes up in the air if it's high enough, and you just lose it completely unless you do a bit of a limbo, as I'm doing here. And yeah, that one does drop it within the rope as well. So there's a lot of Grizzlies flying through the air, not quite making it to the rope. 1 ball left of the 9th.
It was funny watching Amarjeet Singh there. Just watch the ball, he craning his neck and just gently jogging, and then just allow it to fall and pitch. That's been tipped up in the air again, and that's been caught this time. And so that's the end of that man, Rahman. He's been there. I feel like he's been there for a while, just hasn't faced a lot of deliveries. And that is a very casual-looking fielder there. Is that Paminderjeet? It is Paminderjeet. Yep. He's got the furry hat on, the woolen hat on. It's the wind is picking up just a little bit. There's a very happy Rahul Bhardwaj right in front of us. He's giving us a bit of a celebration here, and this is a good effort from the brothers. Completely agreed. Really well done. Really well done. He's feeling the love out there. Just so you know what's going on, we've got Rahul Bhardwaj, big number 6 on his back, fielding right in front of the commentary position. He's turning and give us a grin every time there's a wicket, and he's showing us the heart sign and thumbs up. Very excited man he is. He's feeling the love because the brothers going to go into tomorrow's finals. I'd almost say, that they'd be hot favourites to raise the cup tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, they're going through in first place for a reason, as this one does go towards Rahul Bhardwaj, who's stopped celebrating for a moment to pick up that ball in a very casual manner. He knows as well as we do that this game is more or less done. Just 5 balls left.
It's completely gone now. capital Gorne. It's gone. Hit up in the air. Chance of I was going to say chance of a caught and bowled. Not really. Player doesn't quite get back for there. That was Mandeep Singh who's got a chance to have a bowl. Roll the arm over. 75 for 7. The bonus point, it's 21 off 4. It's looking pretty academic, and we've said it a few times throughout this innings. Mandeep Singh just rolls the arm over and gets a wicket for his trouble. Well, there you go. That might be Mandeep Singh's one and only wicket on the European Cricket Network. He looks like someone who doesn't bowl very often. Have a look at the way he bowls, just like this, just nice and easy, gentle, and he gets himself a stumping.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali will have to float like a butterfly off the pitch as he goes for 4. And nice solid piece of glovesmanship there from Pardeep Nanglu, who didn't do much with the bat, if anything, but he gave Hardeep Singh a little nod there. Mandeep Singh, so he said, yep, I've got you covered.
He really did, didn't he? Didn't even have to break sweat there, just, there we go, I got a stumping. So he picks up a stumping to his name, be happy with that one. And a pretty good performance here from the brothers against an opposition that just hadn't quite stood up as tall as we'd like them to see. But they'll take a lot out of this game and a lot out of this tournament, and hopefully onward to bigger and better things when we see him again next time. Just push down there towards the covers. Skipper picks up. He looks pretty happy as well. Brother's going to walk off getting 1 win and 1 loss today and sit top of the table, looking very pretty. Tossed up. Oh, how does that miss a stump? I think it's a second stumping though. It is indeed a second stumping. So it's happening here. Mandeep Singh, who I will have to double check and see his bowling records. There's handshakes all round. That's it, we're done. I thought maybe there was one more to go, but maybe we weren't quite refreshed, or we won, maybe Friendship CC were 1 player short. I think that's what it was. I got a funny feeling that we may have been a player short on the Friendship CC lineup because their handshakes all round, there are smiles all round. This is a good win and a morale boosting, confident win to the brothers as they pick up a pretty strong victory here, and they're having a bit of a get around. Bit of a gathering there in the centre. They're calling all their players over. They want them to get over. Well, they want to have a bit of a team huddle, and one of the players is languishing down at mid-wicket and saying, well, I've got to come all that way. I just got to walk all the way back again.
Yeah, so that last batter, he is down with an injury, so he's not going to come out. And Mandeep Singh, he has picked up a wicket earlier in the tournament, actually, against the Werewolves. He's kind of gone a bit under the radar. This game absolutely will not go under the radar. This one coming up in, well, what is it? Just about 10 minutes' time. It's going to be a quick turnaround as we catch up from that delay at the start of this game. And we're billing it the quarter-final because that's basically what it is. Whoever wins this game is through to finals day. Whoever loses, well, they can pack up their cricket bags and go home.
That's exactly correct. Big one coming your way. Do not adjust your set. Go get yourself something to drink, maybe a little bit of a snack as well, and settle into that comfortable chair because it's going to be a cracker of a game. Just get that feeling it's going to be an absolute belter. So we have a look at the highlight reel here, and we see Friendship CC just struggle along the way. There's our good friend Rahul Bhardwaj, who was entertaining us in front of the commentary igloo here with high fives and high fives with himself, thumbs up, and giving us the love sign because he knew his team were onto a good thing here against an undermanned Friendship Cricket Club, who, as I said towards the end of that innings, just hadn't had the best tournament at all. Really struggled with both bat and ball, and the fact that they are bottom of the table is a testament to that. But they're a competitive unit. We expect them to bounce back quite well next time we see them, and we hope to see them again maybe sometime this year. I think there's an encore series later on this year. We should see them back then, but they just weren't able to match it with the 5 other teams in this Challenger division.
Yeah, well, Alamin, he kind of was the only one that put up any sort of resistance. 4 Maximos and 2 4s on his way to 38, but when he hauled out to Gurlal Singh, well, that was the start of the procession, the beginning of the end. There is the joyous Verinder Singh as he took 2 catches in the end. Murzal Habibul and Mirza Noman falling to Verinder Singh's bucket hands. And well, there was still a few boundaries here or there. Mustafa Zahraman, he picked up a singular minimo, but otherwise it was pretty much slim pickings for this pretty inexperienced Friendship CC side.
Yeah, exactly. Just saw Verinder Singh take his second catch there in that position at short third man. A stumping off the last over. Well, that was the first one. And you'll see another one that's going to look pretty similar in just a moment as well. So Mandeep Singh does get a couple of wickets. Tossed up, and there's that second stumping. And that was it, as Tina pointed pointed out that they had an injured number 11 batter who couldn't come out, and they were told about that immediately, and celebrations started for the brother 11 as they have put the Friendship CC side away in this match 28 here at the Portugal ECS Challenger Division. And have a look at the scorecard there. Well, Alamin, as you said it, Tina, really put up a bit of fight there. 38 from only 18 deliveries. And Hubberbold, the only other player to get into double digits, was 16. 5 extras, 4 wides there. A couple of dots, a couple of zeros and 2s and 3s. Just unfortunately for Friendship CC, not their day today in this match, and not their tournament as well. Mandeep Singh ends up getting 2 for 3. 2 for 3. Harsh Kumar 3 for 17. And at the top there, Rahul Bhardwaj 2 for 15. No wonder he was celebrating early on in the afternoon. Vrinder Singh chipped in with a wicket and a couple of catches. So all in all, that's a really good effort from the brothers. Gives them a little bit of a training run. No offence to Friendship CC friends and family and players, but brothers, it felt like that was a bit of a training run for them in preparation for tomorrow.
Yeah, they will have bigger beasts to slay tomorrow, maybe in the form of a giant, maybe in the form of a werewolf. Well, they're not friends with Friendship CC anymore as they beat them by 61 runs, but as you said, the brothers on the back of that loss this morning will be buoyed by this victory, and they'll come back tomorrow ready for finals day.
Yeah, big time indeed. So it ends up being 61 runs being the difference between the two teams, and so that is match 28 done and done. Match 29, it's on its way. Please do not adjust your set, do not go too far away. Come back with us here in just a couple of minutes time. Thank you very much. We will see you here shortly. Phil G for the European Cricket Network alongside Tina G. It is G-Force here in their commentary igloo, taking you through the next 2 matches. The next one's going to be an absolute cracker. Don't go too far. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back. It's only been a few minutes, but we're up and ready for the next game, which sees match 29 and a big matchup between the Coimbra Knights and Team Tigers Portugal. And, well, news for the toss. Obviously, things were thrown a bit out of kilter with that delayed game prior. The news from the toss is that the Coimbra Knights won and elected to bat. So it's the Team Tigers Portugal in their glorious black and yellow electric kit who are taking to the field, and Coimbra Knights in their changed strip of this chainmail grey, black trousers and a red cut, are taking to the field, the opening batters. And, well, what a game. Well, I've spoiled it a bit there, but apparently we do have the coin tosses. We probably have time to just jump over to that quickly.
Team Tigers to call.
Head is the call.
Head's the call. It's toes.
Bat first.
Batting? Yes. All the best, guys. Have a good game. Coimbra have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Well, as I already spoiled for you there, sorry ladies and gentlemen, but it's always good to see it live in the flesh. Good to see Stefan Gooch out there. Coimbra Knights, they won that toss, elected to bat, and let's take a look at the teams. Amritpal Singh comes in for the Coimbra Knights. And look at that, Dawood Mohammed, he had a bit of a spell in the field earlier today. He's decided to go back to the comfort of the stumps, so he'll be behind the stumps with the gloves on and with the captain's armband on. Out there for Team Tigers Portugal, leading the charge. It looks like it's Mamadou Khan with ball in hand. Look at that, it couldn't be tighter. Whoever wins this game will be through to finals day tomorrow. Whoever loses, well, it'll be the last we see of them in this ECS Portugal Challenger 2025. And while someone who we definitely haven't seen the last of and will be seeing much more of throughout the week is Phil G. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you very much, Tina, as the first ball starts in this cracking match.
Let's start with a big swing outside and swinging ball as well. That Grizzly started growling.
Bit of a movement there, wasn't there? A little bit of a whoosh through the air. Have a look at this one more time. Yeah, we've been looking forward to this fixture all day, been talking it up, and I hope it turns out to be the cracking match we expect it to be. As you say, Tina, during your introduction there, this is a do or die for one of these sides, or for both of the sides actually. One of them's going to do, the other one is not going to, and they're going to be packing their bags and heading off up the highway, and their tournament will be done in about 2 hours' time. We'll know the outcome.
It's do or do not proceed to finals day for these teams. It's Ravinder Singh and Love Karan Singh, the now familiar opening partnership for the Knights. That one is hit hard through the covers. A lovely cricket shot, a conventional cricket shot, which we aren't always treated to here on the European Cricket Network, but nothing wrong with that shot from Ravinder Singh.
That was absolutely correct. One more time from side on, it's going to look good. Just get that feeling. Yes, very nice. The cover drive, the batsman's best friend for me. That is a lovely shot. Sweetly timed as well. Ravinder Singh is he's off. 4 from 3 deliveries faced.
And that one hasn't quite hit the middle of the blade as much, but the outcome is the same. That one flies through the slip cordon, or the imaginary slip cordon, and away to the boundary. And well, the reason we're in this such a tight position is that the Coimbra Knights, they lost to the Werewolves CC this morning, but they did pick up that bonus point, which means that TTP, Team Tigers and Coimbra Knights are locked at 16 points. Dancing either side of that qualification line. As it stands, Team Tigers have a better run rate, but it's pretty much a straight knockout. Whoever picks up the more points in this game will go through to tomorrow's finals day.
That's exactly the way it's going to unfold. It's that's the recipe for success here. Get the points from this game. You play tomorrow in the finals.
And well, whatever happens, whoever goes through will play in that early morning qualifier, because neither of these teams have the chance to catch the team in second place, Werewolves, who in fact will be playing the game after this one, the final game of the day against the Lisbon Supergiants. So for TTP and the Knights, it's all about getting into that early morning qualifier to give themselves a chance of going through. They will have to do the hard work, go the long way round to get to that final, but you've got to be in it to win it.
That's right.
And well, that one was almost in straight to the stumps. It hit a little bit of a dead spot there. Someone hasn't brushed up the pitch. But well, yeah, that was just, look at that. Good long barrier there from the keeper, as the pitch does funny things, but cricket pitches always do funny things, whether they're AstroTurf or grass. And SCG, resplendent as it is, sometimes the gremlins just get the better of the grizzly.
It can happen. It can happen to the best of us. It can happen to the best pitchers in the world as well. A tour of Portugal here for the European Cricket Network. As you can see, the Portugal Challenger Division getting towards the business end proper now with finals day tomorrow. Premier starts on Saturday. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu will be joining Tina Goff here in the Cricket Igloo to kick off that division. And then we've got some ECI action starting on Saturday, the 5th of April. Internationals for both men and women. ECI, then T20I. That's Norway coming to visit Portugal, being hosted by Portugal. Great cricket coming your way still for a couple of weeks more here.
Well, that's a flash of the blade there from Love Karan Singh. It's actually the first ball he's faced after Ravinder Singh scored all 8 of those runs in the first over. And, well, it's the emergency services, Irfan Hussain at the top of his mark. And the first one, well, smoked away. Need to put out that fire as Love Karan Singh hits that all the way and then some to the rope.
Good shot, that one. Flash of the Blade, that was the 4th song off the Power Slave album from Iron Maiden, 1984 release.
Thank you very much, Phil Bott. And that one gets a similar treatment, not quite got the distance this time, but through that beloved backward point area, back-to-back boundaries for Love Karan Singh, and he and his Knights will be loving what he is putting on so far.
Yep, favourite part of the ground. That it's sort of you'd expect that the captains to be very aware that that needs to be protected right from the get-go in these games. If they had a look at the numbers where the runs are scored in this tournament, they would say, well, we need to put 1, maybe 2 there. 1 maybe during the power play, maybe 2 fielders out there during well, after the power play. So many runs scored in that part of the ground for almost every game.
And there's another, slightly more forward there, but the result is the same. We've gone 6-4-6. Love Karan Singh, and well, he took a while to get into this tournament, didn't he? But in the games in the last half of the group stage, well, he got 49 in game 21 in that big win against the brothers by 10 wickets. And well, this morning he put on 39, so maybe he's hitting form at the right time. The Knights will certainly hope so if they want to get through to finals day tomorrow.
So true. We've talked a lot about what this game is means to the two teams, and maybe in the second innings we might talk a little bit about what the next game means as well, because it could be shaping up for who can get into second place. Depending on the table situation, we'll have to have a closer look at that. But that next game coming up after this one is a vital one as well. This one is shaping up nicely. Nice and warm and toasty right now. We shall see. We shall see indeed. So that's a game. The last game of the day coming up is going to be Werewolves take on Lisbon Super Giants.
Yeah, a lot at stake in these final two games, and even more will be at stake tomorrow when the trophy will come out of its cabinet.
Yeah.
And that will be... And who else is coming out of the cabinet is, of course, Mr. Maximo, as he will be unloaded on us here in the commentary tent. Oh, not on me. I'll be at a safe distance on this Peacock Friday after you and Vinny go toe-to-toe with your shirt off.
Yeah, I threw the gauntlet down to Vinny about tomorrow Peacock Friday, and already I'm starting to think that that probably wasn't the wisest thing I've ever done.
Well, that probably wasn't the wisest shot ever, but Omar Farouk out there, usually so safe. He gives Love Karan Singh a life, which you really don't want to do if you're of the Team Tiger's persuasion. A bit of a miss-hit there from Love Karan, and Omar Farouk, usually one of the better outfield players for TTP. He shells that one. Love Karan Singh lives to sing another day, but it's the end of the second over at Coimbra Knights, 25 for no loss.
Just watching the body language there of Omar Farouk, who's fielding not too far away from us. He knows how important that was and realises how critical it was to take that catch. Let's have a look at the standings now. So, 4th and 5th, Team Tigers are taking on the Coimbra Knights right now. Look how important that is. A win here puts you in 4th, clear in 4th, because they both have negative run rates. It'd be very unlikely that the difference, the net run rate, could be so affected to push you up into 3rd place. But at least you'll be on level pegging, and you will hold 4th. And as you said, Tina, the loser here will go home, and their tournament will be done.
And it's Jibon Naidu who comes in to bowl the 3rd. Well, I suppose a bonus point win would take either side up into 3rd place, leapfrogging the Lisbon Super Giants, who are currently on at 19, but actually it's only getting into that 4th place. 4th and 3rd doesn't make a difference. 1st and 2nd doesn't make a difference. But that's why that game this afternoon or this evening is important as well, because those are the two sides currently flirting either side of the 2-3 ranking. Well, there's no flirting going on there. That's been steamrolled straight over that line. And that's another 4 into the book for Love Karan Singh. And, well, Omar Farouk might be trying to make himself as small as possible at the moment at long off, as that catch, well, that drop catch has already been worth an extra 5.
5 and counting potentially here.
Yep. Well, make that 9, possibly 11. Yep, it's 11.
Yep.
As that goes all the way from Maximo through backward point.
Yeah, that is a big strike, and you're absolutely right. I think Omar Farouk, he's standing there in front of us with the one handle, the teacup look, but he was shaking his head vigorously, and for a while after he put that catch down, he was really filthy with himself for dropping that one. Regretting it now, because Love Karan Singh, look at that, 27 off 9. He hasn't finished.
Here's again a bit more width on offer there from Jibon Naidu. Well, almost widened himself, did Love Karan Singh that. But yeah, just going back to the table, so the game coming up, the 5th and final group stage game, the 5th game of today, the 30th and final game of the group stage, sees the Lisbon Super Giants take on Werewolves CC. Werewolves currently have a 3-point head start. So, wow, that's crunched through the covers. That sounded meaty off the bat. Another 4 to Love Karan Singh, taking him to 31 off just 11 deliveries. Coimbra Knights 39 for no loss, 1 left in the power play. So if the Lisbon Super Giants want to leapfrog the Werewolves, they will have to do it with a bonus point win, because if they only get 3 points, that would mean the Werewolves get 1 point, and the Werewolves would finish 1 point ahead. So it's a 3-point buffer for the Werewolves at the moment. So a tough task, you'd say, for LSG, but given where they were at the start of the tournament and in the first half, I think they'll be happy to even be in contention, let alone talking about trying to get that 2nd place bye straight through to the eliminator.
It's been
Or the
hit
qualifier, sorry. Well,
over
nothing
the
sorry
head.
about that one.
over the head of Omar Farouk there for Big Maximo. Really smoked that one. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you talk about Lisbon Supergiants. Let's just look at them for a second. First 3 games, 3 losses. 3 quite big losses too. I mean, I think might have been one close-ish one there, but they looked a shell of their former self. Really looked like they just hadn't hit their strides. They were really struggling to find a bit of form. And suddenly, they got a couple of wins on the trot, a couple of good wins on the trot, a couple of big wins on the trot. And now look at them. They're literally coming into this last match, match 30 later this afternoon, fighting for second place and a double chance in tomorrow's finals. So there you go. Keep at it, keep persisting, and things can happen.
Yes, currently the fight for 4th place going on out here, but you're exactly right, Phil. So the Lisbon Supergiants, they lost that first game by just that singular run against
One run,
TTP,
yep.
but then on the back of that, 2 big losses, Brothers by 39 runs, Coimbra by 26 runs.
Yep.
They came flying back, winning 3 on the bounce, including Golden Ball 73 against the Werewolves. Another 2 losses then, but then they came back again and really put themselves up that table with the win against Friendship yesterday, and a huge win it was as well, by 68 runs. And, well, this is what we've seen in this table, that everyone can be anyone and vice versa. And that's what's made it so tight as Azam Johnny comes in for his first ball. It's been a good power play for the Knights, 45 runs coming off it, haven't lost a wicket, and that's why the win predictor up 64% for them at the moment.
Yeah, Coimbra Knights having a really good power play there. I have to agree with that. And Azam Johnny, well, he's had moderate success with the ball. I don't think he's picked up too many wickets, but he needs to give us something here. And unfortunately, he's given the Coimbra Knights a wide there. Just trying to push it a bit too far. Expect to score now into the 130s. If they get that, you just feel Team Tigers, well, there's a lot of pressure on that 999 numbered batter. It's going to go for 5 wides, I believe, and that's not good at all. Or maybe I think it's come off something actually, not wides.
Let's take a look at this on replay. Oh, well,
Yeah.
bit of a throw of the fist there from Azam Johnny. He's not happy whatever it came off, and it has been given as a 4 off the bat. I'm sure
Has.
Ravinder Singh will take that.
I thought because it went behind, maybe it was wide. Funny enough, the Coimbra Knight batter at the non-strikers end, he walked up indicating a wide towards his counterpart, almost sort of saying, "Hey mate, that's 5 wides, well done." And the umpire said, "No, that's off something."
And well, that's off the middle of middle stump. And after Azam Johnny, we said he's had limited success with the ball. Well, there's a bit of success for him right there, as he claims the scalp of Ravinder Singh. That partnership is 50 and out, as Singh has to depart for 12 runs off 8 deliveries.
Well, well done to Azam Johnny. Persist and bowl straight, and you will get reward here, as you always do on ECN. You swing hard and miss, and I hit those stumps. That's pretty much the mantra. And good ball. As the wicket keeper tries to do a special step over the stumps, as it catches on him, only succeeds in almost going face down there. Could have done himself a real injury there, being a little bit of a show-off. Luckily for him, he's not. Verinder Singh back in the dugout already, 12 for 9. 12 from 9, sorry, I should say.
Such a hard swing from Ravinder there that he almost turned around in time to see that grizzly hit the middle of middle. And then to add insult to injury, the wicket-keeper there decided to just kick the stumps in this direction and that. So thanks for that, Rupan Das. As the new batter comes in, it's the captain, and now again the wicket-keeper, Mohamed Dawood. He's decided he'd had enough time chilling with the daisies on the outfield.
He's listed as wicket-keeper for this game, is that right?
He is indeed.
Aha,
Yeah.
aha. Suspected that may have happened.
You called it.
Yep, I called that, and we discussed, and I think in the end we both nodded in agreement that's what's going to happen. So, Dawood, we see you. Ooh, gets out of the way of a wide ball there.
And the keeper, Rupan Das, didn't really see too much of that. In any case, it'll be re-bowled, and yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it, for Das to take, as it more or less pitches in between his legs. He does well, actually, to stop a bit of the momentum of the ball, to stop it going for 5 wides. Catch it is the shout, but, well, it's a good catch on the bounce there from Jibon Naidu, prowling like a tiger for his team on that boundary.
He's sharp out there, isn't he? Got around quick and got the ball out of the hands quickly back to his wicket-keeper. Good work.
Final ball of the fourth. It's swept hard along the ground. Again, good fielding out there in the deep. Shuvra Biswas is the man out there. A nice throw in as well. And that is the end of the fourth. Coimbra Knights 54 for 1.
Good over that from Azam Johnny. He goes for 9 from that. Picks up an important wicket as well. So, and that was the breakthrough wicket to get rid of Ravinder Singh. So good over from him. Going to feel happy about that. 4 overs gone, 50 from the board. The run rate 13.5. Nice springboard here for Coimbra Knights, and a good opportunity for the skipper as well to settle himself in to get a good score on the board for himself personally as much as his team. You see there the run rate graph going up on a really quite a good angle there. Just in this last over, ever so slightly focused downwards. As we continue with the fifth. Good shot out there towards the leg side, but there is protection there.
It's Omar Farouk coming in for his first ball. He's got a bit of making up to do with that drop catch earlier in the piece. And, well, the man who dropped is now at the striker's end. And he serves him up a bit of a buffet ball there. He gets away with it as it's fielded by Irfan Hussain out there in the deep.
Saw Steve McVeigh in the chat. Hello there, Steve. Hope you're well. Steve McVeigh, I think he's thinking of dropping in on finals day for the Premier division, so you'll get a chance to catch up with Steve. Good supporter of the European Cricket Network, and he'll be here for the internationals as well. I think he's staying for the duration. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve.
Well, looking forward to that. Got a question in the chat as well.
Yep.
From Wayne. Is that the Iron Cross on the Coimbra Knights kit? Well, we might have to follow up on that. It certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
It does look like it, yeah.
Well, I saw a war museum in the middle of Santarem as well.
Well, something interesting to note is the Coimbra Knights at their clubhouse. I'll finish that thought in a moment. Nice shot along the ground, and no one's getting that one. That goes all the way for 4. Yeah, the Coimbra Knights at their clubhouse up at Miranda de Covo, there is a full-size wearable suit of armour. And
wow.
I'm talking toe to top of the head. And every now and then, somebody puts the suit on and leads the team out with a total, and with a massive broadsword as well, with the clanking and the whole sort of movement like that. During the night series last year, we had that. And it was Steve Waddell, who plays for the Coimbra Knights up there at Miranda de Covo. He put on the suit, and he looked an absolute spectacle. That is coming just to the side of us, I believe.
Well, and then some. That is a spectacle of a Maximo. He gets a round of applause from his strike partner. That's Lavkaran Singh, who sent that one into orbit. It takes him as well just one short of his half century. 49 coming off just 16 deliveries. Final ball of the fifth.
Really able to cover off that one. Great strike.
And while there's a fielder out there, he can only watch as that grizzly goes flying over his head. And Lavkaran Singh, he gets a well-deserved half century. 55 not out. And the Coimbra Knights at the halfway stage, 73 for the loss of just the 1 wicket.
Have a look at that shot. That bounces. Oh, it's gone through the fence too. It's gone into the neighbouring property there. You can see it's gone all the way over, and that is fantastic strike in there. Hello, welcome to the Igloo. Phil G here, along with Tina G. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you are, and welcome into our little world, our home away from home.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, what a time of the game at the moment. It's delicately poised. Coimbra Knights 73 for 1 at the halfway stage. Out there in there, it's almost like a chainmail kit, isn't it? We were just talking about the full suit of armour. They usually are seen in resplendent red. Now we have them in this kind of grey number. They've got black trousers on. They've got a red stripe. And I know we're looking forward to the fashion off we have in the tent tomorrow. It's obviously Peacock Friday, and it's not just finals day. It's Peacock Friday. We're welcoming Mr. Maximo into the tent. It's all happening here on the European Cricket Network. As we join the action live on what is happening here is a misfield as well. The fielder out there in the covers. It was less fielding the ball, more kind of plucking daisies there from Asif Atawa, the captain. And, well, what you don't want to do is give a single to Mohammad Dawood, because that means that Lavkaran Singh is back on strike. That one's hit firmly down the ground. Incredibly hard. The fact that it just like zips across the boundary there, and that's another 4 to Lavkaran Singh's collection. It's 4 in a row for him. He's on 4, 6, 6, 4, just the single in between.
Watch this again. Miguel just
yes, good shuffle.
sidesteps. Ooh. Tell you what, he's lucky he's the younger of the two umpires. That went very quick. He reaches for that one, and well, good work here from Omar Farouk in front of us here. Gets the body behind a ball that was going very quickly across the boundary line. Stops it from doing so. And well, I love Kumar. He's just looked around a bit ruefully and said, "You spoiled my boundary run there." Just a bit of a look on his face.
It's Mohamed Dawood this time who gets in on the act. He's only gone for a runner ball 5 at the moment, but he's taken a leaf out of Love Karan's book. He's hit 6 Maximos, and that's the first for the Coimbra Knights captain. And well, he knew that was 6 the moment he hit it, so he just stayed in a bit of a majestic pose. One for the cameras. He knows they're there.
Yeah, the paparazzi hiding there in the undergrowth. You could hear the clicking of the cameras all around the ground there as he struck a pose. And yeah, 11 from 6. And wow, the story though is I love Kumar Singh, 60 from 19.
And this is slowly becoming an ominous score for Team Tigers Portugal to have to chase. Just over halfway, and well, 1 left of the 6th. That expected score up at 140, and that will certainly be a tough task for the Tigers.
Tell you what, if they're going to be chasing 140, that is a steep, steep mountain to climb for Team Tigers. Be interested to see where they've got the firepower.
And there's certainly firepower in the form of Love Karan Singh as he gets another 6, taking him to 66. 20 deliveries he's faced. A third of the balls of the entire innings. Well, if you times that by 3, you're talking about 198, if my maths serves me correctly. So I'm sure they'd more than take that. Well, Mohamed Dawood, he's being a bit more watchful at the other end, but he's watching the 6s rain down on him at the moment. That is the end of the over as well. 92 for 1, the Coimbra Knights.
Just give it a little thought there for Miguel Stoneman, who's just umpire, just heading out towards the mid-wicket, the square leg area. All the 6s he's been indicating, and he had to indicate, of course, 15 penalty runs in the previous start of the previous game. So he had a bit of a workout, and now with the 6s, he's getting a double workout. I tell you what, he's definitely at his keep when he comes off after this game. Yeah,
I'm sure it's a proud dad who's now at the standing umpire position. Bucks. Yep. So it's another father-son team out there. We have a lot of, we keep it in the family, don't we, at ECN? We've had Friendship CC, we've had brothers, we have had a husband and wife umpiring team. We've had
umpiring, yep.
Father and son. Is there a slight delay here as the umpiring team just having a conflab, and they are, I think, just confirming it was the end of the over, and maybe it's just a change of bowler.
Possibly, yeah, I think so. Yep. Yeah, pretty friendly. One other little combination I'll bring up is Falak Zeb, who plays for Coimbra Knights. He's not playing. Is he playing this game? He's not playing in this game. A regular, though, of the Coimbra Knights. His childhood buddy and friend, Atta As-Samad, who plays for Elizabeth Supergiants. I don't think he's in the... He may be in the squad later today, I'm not too sure. Best friends growing up in the same street over there in Pakistan years ago. And they fell out of contact and re-met each other here in Portugal when they both fronted up to the same match playing for opposition teams. Couldn't believe their eyes when they saw each other at the ground the first time in about 12 years they'd seen each other.
I love that. And wow, talking about loving, well, Love Karan Singh has to just watch at the non-striker's end as his strike partner, Mohamed Dawood, goes to an absolute screamer. I think it's Tushar Shah out there. The ball came at him screaming off the bat. And while we've said we've not had too many amazing catches so far this week, well, there's one.
That goes in the good book. That is a ripper. Got every bit of that, did Dawah Muhammad. And this has gone like an absolute bullet. A screamer, as you say, Tina. Watch this one again. So fast, even the camera can't pick it up. That is incredible. What a ripper. Oh, you little beauty. What a great catch.
Tushar Shah, take a bow and, well, someone call the police, call the ambulance, call the fire brigade. It's Irfan Hussain who bowled it. 999 on the back of his shirt. And that one, also a big shout of catch, but it has been hoisted over the man there at third. And it's Amritpal Singh who comes in and says, well, if I hit it over the fielders, they won't be able to catch me.
Yeah, I won't have that same problem that my skipper just had. And Tushar Shah probably turning around to the fielder and saying, yeah, I probably would have caught that. Prove me wrong. 98 for 2, and that's a good strike, that first up for the new batter coming in. Good strike there. Who's that? Amrit Singh, sorry.
Yeah, Amrit has joined Love Karan at the other end, and well, he's still there. 66 off just 20 deliveries, and you'll want to get him on strike as much as possible. Coimbra Knights, they're already sitting pretty on 98 runs. Still 3.4 overs left to play.
Yep.
So just have a slight delay in the game here. But Irfan Hussain, he's currently given away 23 runs in 8 deliveries. He's picked up that wicket. Well, it was mostly, to be honest, thanks to the diving catch of Tushar Shah. But Irfan Hussain, he'll be the main man with the bat as well. He came into the lineup yesterday for Team Tigers Portugal and really gave them a real turnaround, and he'll have to make up every run he concedes here with the bat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tina. You really get the impression that Team Tigers is going to turn to him, and I'm sure he'll open, and I'm sure that man who's in front of us, Mohammad Amar Farooq, he'll come in the top order as well. Maybe not open, maybe he'll come in second or third drop around that sort of line. But they're going to look to Irfan for sure to try to get the scoring motoring along from the very get-go.
Well, someone who is motoring along is Love Karan Singh, and wow, that's a brilliant piece of fielding. I think he's okay here. Is Omar Farooq doing the fielding? We'll have to get that on replay.
Yeah, one more time. I think he's got that okay. Let's just have a look here. Firstly, the slap was the right foot on the line.
I think he's okay, you know. Let's take a look at this in super slow-mo.
So it's a
left hand to it, and he slaps
slap.
it there. It's gone, I think, at that point.
Yep, he's good. And then it's the recovery to the kick.
Yeah, well done.
Well done indeed. Omar Farooq saves runs there for his team. Desperate stuff on the boundary line. Well done. Very well done.
And in a knockout game where every single run might count, there's 3 saved there from Omar Farooq. He made up somewhat for his drop catch. I mean, Love Karan Singh should have been taken very early in the piece. He's gone on to get 66 and counting, so maybe Omar Farooq felt he had a bit of making up to do, and he certainly did it on that. Brilliant piece of fielding.
So the 2 runs were just applied there, and just so you know, the scorers caught up after watching that replay, and those 2 runs brought up the 100.
102, 1 ball left of the 7th.
Comment in the chat there from Alter Ego saying the Knights look like they're going to post a big total. I agree with that. Maybe able to defend it in the second innings. Let's see.
This one should, well, it takes a bit of a bobble, but well adjusted there from Omar Farooq. Almost got Tortugued, managed to readjust, good footwork. And that is the end of the 7th. The Coimbra Knights 103 for 2.
So from where we stand, we've got a really good look at the way that ball came down to Omar Farooq and took a little bit of a pitched and movement away from the fielder, who had to adjust to get behind that one. Calendar for 2025. We've been talking about this all week. How good does that look? So many destinations, and I hope we're coming to your neck of the woods, so you can maybe pop along to the ground and say hello and watch a bit of T10 action in person maybe. If we're not, stay tuned to the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or maybe you're going to watch from, well, you can't watch live from India at all, but you can watch it via fan code, of course, and maybe watch the replays as well. Plenty of cricket all year. I hope you're going to get behind us on that one.
Yeah, wall-to-wall cricket on our YouTube channel, where you can catch a lot of the highlights, and, well, try and catch this one on the highlights, because that's a Maximo of giant proportions. It goes over the dugouts. Grizzly going free in those woods, and well, it's Amrit Singh who propels himself to 14 off just 4 deliveries. Omar Farooq is the new bowler, and after saving a brilliant 2 runs, he's immediately given away 6.
There you go.
Big swing again from Amrit, and well, it shouldn't have gone for 4. There's some angry voices out there because somehow it has sneaked through the fielder down there on the 45. Not too many happy faces amongst the Tigers at the moment. Have a look at this one. Wow, he just kind of accompanies the ball to the boundary, doesn't he?
He does. He runs at it rather than trying to judge where's the best point, in which case where to collect it. And that was a little bit poor. Just no anticipation there.
That's a good response from Omar Farooq. A dot ball. A lesser sighted, actually, dot ball. The last dot ball was the start of the 4th. So,
Wow.
yeah.
That is proper wow moment, that. There you go. Just shows how on top of this game the Coimbra Knights are. And still 2.5 overs to go. 113 on the board. Expected score into the 140s. That's a mammoth total.
That is a mammoth hit. It's gone actually higher than it has long, but it's certainly got the legs on it as well. It comes down with snow on top, lands probably about 55 meters from where it was struck, and it's more than enough to put another Maximo to the total. Amritpal Singh, 24 off 7 deliveries, and this is a great cameo from him. Lavkaran Singh hasn't had much of the strike recently, but he won't mind with the ball flying to all parts. And while that's not quite where Amritpal wanted to hit it, but it's another 4 to the collection, and all smiles among the Coimbra Knights at the moment.
Yeah, smile while you're swinging is not the correct phrase. However, for the Coimbra Knights, they must be doing something right, because they're swinging hard and they're connecting, edging. It doesn't matter. Full-blooded shot down the ground, as long as you're getting it edge. It doesn't matter. The runs are coming old the bat thick and fast. Poor old Omar Farouk is feeling a bit of heat here.
Magical over already, and will it be 6 more to the collection? Will it be a wicket? Well, it is a 6. It's hit a hit so big that it made the camera go blurry, and that is 26 runs off the 8th over. Coimbra Knights 129 for 2, and Amritpal Singh, well, he's in danger of almost catching up with Lavkaran Singh. He's now on 34 runs off just 9 deliveries.
That's incredible, off just 9 deliveries. And poor old Muhammad Omar Farouk, he's not having the greatest time out there. He has been absolutely torn to shreds by the Coimbra Knights. Not good at all. Look at the run rate graph there. Tipping upwards ever so slightly. Slight downturn between 3 and 4, but after that, just slowly going upwards, which really is a testament to your comment and the statistics you had there in front of yourself, Tina, that, what's it, no dot ball since the 4th over? It was the first dot since the 4th?
It was the first dot, and yet that over still went magical, still went for 26. It's because, well, the other 5 in the over, 3 of them went for a 6, 2 of them went for a 4. As we start the 9th, it all happens in the 9th, and it starts with a Maximo. Just about, we were teased there whether the fielder out there would get his hand to it. As it is, though, goes all the way, and Lavkaran Singh, well, he's seen Amritpal Singh creeping up on him and his score, and he says, well, I'm just going to move myself to 75 off just 23 deliveries.
Yeah, enough of that, Amritpal Singh. You're not catching me. And, well, he has missed out on the strike a little bit. Well, he didn't get any, I don't think, in the last over. So he's got a chance now. And Khan is on the receiving end.
Good response there, though, from Khan. His first over only went for 8. And while that seems like a distant memory for Team Tigers, that was the first over. And there was that one over from Azam Johnny that just went for 9. Otherwise, all of them in the double figures. And, well, 2 magical overs, including that Omar Farouk 8th over that went for 26.
135 for 2. 10 regular deliveries to come, regulation balls, I should say. And there's one of them.
That's 2 dots in a row, so that's what you need if you're Team Tigers to try and stem the runs here. The expected score, a bit of a glancing blow there.
Comes off the shoulder, I think it did, or the upper arm.
I love Lavkaran Singh. He's a pretty hulking figure, isn't he? So
he is.
'Twas but a scratch as he lines up again on 75, 25 deliveries. So strike rate of around 300, which is not bad going.
Was that the Black Knight I just heard just then? Love it. We've had a Black Knight now. We've had the Knights who say ni. We've had shrubberies. It's all good.
The Coimbra Knights out there, and well, Lavkaran Singh may be feeling a bit of the effects because he just jogs happily to the other end. Well, you've seen that Amritpal Singh can more than hold his own when it comes to the Maximo hitting department. Lavkaran's got 8. Amritpal's got 4, but he has only faced 9 balls. And he's got a few balls to face here. 2 of them to end the 9th.
It's a quite incredible striking from Amritpal Singh. 34 from 9. Just blistering pace.
Wowza, that's going to be a 6 to add to the collection. He goes on to 40 of 10 deliveries, and the Knights go marching into the 140s. 142 for 2, and there's still 1 ball left of the 9th, and this is quite the partnership between these two. It was 92 for 2, so they've put on a 50 partnership with that 6.
And they've done it in such a quick time. That is absolutely blistering pace. And just for a moment there, I thought, is that going to get anywhere close to the scorer's hut? The scorer's hut is recessed back from the boundary line, probably a good, I want to say maybe 45, 50 metres. That ball went a long way back.
And that one's going all the way to the rope as well. And Amritpal Singh, he's threatening one of the quickest half centuries we've seen on the network.
Yep.
He goes to 46 off just 11 deliveries.
1 strike away from a 12-ball 50. Can you believe it? Well, he could get it if he gets a chance to get on strike. Let's see what Love Kumar wants to do. Maybe to allow him to get on strike. That's the end of the 9th. 148 for 2 after 9. Who bowls the 10th? Who do you turn to?
Well, Jibban Naidu is the only one who, of the bowlers so far, who hasn't had 2 overs. It looks like they are going to turn to him, despite the fact his first over went magical, but it would be tough to throw in a fresh 6th bowler at this point.
Yep.
So it is Naidu, and that maybe does throw a question mark at the depth in the Team Tigers bowling lineup as well if they just use 5 bowlers. But Jibban Naidu, he's popped up with some important wickets throughout the tournament.
He has.
And well, that's a very clear no ball from where we're sitting. At least they will, of course, check it. And well, he's lucky it didn't go for a 4. But well, as we take a look at this on the side on, let's have a look. He does drop back in the crease, but I think that's more than above the waist. Has been called on field, so he might have got away from getting hit for a boundary on that effort. But free hit coming up, and you don't want that man Lavkaran Singh on strike, nor do you want Amritpal Singh on strike. As he now lines up, can he get one of the quickest boundaries and the quickest 50s on the network? And he does take a bow, Amritpal Singh, as he gets to 50 not out, or 52 not out in the end, off just 12 deliveries. 1-2 deliveries.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Something to tell the kids about that one for everyone who saw that. A 12-ball 50, and he hasn't finished. Have a look at this one. Just crunch, and every hit he's done has been an absolute crunch. That cleared the boundary line by plenty. Probably would have been a 6 in on a T20 arena. Lovely shot. Great innings.
All around the park, not just... I mean, usually you get 50s in those conventional areas where 49 of the runs are through cow corner, but really Amritpal Singh has hit it to all 4 corners, as has Lavkaran Singh, and that's why the Knights sitting pretty at the moment. 156 runs on the board despite that dot ball, although that first legal delivery did go for 8. And it's up in the air here. It might not have the distance on it, nor does it have the distance to fall into the hands of Irfan Hussain. So just the 1. And you'd say, well, at least Amritpal Singh's not on strike, but look who is, Lavkaran Singh, and he's just got 27 ball 77, so it's a bit of double jeopardy here for Team Tigers. 3 balls left.
Interesting bragging rights in the dugout after this innings between these two.
A slower ball comes out from Jibban Naidu, and well, there's a good effort there from Amzad Hussain. Hopefully he's not done himself a mischief as he goes flying to that. Maybe a touch of cramp. The ball has ended up at the rope as we see just what happened on that replay. It's kind of the other side of the hill for us. And yeah, he almost just didn't quite get going in that dive. It was like his feet were stuck in jelly.
Yeah. And I think when he came down, maybe just a little bit of shock to the body, a little bit of a oomph. The ground didn't have a lot of give over on that side. But he's up and about now. 2 to come.
That one's been hit hard into the covers. It's half stopped by the captain Asif Attar, but it won't be stopped enough to stop that ball from going all the way to the rope. And it's another 4 to the collection of Lavkaran Singh. He moves to 85 runs off 29 deliveries. He'll fall short of his century unless no balls come into play. But a big swing here. 6 runs would take him into the 90s, and it would take Coimbra Knights into the 170s. 1 ball left. The slower ball comes out. It's chipped towards long on. The long on there, though, is very wide. It's not going to go all the way. So Lavkaran Singh, well, he'll take solace in the fact that he didn't quite reach the 90s, but he got to 89 and got his team to 169 for 2 off their 10 overs. And we build this as a must-win match. And, well, the Coimbra Knights will be happy that they've at least done half of the job.
Totally agree there. They have done an excellent job, especially those two in the centre of your screen right there. They tore the Team Tigers bowling to pieces. Absolutely tore them to pieces. That was real carnage. No mercy. Just get into it and get the runs. We've only got a few deliveries. Let's pile it on. The Coimbra Knights, they get around them. Proper get around there as the two batters come off the field. Hugs and high fives all around. They'd be very ecstatic about that as you see how things kicked off at the start of this match. We built this one up, didn't we, Tina? And, well, to be fair, that is a cracking innings for Coimbra Knights.
Absolutely. And Ravinder Singh, well, he has been scoring some runs at the top of the order, and he scored 3 fours, but then he fell for just the 12 runs. And we thought, well, maybe Team Tigers getting in amongst the wickets there, but a few drops, a few missed fielding opportunities, and Love Karan Singh, he had that one chance thrown up to Omar Farooq. What a costly drop it was in the end as he steamrolled ahead, 89 runs coming in just 30 balls. We thought, well, he's going to be the star of the show, as that was the end of Ravinder Singh. Captain Mohammad Dawood, he came in, he scored just one big Maximo on his way to 12. And well, at that point, Team Tigers must have thought they're in for a bit of a shout here. But in came Amritpal Singh, and his blistering half-century really took the chase away from Team Tigers. And at the halfway stage, they'll be looking at that 170 total with some nerves.
With real proper nerves there. We just had a look at that miraculous catch there from Tashar Shah to dismiss Dawood Mohammed, and a good bit of work on the boundary line there for Omar Farooq. Sadly, though, the highlight package is going to be lacking for Team Tiger Portugal. And I feel for them too, because they came in with a big heart and big hopes of knocking off the Coimbra Knights, or at least keeping this score to something really competitive. It was all for them to do here, and they run up against an absolute blistering performance from Amritpal Singh, who got a 12-ball 50. That's right, a 12-ball 50. And then at the other end, Love Karan Singh, who just powered his way up towards the 90s. Didn't quite hit the 90s, but he still got there nonetheless. Well, didn't get there nonetheless, but he made an absolutely sensational score. The Coimbra Knights have put together a terrific innings here, especially these two, and a well-deserved get around there in the middle of your screen from everyone involved. You can tell there's some genuine enjoyment there. They loved watching that. There was some good cheers coming from the dugout as the boundaries were coming thick and fast. As Tina was calling it during that game, a lot of 6s and 4s, barely any dot balls. And Love Karan Singh, 89 from only 30 deliveries, take a bow. And Amritpal Singh, 53 from 14, including that 12-ball 50. I'll take an even bigger bow there, sir, because that is a terrific innings. So good. So 169 for 2, after 10. They really put the foot down and they powered along there. Not a really good bowling display there from the Team Tigers. They suffered. They were put to the sword. Azam Johnny with the good economy rate there of 14. Muhammad Ul Khan at the top there, 13.5 economy rate, 27 off his. It's funny enough to say 27 or 2, the pick of the bowlers, even though he didn't get a wicket. And so let's have a look at the summary as we turn the corner and go towards the second half of this match match 29, the penultimate match in the Challenger Division at this European Cricket Series Portugal. Love Karan Singh, 89 from 30. Amritpal Singh, 53 from 14. Dawood Mohammed, he came in 12. He had a really good Maximo too, by the way, for his 12 runs. Irfan Hussain, 1 for 28. Azam Johnny, 1 for 28. Unfortunately, no other wickets falling there. So Team Tigers Portugal, they're going to be out there in the centre in about 6 or 7 minutes time, and they need to get 170 runs off their 10 overs. They need to go at 17 runs per over right from the off. That is going to be so tough in anyone's language. It's going to be tough, everybody. It's going to be really tough, but never count out a team until the fight is done. That's what I like to say. So please join me, Phil G here, back in the commentary igloo here. We have my colleague and good friend Tina Goff. It's the G-Force here, taking you through the last, well, not the last game and not the last innings, but it's the run chase here in match 29. It's Team Tigers need 170 runs off 10 overs. Can they make an impact here or not? It's up for them to see if they want to snatch 4th place in the standings or whether they go home tonight unable to feature in the finals tomorrow. I'll be back here in about 5 minutes time to introduce you to the run chase. Join me then and hope to see you soon. Cheerio.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to the Santorum Cricket Ground. Phil G here in the ECN Commentary Igloo, and bringing you the action live for this run chase after the Coimbra Knights came in and just went bang. Amritpal Singh and Avkaran Singh absolutely demolishing the Team Tigers bowling attack in those, well, not just the final overs, but pretty much the second half of that innings. It just became proper carnage there. 169 runs on the board. So batting team, if they can achieve this, Team Tigers can pick this up in 7 overs or less. Well, they definitely deserve a bonus point if they can do that. Almost like to reward them with a couple of bonus points really if they could do that, but nope, them's the rules, just 1 bonus point. And for the fielding team, try to restrict Team Tigers to 118 or less. Bonus point in play up for grabs. However, as Tina and I have pointed out throughout this game, and maybe the previous game we talked about as well, it's the win that's really important here, because the winner plays finals tomorrow, because they should lock in 4th spot on the tables. So just a reminder that it is finals day tomorrow. This is the second last match of the group stages. Only top 4 of the 6 teams playing in this tournament go through to finals Friday. We start the run chase now. And maybe got a little tickle on that. They're very sure there was a tickle on that. And, well, that is disastrous for Team Tigers. Oh, no. It has been given. Batter has gone for the hook shot. Got a little bit of something on that. Oh, dear. And that is not good at all. Watch this one more time. Left-hander Azam Johnny tries to turn it around. Maybe got a tickle off the glove. He knows it. We know it because we can see the deflection there. Irfan Hussain tries to say, no run. But it was worse than that because it was a wicket. That is a well taken behind the stumps. And umpire Bucks agrees. So it's a first baller for Azam Johnny. His tournament is done, because this is going to be absolutely steep north face of Everest effort here without a Sherpa or ropes for the Team Tigers to climb this mountain. Problems aplenty already. And, well, dust comes out, and he wasn't expecting to come out this early for sure. And he has to start straight away. The run rate required before even a ball was bowled was 17 and over. It's now 17 and a half, just after 2 deliveries. Just shows you exactly what happens when that run rate gets up to these sorts of levels. The smallest, the slightest little glitch in the matrix for a batting team, and suddenly you are chasing a mammoth total. It's already a mammoth, it's already a mammoth total, but wow, that's just become really hard. It's a wide ball. Well, shouts for caught behind there. Batter almost fires himself into his own stumps. Ripan Dust just pulls out at the last minute. Watch this one more time. Spins him round, and wait, do he put the stumps there? I didn't touch them. His hands are in the air. He's saying, no, I didn't touch that. I had nothing to do with that. How close did he get in the end from this angle? Oh, he's pretty clear. But holding his hands in the air to say, didn't hit that either. Shouts a catch it. Is that a second catch down leg side? Oh, they're celebrating hot, and they think they've got him. Ooh, now Coimbra Knights are saying, nah, hang on a minute. Let's have a look. There you go. Well, they got excited, but no. Umpire Buck says, all right, guys, calm it down. Sorry, Coimbra Knights, I'm not going to give you another one. Have a look one more time. Yeah, close, but no wicket. This will give us a better look. Yeah, Coimbra Knights were adamant, but umpire said no. Oh, good delivery of that. In at the body, almost chops on, and that has to be just pushed away. So what an awkward first over this is to negotiate for Team Tigers. Losing a wicket very early on. It's 1 for 1. There's problems aplenty already. This target was always going to be huge. I mean, you got 170 on the board. Even the bonus score of 118 to get a bonus point is really massive. So the shackle's broken. The shot is played, smacks it out through the vacant point area. 4 runs on the board. That's the first boundary. And that is Das, who manages to belt it off really square. That one, nice cut shot. And starts things off for him and for his team with the boundary after just 1 wide posted. So first runs off the bat. 1 more to come in the first. The score is 5 for 1. And Ravinder Singh bowling with good fire and good pace, as he's done throughout this tournament. The church bells ringing in the background. And that is going to be, yeah, I saw Bucks actually just give a nod there to his counterpart, his son, who's umpiring over at Square Leg. And he says, yep, that's okay. That's a good delivery. And that is the first ever done and dusted. What a great time to bring in Tina Goff. Tina G, the G-Force, recommences its duties here in the Igloo. And that's, well, the Coimbra Knights have started this this run chase, the defence of the run chase, beautifully.
They absolutely have, and 13 matches since the Golden Ball. If I were a betting woman, which I'm not, then I would probably say it's going to tick over to 14 matches because, as you said, Phil, it's a bit of a mountain to climb here for Team Tigers, but as long as that man is out there, Irfan Hussain, who watched all of the carnage unfold from the non-strikers end in the first ball, well, they'll think they'll have a chance. And that's exactly why, as the first ball gets hit high and handsome over long off, Irfan Hussain, he knows that, well, the hopes of the Tigers rest firmly on his shoulders. Rupan Das, of course, he's no stranger to a run or two. He showed that earlier in the tournament, but Irfan Hussain, there's a reason he's got over 600 runs in just one season on the European Cricket Network.
Absolutely, we can see that. He's had a good time with the bat so far. Failed in the previous match. That has flown away. That's got a very thick edge and flown away. They do stop the boundary though, so that's good news for Coimbra Knights. However, for Team Tigers, they probably need magical overs from here on in. Everything needs to go magical if they're going to have a chance getting close. And remember, we keep saying it, but this match is all or nothing. It's effectively a knockout quarterfinal for one of these teams. And, you know, the bonus point doesn't even come into consideration, really. It's the win. It's nothing but the win.
Yep, absolutely. It's a straight knockout style cricket here. It's what we love to see, the excitement until the very last after, well, what is it now? 28 and a half games. There's almost nothing to separate these two sides. But, well, Team Tigers have two big hitters out there. They need some big strikes of that Grizzly. And I'm sure wides they'll happily accept as well, as that one will have to be re-bowled from Taranpreet Singh, who's come in to bowl the second over of the game.
It's tough though, isn't it? It's really tough when you've got a mountain to climb. You lose a wicket so early on in the piece. One of your openers goes that fast. Irfan Hussain, he's at the wrong end. He needs to be up the striker's end. And Rupert Dust needs to get amongst it, which he's doing right now.
Yeah, another 4 to his collection. And, well, he did score 60 just earlier today in 29 deliveries. That was in that big win against the Brothers 11. They won by 22 runs, and that's really put them in contention into this straight knockout game. Otherwise, well, they would have been sitting near the bottom of the table with Friendship CC.
Was that a 60 not out that he picked up? I'm pretty sure he didn't lose his wicket there. For some reason, I picture him walking off with a not out next to his name. I might be wrong.
You're not wrong. You rarely are, Phil. Oh. Not out. He came in at 3, and well, he came in at 3 at this game. He might as well have opened after that.
Exactly. Oh dear.
That positively royal duck for Azam Johnny.
Crunched really hard there. A couple of players a little bit slow to find that one. That was a little bit bizarre moment there.
Maybe if you're playing against the Knights, it should be a Sir Duck if you get out on the first ball. Either way, Johnny's got a lot of time to think about what he wants to call his duck, because he has to watch the other 59 balls of the innings from back in the dugout. And that is the end of the second over. 17 for 1, and, well, trouble with a capital T for Team Tigers, and this is exactly why they are looking a bit nervous. They're chewing their fingernails, their paws, as they realise, well, the Coimbra Knights are breathing down their necks, and they're threatening to leapfrog them into the 4th and final qualification spot.
Yeah, this is why we're talking about this being an all or nothing for these two teams. Remember, 4th place goes into an eliminator first thing tomorrow morning. 5th place and 6th place, thanks for coming, but we don't need you for tomorrow. That's pretty much how it's going to work. So, saying he gets a chance now to get amongst the bowlers if he can. 102 runs needed for 45 for a point. Don't worry about the point, it's the big win that they want. That's gone high. And 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs.
Ravinder Singh, who's come back for his second and final over. His first one only went for 5. And well, they're kind of going big from the start, aren't they, the Knights? They're packing all of their top bowlers to the top of the innings, and no wonder, because if they have a good first half of this game, that's pretty much the game done and dusted, in the bag, 1 foot into finals day. And well, dot balls are certainly going to help the Knights' cause. Irfan Hussain, he knows he has to kind of swing and swing hard at everything, but it generally helps if you do make contact with the ball.
Our computerised predictor has got it 96% in favour of Coimbra Knights, giving the Team Tigers only 4% chance of a victory here.
Well, there's one chance, and that was hit really firmly, wasn't it? That was kind of what Irfan Hussain was trying to do in that previous delivery. This time he does make contact with the Grizzly. It zips along the surface. Just a bit of a stand and deliver from the man with 999 on the back of his shirt. Well, I think they might need to call the ambulance, because this innings needs a bit of revival, and Irfan Hussain, maybe he's the one to provide it.
I tell you what, if someone's going to provide it, it is definitely the man from the emergency services, Hussain, with that 999 on the back, because he's got so much power in those levers of his.
That one proves the point. Will it go all the way? Yeah, it just skip to the boundary. That was more of just a push than anything.
Yep.
And yet still manages to push it, well, a good 49 metres.
Rahul Khan thought he was in there. Bit of a tease, that one. Thought he was in with a chance of saving. Ran hard, and you could see the shadow just entering frame as the ball clips the boundary line. So a few boundaries here now in the over.
There's another one to add to the collection. Probably the best of the lot. It's been 3-4 so far, but make that a 6. A big Maximo to finish the third over. And that one does go for 18 runs, but that is more or less par, and that's kind of the problem that the Team Tigers face, because even a really solid over, and a pretty solid power play, to be fair, 35 runs coming off it. Well, look at that. The Coimbra Knights were 45 for no loss, and they still had, well, 3 almost magical overs and a full magical over to come.
Yeah, quite incredible strike in there from the Coimbra Knights, you see there in that graphic just before. And Team Tigers, they need about 3 or 4 magical overs, and they need them right now if they want to stay in touch with not even just the run rate, but just having the confidence to try to hit through and get a pile of runs and put some pressure back on Coimbra Knights, because I don't reckon the Knights are feeling any kind of pressure whatsoever right now.
No, I'd agree with you. And if you look at that equation, the wide will obviously help, but they still need over 19 runs per over, and well, the graphic there shows you how many runs needed for the bonus point. As we've said, the bonus point at this stage is immaterial. It's all about win or bust for either team. Well, Taranpreet Singh, bit of a sloppy start to his second over.
Yeah, that first wide that he bowled, he immediately turned around to the infield and apologised immediately. Just sorry, and you down the end there, down at mid-on. Sorry about that.
Well, probably needs to apologise again, because he followed that up with a wide, and that delivery is not that much better, as that gets the treatment from Rupan Das, who's, well, he was so explosive this morning, been a bit more contemplative this afternoon. That does get him into double figures, 12 runs, but it's taken 10 balls. And that's not the rate they need if they want to chase down this mammoth total.
Yeah, but not a good start to this over. Effectively, that's 6 runs off the first legal delivery.
True.
So you can't get a lot better than that, really. But if they want a magical over, they need to get one right now. Need to stay in touch here.
A bit shorter on the offside this time, and Rupan Das,
Okay.
he hits back-to-back boundaries after back-to-back wides. So that is 10 runs coming off the first 2 legitimate deliveries of the fourth. Team Tigers, well, they're slowly chipping away at that run rate. It's gone slightly down. It was above 19. Now it's at least below 19. But that target is pretty looming, isn't it? You'd say, well, they would probably back themselves to get that bonus point. For that, they need a run rate of just over 11. But then you think, oh, geez, there's another 51 runs needed on top of that.
Exactly, yep. Haven't seen a lot of good run chasers in this tournament so far. Been a little bit tough for the chasers. Oh, in and out. Oh, that's a bit harsh. That is a catch put down. Hangs his head in shame. Then goes to hide the fingers under the arm to say, ouch. That was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, as you said, Phil, it went in and then it went out. He saw it all the way, lined it up.
Yep.
And, well, just couldn't keep a hold of that. Tough chance, but should have been taken.
Yep.
And this one, well, similar areas, actually a bit finer there. And fine all the way to the boundary. Again, a bit of double jeopardy there. How many times have we seen that? Either a wide or a drop, followed up with a boundary.
Yeah, way too many times to even bother keeping count. Happens probably more often than not, to be perfectly honest. I just really feel that. Yeah, big drop that one. See if it's going to cost them or they can try to bounce back here. But this is turning to be a pretty good over then for Team Tigers. They keep pushing along. They possibly could. Still 2 to come.
That one's just mishit into the leg side. There is a fielder there. Pretty conventional square leg as Rupen Das squats himself into the non-striker's crease. And a bit of carnage so far in this over. 3 boundaries coming off it, 2 wides as well. There's 1 ball left, 15 so far from it. And it will remain at 15 as Irfan Hussain does a big swing and a miss. Actually, no, it has been signalled. Well, Miggy gave me the old delayed signal there.
He hung you out to dry then, Tina. We'll have to have a word to him about that.
I already put a big tick in the box for over number 4, but as it is, 1 more chance for it to go magical. 16 runs off it now. Final ball take 2. Could it be final ball take 3? No, that one is a legitimate one. Probably just jumped over the shoulder of anything of Irfan Hussain. So that just is a dot. Thank you to the umpire. Take a look at that. Yeah, well, it pretty much goes over the helmet, over leg stump. It's a good call there. And that is the end of the over. 51 for 1. Team Tigers needing 119 off 36 deliveries.
Yep. Just watching the body language there of Irfan Hussain as he looked to square leg, looked to the standing umpire, looked to square leg, looked to the standing umpire, and realised it was the end of the over. So yeah, the run rate graph, let's have a look at 12.75, 51 for 1, Team Tigers. And, well, they needed a magical over. And if they needed one, if that previous over, they need one even more now. It's going to get to the point where they're going to need a supersonic over, or they're just going to need magical overs all the way through. It's still, what's that, 119 runs needed from 6 overs. That's a lot of runs off not many deliveries.
Yeah, I think they need to pull multiple rabbits out of multiple hats. And, well, some good fielding there on the long arm boundary. It was Rahul Khan out there doing the business for his side, and Tejpreet Singh, he's coming in for his first bowl of this game. It's the 5th over. And yeah, as you said, Phil, still well over 100 runs needed. About a third of the way. Team Tigers Portugal one, not even, as that one goes high up in the air. Who's going to go underneath it? Surely it's the keepers. And yeah, some good recovery work there. Actually, the batter did a good job of completely removing himself from that situation. He could, of course, have stood his ground and say, well, this is my part of the pitch. But as it was, we'll take a look at this on replay because he absolutely makes himself scarce here. The batter, he goes, oops, sorry. And well, he could have carried on going and said, well, this is the line I'm running in. Sorry if you run into me, but we're all playing this game in a great spirit this week. And it's Irfan Hussain who departs 25 runs off 10 deliveries, and with that depart possibly the hopes of Team Tigers Portugal getting to the finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, you sort of get the feeling now that if I can use a boxing vernacular here, that they've had the standing 8 count and the referee has said, all right, play on, but even the referee's getting a little bit nervous, and even he's checking people next to the boxing ring saying, should we keep going? Yep, let's keep going. But that's a body blow. That 52 for 2. Definitely just had a standing 8 count and not sure what they've got to do here. Omar Farouk comes in. I mean, he's a good player to bring in, but what has he got?
He levers that one round the corner. There is a fielder out there. And yeah, as you said, maybe they're still standing, but they're swaying. They may be seeing some stars in their vision. And 1 or 2 more heavy blows, and that could be curtains. But they're going to keep scrapping, are the Tigers. They've scrapped themselves even into a position to have a shout of getting to finals day. After a poor start. 3 losses in a row for them at the start of this tournament. So well done to them even taking it this deep. And well, that might be that. It certainly is for Rupen Das. So both set batters go within the space of 3 deliveries. That was unfortunate as he chops on, going for the big shot, as he has to do with that run rate over 21. Good delivery from Tejpreet Singh, just nips away a bit off the seam, and that's curtains for Rupan Das.
Yeah, I think Tejpreet Singh has dealt a knockout blow there. I think that's down to the canvas for a second time. And oh, that's trouble aplenty now. That surely, if the previous wicket wasn't all the hopes taken across back to the dugout with them, that one has to be there, because I can't see Team Tigers middle order matching up to 6 magical overs in a row. Just not going to happen, I don't think.
No.
Which is a shame, because it's really going to snuff out their life force here. They're not going to be able to challenge that total, that massive total posted by the Coimbra Knights.
New batter Amzad Hussain. Watchful there as they do run through for a quick single. But it might be the Knights saying night-night to the Tigers here, as that run rate keeps on creeping up. 1 over so far from Tejpreet Singh. Just the 3 singles coming off it and 2 wicket-taking deliveries. So with 1 ball left of his first over, figures of 2 for 3, I'm sure he'll take that. Maybe he'll want to finish the pattern of getting a wicket and then a 1. So is the wicket coming up? Possibly. Well, there's a bit of awkward fielding there on the rope. Not sure if he's signalling sorry or signalling I can't see it or signalling a 4. Well, the sun is setting slowly in his eye line. We'll take a look at this. He definitely didn't go for the catch. He said, well, it's more important that I stop the ball. But you can't stop the ball with 1 foot firmly over the boundary rope, as was the case there. And yep, 4 signalled on field. A bit sloppy there.
Yep.
I can understand why he didn't go for the catch, but you've got to stop the boundary when you've seen that ball all the way.
Yeah, and he had plenty of time to maybe take his foot off the rope and take 1 step in. Interesting enough, the bowler even turned to the umpire and he gave the video replay signal. As we have a look at up-and-coming events the next 5-6 weeks on the European Cricket Network, a fair bit of stuff going on. Portugal, we're still in the middle of the Portugal series. We're just getting to the business end of the Challenger. We've got Premier Division starting on Saturday, ECI and T20I action for men and women towards the end of this. Spain, Madrid, first time ECS in Madrid. Exciting ECS, that's going to be starting on Monday the 7th of April. Italy, Bologna, France, Malta, the Spring Series, and then a weekend in Prague for some T20I action. That's going to be some exciting next 5 or 6 weeks. Well, that's been chopped away very nicely for 4 runs, punched through our favourite area on the ground, and that is a backward point for the right-hander, or if you're a left-hander, that is going to be a backward square, deep backward square. That part of the ground getting a lot of work. Indeed, good shot that one. So, well, Hussain comes in and he picks up a boundary there, 62 for 3. It's the start of the 6th, and I know we've still got the graphic there of the point, 57 of 29 for a point, but you need 108 runs in 29 deliveries. So if it's not magical, then it's curtains.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's Gurjinder Singh who's come on to bowl here. We haven't actually seen too much of him with the ball. He's mostly had bat in hand. He scored a 38 and a 30. Useful with the bat. Appeals here. Well, the umpire's arms are raised for the wide ball before Gurjinder even has a chance to appeal. Maybe just trying to sell the umpire the dream there that no, it definitely wasn't a wide. It hit something. Look, I promise. Oh, a bit of a head scratcher, a literal head scratcher there.
Yeah, the hand on the head was the perfect Academy Award act of how did that happen? Really? Well,
that one's gone high up in the air. There's fielders converging underneath it. It might have the legs to go all the way. And no, it actually just plugs about a metre short of the boundary. There was never a chance actually for the catch. The wicketkeeper goes on a long old chase. Mohammed Dawood, well, he fielded earlier and had a chance there to take a catch on the boundary somehow as the wicketkeeper, but it dropped between him and the man on the 45.
Trying to rack my brain for thinking, what's the furthest away from a regular position has a wicketkeeper taken a catch? That might have been it right there, if he'd managed to get to that.
It certainly would have been in contention, as this time it is fielded by the man at 45. Yeah, look at that win predictor up at 98% for the Knights, and I'd go along with that target. Well, still over 100 runs needed, and yeah, well over halfway. Some fancy footwork there. Does he stop the boundary? Yes, he does.
Good work there.
It's Harry Singh out there, and there is a half-hearted appeal for a run out. Buck says no and gets his skates on as he jogs in to reassemble the castle. That the Knights, well, they're trying to storm the castle of the Team Tigers at the moment. Do run back 4-2 here because of that fumble. It actually knocked Harry Singh the ball quite considerably away from him. He got his extra steps in, as did umpire Bucks, to reassemble the stumps. Big swing and a miss there from Omar Farouk. Hasn't really got going yet. 1-4 in his 4 balls so far. And at the moment, unfortunately, dots, 1s and 2s just won't cut it for the Tigers. 1 ball left of the 6th. And, well, it's a wicket, and that's the 4th wicket down. Omar Farouk, again, well, if this was a boxing match, I think we'd stop it right there because the Team Tigers still need over 100 runs with 4 overs left, and I think we can safely say it's the Coimbra Knights that will proceed. Of course, stranger things have happened. I'm sure stranger things will happen in the future on the European Cricket Network. So until the last ball is bowled, you never know. But Omar Farouk, he knows that his number is up as he has to depart for 7 runs off just 5 deliveries.
Yeah, Omar Farouk, he's a good campaigner. He's a good getting into it. And have a look there at what we're setting up for tomorrow.
Yeah, and well, we've said that it's not over till it's over, but the Coimbra Knights, they have more or less secured their position in the eliminator. They'll take that 3rd or 4th spot, and the Brothers 11, they've already secured their spot in the qualifier, but there's still plenty of cricket to be played, plenty of positions to be grabbed, and well, on all 4s here is Love Karan Singh, who's come in to bowl.
He's giving his shoulder a bit of a workout as well. Maybe he's bowled that one a bit too much pepper. He's just feeling the right shoulder a bit there. Wouldn't want to do anything silly at this point in time.
Well, they'll certainly need him tomorrow, will the Knights. He's featured with both bat and ball. It's really with bat that he shines for the Knights.
Yep, 100%.
That one goes high into the setting sun, and it will go the distance as well. Amzad Hussain, well, with not much left to lose, he thinks, I'm just going to have a bit of fun out here, and that one goes the distance. Takes him to 14 off 6 deliveries.
And, you know, the batters might as well do this if you do feel that the game is well beyond them. I mean, the target now is under 100 runs, but their time is running out. Deliveries are running out.
And dot balls certainly don't help the cause. I mean, it would be probably a tight game if we're looking at the bonus point. That would be 44 needed off 21, but even then, the run rate up past 12.
Yep.
As it is, the run rate needed to win and to get into finals day is up past 27, and they'll need a lot more wides if they're going to get anywhere near that. So it looks like it is the death knell for Team Tigers as we enter the final stages of their tournament for this year. As for the Coimbra Knights, we'll be seeing them tomorrow in finals day.
Interesting for the Coimbra Knights, just to talk about logistics for just a second. It looks like they'll pick up the win here, and it looks like they will book themselves into 4th place. That means a nice long run home up the highway, and another early morning start for them could prove to be the longer way around, probably more so than other teams, simply because they've got the extra travel time.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be back here, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed at, well, 8 a.m. to be ready for that 9 a.m. start tomorrow.
That's it, exactly.
I mean, they could actually end up finishing in 3rd place. Not that it actually makes too much of a difference. If they pick up all 4 points, they'll finish on 20. And it's the Lisbon Supergiants who will be playing up next, who are currently on 19. So as it stands, they will be beaten by the Coimbra Knights. But if the Lisbon Supergiants then pick up at least 1 point, as we see them and their lineup for the final game, then actually it'll be a tussle for 3rd and 4th place. But whatever happens then, they will both be playing against each other tomorrow morning.
That's it.
But the Lisbon Supergiants, if they take home all 4 points against the unchanged Werewolves, then they would actually leapfrog the Werewolves into second place and earn themselves a bit of a lion tomorrow morning.
Is it possible? I haven't checked the net run rate between the Lisbon Supergiants and the Werewolves, but do Lisbon Supergiants have a better net run rate than the Werewolves?
Marginally, so it's 0.876 for the Werewolves and 0.945, so that's about a run and a half by my calculations. But
yep.
If the Supergiants claim 4 points, then that is the only way they will get into second place, because that will put them on 23 points. And while that one's high in the sky, it won't have the legs to reach either the fielder or the boundary as they do scamper through 4-2.
Okay. I was just thinking that maybe the maybe Supergiants have got a good net run rate, so maybe just 3 points and a win that would naturally increase their net run rate. Would that be enough? We'll see.
I don't think. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, everything is possible. We have to crunch the numbers and do the maths. But, I mean, if they pick up just the 3 points, that means, by definition, the Werewolves will have picked up 1 point.
True.
And then the Supergiants will finish on 22. The Werewolves will finish on 23.
True. Very
so
true.
it's only a 4-0 win that would send the Lisbon Supergiants straight into the qualifier, and this has been sent straight into the hands of the fielder at deep mid wicket, and that is the 5th wicket to fall. It's Foyers Udin, who joined us actually a while ago, that he's just not had any of the strike. He took 4 balls to get to his 4 runs and he has to depart, and that's the 5th wicket to fall for Team Tigers as they move to 80 for 5.
And this game does move towards its well, I don't like to keep using this phrase, obvious conclusion, but it's kind of is now, as you can see the difference now is 80 runs as opposed to needing 170. So 90 runs astray of where they want to be, and only 2 overs and 2 deliveries left. And that is pretty much game done. Game set. I'll hold off on saying match until the end of the match. It's never over. Fight's never over until the fight's done. And I won't jump in too early on that one. But it's looking exactly how it's going to end up.
Well, the new batter jumps into the crease. It's Tushar Shah who took that amazing catch in the first innings. That will remain a highlight for Team Tigers, even if they do depart at this point of the tournament. And while he flashes across that one for his first delivery, it is stopped on the boundary there by the fielder out there, deep point.
Yeah, nicely done out there. But yeah, Coimbra Knights now, I think a couple of deliveries away from putting the final nails into this particular coffin, and that is the end of the over. That's the end of the 8th, isn't it? So we've got only 2 overs to go, and Team Tigers, they're 82 for 5, and they're way too many runs astray. So their tournament is coming to an end after losing wicket on the, I think, the first delivery of this run chase, and just never really got a partnership together, unfortunately for Team Tigers. They promised a lot, but they're unable to deliver, sadly for them. But they've given us a bit of a thrill by by getting a couple of good wins. Good win this morning too over the Brothers, so that gave them a lot of heart coming into here. And have a look at that net run rate after 8 overs. That white line just going completely in the wrong direction, and that is up to some pretty good bowling from the Coimbra Knights and some good fielding.
That one's played round the corner. That will go all the way for a 4. Amzad Hussain starting over number 9 with a boundary. It's Tejpreet Singh who immediately ruins his figures as his first over went for just 7 runs, 2 wickets coming off it. Gurjinder Singh, shout out to him. He finishes with figures of 2 for 16 off his 2 overs. Great return there for Gurjinder.
Give a shout out to David Bruce in the chat, keeping the chat informed about his playing career. Hello there, David Bruce. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. And your last comment, this game is all but done.
Yep, I'd go along with that, David, as that one's just chipped into the leg side, and some walking fielding carried out there by Love Karan Singh. He probably thinks he's done enough in this game and enough in the group stages to get his team safely into finals day, but he'll have to rest up, come raring to go tomorrow, as he'll lead from the front with the bat.
Yep. Yeah, that experiment of bringing him up the order has proved to be a bit of a recipe for success for the Coimbra Knights, and no doubt they'll be looking to apply that logic tomorrow to their first game when they front up for finals day. Halfway through the night, still 3 to come.
And that's 2 dot balls in a row for Tejpreet Singh. 2 shot sharp is the man on the strike. He's yet to hit a ball to the boundary. 2 runs off his 4 deliveries so far. Amzad Hussain, a nice little cameo of the non-strikers. 19 off 12 for him.
So getting close now towards the final over of this penultimate match in this tournament. Well, the bowler throws at the stumps and then he gestures to the stumps as though to say, well, why didn't I hit that? I think he was asking why nobody was at the stumps to take the throw. And I got to say, there is nobody. Where's the nearest fielder to the stumps, if not the bowler, really?
Probably this wide mid-off point, but he's back on the circle. So,
He's a long way back.
Remonstrating with himself there. Had he thrown the stumps down, the batter would have been well clear as ouch. We haven't seen one of those so far this week, I think, but we've got an injury on the field.
Yep, that's been warned. And the pro needs some attention out there right away, please. That looked really painful.
Yeah, I think he edged it himself onto his... Everyone says, stand back. This is a job for one man and one man only, and that's the batter. It looks like actually, well, it hits maybe the top of the leg. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's a bit of a glancing blow, isn't it? Well, there's only one part that he's holding in pain, but let's take a look at this. We haven't seen this all week, actually, have we? You see it quite often here on the European Cricket Network. It looks like maybe the top of the hip bone or the bottom of the hip bone. It's a weird one. Sometimes these glancing blows are actually the worst, aren't they?
I was thinking the lower abdominal area, and someone's holding the foot to try to help out as well.
Not sure that's the area that hurts.
Yeah. Sort of blessed thanks that we get the bowlers' numbers up in front of the camera there. Tejpreet Singh finishes with 2 for 13. Really good effort from him. Love Karan Singh, he went for 8 but does not pick up a wicket. And 2 wickets for Gurjinder Singh after copping a little bit of stick in the game played early today with his bowling. So he's bounced back on that one, which is pretty good. And just checking and seeing, I think the batter's going off. I think he's going to go off for a spell. So maybe he's... that may be all we see.
He's being helped off by a friendly knight who accompanies him and then gives him a friendly little push in the back saying, okay, off you go.
It was a little sort of, you need to go in that direction, kind of a little gentle, I don't like to use the word shove, but it kind of was. But I'm sure it wasn't a shove in the true sense of the word of... Anyway, digging myself a hole here. Don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, the German word for shove is schups, and that's always quite nice because that's a bit more of a friendly...
That sounds all right.
A little, here we go. There's a little schups there to say, I hope you feel better, but off you go, mate. We've got a game to win. And, well, it's all but one here. Just the 82 runs needed in the final over. So, well, it is certainly the end of the road for Team Tigers. They'll be caged up for another year. I'm sure they'll come back fighting in the next tournament that we find ourselves in here in Portugal. And it's a flash to the boundary, actually. Oh, has it been stopped? I completely lost sight of that one. And this setting sun.
Yeah, the fielder at point, in extra cover didn't lose it in the sun. He's staring directly into the sun. Quite a good effort there. Picked it up clean on the bounce.
And a big swing and a miss as it's Gamma Singh who comes on for his first ball of the game. He's been held back here. He was handy for the Knights at the start of the tournament. 2 for 30 in game 6. Picked up a solitary wicket in his only over in game 8. And well, I suppose when you're defending 81 runs, you can afford to just throw the ball to whoever you want.
Pretty much. Anyone could have had a bowl. Dawood Mohammed could have bowled with the pads on, and still that would have not been a problem.
He did have a ball earlier today, but he's safely behind the stumps again, a half-hearted appeal. So that one will probably get cut off there. A bit of a slip and slide and over-arm ball there to cut it off on the boundary as they go through 4 leg buys. Yep.
players in that part of the ground need to be careful. We've seen a few interesting moments just there. Just a little slide there. Must be very, very slick underfoot there. Very low, the grass very short. Almost a terrific catch, goes in and out there. Player, I can't tell if he's upset or whether he's hurt himself. No, I think he's upset. Didn't catch that one.
Yeah, hand in apology as again, well, that was making a beeline straight for him. And it popped in and popped straight back out, and he's just hiding for a moment. I think it's Taranpreet Singh there who dropped it, but it shouldn't make too much of a difference apart from to Gamma Singh's figures, as that is the final ball. And yeah, well, Taranpreet Singh maybe has done himself a bit of mischief. We'll hope all 10 of his fingers are in one piece, because, well, the Coimbra Knights, they'll be coming back tomorrow for finals day after this knockout game goes their way. And wow, boy does it go their way, as they win by 78 runs. Team Tigers Portugal, they post 91 for 5 after their 10 overs. And well, we build it as a must-win game. The Knights took that to heart and they march on into the finals day.
Yeah, we really pumped this one up. We thought this one was going to be the match of all matches for today. It turned out to be, unfortunately for Team Tigers, not their match. They just couldn't get the batters out. The Coimbra Knights had a big, massive game there. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match number 30, the final match in this group stage, the last of the group games in this Challenger division. Lisbon Supergiants take on the Werewolves. Have a look at some changes there. That looks like unchanged teams since we last saw them. And all there for the Supergiants to try to get a win, all there for the Werewolves. And we talked about permutations and combinations. We'll discuss that more. Tina and myself will take you through all the ifs and buts and maybes and who could do what when we kick off that game. Let's look at the highlight reel where you're going to see Coimbra Knights get a wicket right at the very top of that. Team Tigers are always up against the ropes right from the get-go.
Yeah, well, it was a mountain to climb, and it became even steeper as Azam Johnny went first ball. Irfan Hussain, we knew he was the main man for the Tigers after his heroics with the bat and ball yesterday. He was joined by Rupan Das, and the two of them, they threatened to take this game deep as they put together a 50 stand for the second wicket. There was a few boundaries flying. There was 5 off the bat of Irfan Hussain. Rupan Das, he didn't trouble the Maximo count, but he did add 5 fours of his own in his 22, so 20 of those 22 runs coming in the form of boundaries. But once that wicket partnership was broken, well, we thought that might spell the end of the Team Tigers. And it was Irfan Hussain who went first, being caught by the captain and wicketkeeper Mohamed Dawood. And then an unfortunate Rupan Das chopped one on to his own stumps. And well, that really brought the beginning of the end with those 2 dangerous batters out. Omar Farouk, he just hit 1 boundary on his way to 7. Amzad Hussain, he contributed 19 runs before he took an unfortunate blow to the body. And well, there was a few blows to the stumps as well. That was Omar Farouk getting clean bowled. And Foyazuddin, he contributed just 4 singles of his own before he was caught out from Harry Singh, and that really was the beginning of the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really felt the same way.
What?
Oh yeah, that's bowler got straight across to make sure it was all right, and then helped off the field. Hopefully we'll double check on that play motion. He's okay, but that looked really painful. And what else was painful was the way that Team Tigers just couldn't take a trick here, and the Coimbra Knights end up notching up a pretty comprehensive win in their final match of the group stages here. And they themselves will be thinking, well, Friday action awaits us because we've done what we had to do. And they've done it in emphatic style as well. Have a look at the batting card there for Team Tigers. Not a lot really to get happy about, apart from Irfan Hussain, 25 from 10, and Rupan Das, 22 from 16. While they were still there was hope. But those 2 wickets fell close together. In fact, in the same over, Tejpreet Singh removed them both. And as you said, Tina, when that happened, you really felt that the rug was put out from underneath them. And unfortunately then they lost Amzad Hussain, retired, hurt as well. So it didn't go their way at all. Coimbra Knights bowling card there looking pretty good in the economies. Taranpreet Singh, he might be a bit upset about that none for 28. Everyone else did a great job.
Yeah, it was the 6 Singhs that did the damage there for the Knights, and well, they'll be hoping they're firing on all cylinders tomorrow as they come back for finals day, and they'll certainly go into that day with a bit of a spring in their step as they beat Team Tigers Portugal by a comprehensive 78 runs. And, well, whoever faces them in that eliminator tomorrow, they better watch out, because the Coimbra Knights are now on the march, marching into that day tomorrow. So we'll see them then. Well, Team Tigers Portugal, that's the last we'll see of them, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger, lick their wounds and come back on the prowl. But for now, well, that's match 29 in the can. Just one match left. Can you believe it? One match left of this group stage before we enter finals day. And it is a big match as well. Because of that 4-point win for the Team Tigers, they actually jump into third place. They'll finish their campaign on 20 points. The next game sees the Werewolves in second place. They have 22 points. Lisbon Supergiants, they're now in fourth place, but they have 19 points. So the Supergiants will be targeting a Supergiant 4-point win. And that will see them straight through to the qualifier tomorrow. And that's what we have coming up for you in just a few moments' time. Luckily, because of the great efforts of everyone here at the ground, we're back on track, back on schedule. So that game will be coming to you in just under 20 minutes. We'll be back on the airwaves in just about 15. And, well, we might grab ourselves a little glass of iced tea, a little cucumber sandwich. We advise you do the same. GeForce will be back in style in about 15 minutes' time to take you through the very last group stage match of this ECS Portugal Challenger Series. Join us back on the European Cricket Network in about 15 minutes' time. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground where, can you believe it, we are on the 30th and final game of the group stages of this Challenger Series here in Portugal. And this game sees the Lisbon Supergiants face up against the Werewolves to try and cement that place in finals day. Before we go and talk about the game, let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Werewolves to call. Heads is called. Tails.
Field.
Okay. All the best. Thanks. There we go. Supergiants have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
So there you have it. The Lisbon Supergiants, they win the toss. They decide to have a bowl. Well, both of these teams have already secured a place in the finals day tomorrow, but it's all about where they will finish. Who will secure that second spot, which will take them straight through to the qualifier. The loser of this game, well, they'll have to go into the eliminator and face off against the fourth place team to make sure they get one step closer to the final. It's all excitement here. It's the final game of the group stages here in the Challenger Series. And taking it away, taking you through the action is Phil G up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Tina, and welcome everybody around the world to, yes indeed, the last match, match 30 of this group stage in the ECS Portugal Challenger Division. And what a ride it's been. And it culminates now in this final match here for you on this Thursday afternoon under nice, beautiful blue skies. Lisbon Supergiants take on the Werewolves Cricket Club. And as you saw there from Tina's introduction and Stefan Gooch, the match referee who tossed the coin, the Supergiants won the toss and they want to have a bowl first. They want to chase at the end. Interesting because having seen the Supergiants in the last game yesterday come out and belt 183 off 10 overs to really put that game to bed completely. I thought they might, if they win the toss, come out and bat again. Nope, they're electing to bowl and allowing the Werewolves to bat first. Set a score, and then the Lisbon Supergiants, they're going to come out and play indeed. That would definitely be the percentages from match 29. I think we've moved on from that one. Maybe we'll get the right graphic up in a moment for the percentages, but we'll see it when the first ball is bowled as the win predictor between the Supergiants and the Werewolves. I can see the Supergiants now moving out onto the field. The umpires are there, the opening batters for the Werewolves taking up their positions as well. And we're about to get this game started. This match 30 is going to be happening really soon. And I'm looking forward to this one. I know Tina was looking forward to this one. The final match here in the group stages. It's quite a fair bit to happen in this one to determine, well, not just determine who's played. I think we know who's going to be featuring in the finals tomorrow. It's about where they're going to be positioned. And that's what Tina alluded to quite clearly there in her introduction. Who is going to be playing in the qualifier? Who's going to be playing in the eliminator? Who has to be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for that first match? And who has got the 11 o'clock match for that qualifying match? Well, it's going to be decided in approximately an hour and 45 minutes. No, call it 2 hours, obviously because the innings break as well. So call it 2 hours time. We should know the answer to that once all the dust settles and the mathematicians do their calculations and confirm and come back to it and say, right, this is exactly what's happening on Finals Friday. We're moments away from a start here. Werewolves, they've got the two batters out there. Umpire Krut says, let's go. G1 Geary with the ball starts off proceedings. It's been clubbed out towards the point region. Knocked down by the fielder. Unfortunately, gets right away from him. An extra cover has to try to get around to stop that. And it is going to be 2 runs to start with. Ram Hartwal is the skipper for the Werewolves, and he's taken upon himself to open the batting and to face the first ball. He's out there with Mohammad Tabish, who was running to the danger end. Just had to get his skates on there at the end, but the ball cannoned into the bowler, who turned his back on it and didn't try to field it. That's a good follow-up delivery. A little bit of a grunt as that effort ball goes through. Haven't seen too many innings from Ram Hartwell for the Werewolves. He gets his chance here to shine. Maybe if he could maybe put a bit of footwork into that, he might have actually stretched to reach that one. Or he reaches that one. And, oh, would you believe it's been put down at extra cover. Every chance to take that catch. Straight in, bobbled up, almost had a second bite at the cherry. I've got my eyes on Jaswant Singh, who's fielding in cover position. Even he's just shaking his head and saying, well, I'm not sure how you dropped that. Look at this, hit the hands and cannot double up for that one. Amandeep Singh has put down a sitter. So we were praising the catches around match 3. I think we were praising the catching in this tournament and saying, you know, it's been a pretty good effort thus far. Just a couple bobbing out there here at the end. Maybe bodies are getting tired. Not sure. I don't want to find excuses. Shot at the stumps from point blank range. I hope there's someone backing up. There is. And they're through for just a 1 run there. So Tabish gets off strike. Hartwell, he's on 3. 4 off the over so far. And G1 Geary, he was one of those players responsible for the mammoth score scored by Lisbon Supergiants in the first innings last night. And of course, his counterpart, Ashok Kumar Banger, was the other one. The Centurion from last night's game, the final match yesterday on Wednesday, day number 5. But here we are, day 6. It's the final match here. Werewolves starting a little bit slower here. 5 on the board, 1 more to come in this first over. The supercomputer cannot split them, only just splits them there. 48% to 52% in favour of the Supergiants. And that's how our supercomputer sees the win predictor. Well, Tabish tries to play just a little sort of like a pushing shot outside of off. A bit of a nothing shot really, no footwork. And almost comes undone. Watch this. Just, well, the only footwork was the step away, then the push to the offside. G1 Geary can think he was unlucky there not to pick up something there. That's the end of the first. 5 on the board. Great time to welcome back into the commentary igloo my co-conspirator in this awesome day of cricket, and that is, of course, Tina G. Tina, welcome back into the commentary cube, fresh from your afternoon tea.
Yeah, and some iced tea it is as well. We are really treated here at the SCG, and we are treating you to an absolute cricket fest here in Portugal. This tour will continue well into April. Of course, that finals day we've been talking about all day, that's coming up tomorrow. But then we move straight into the Premier Division, do it all again. Another 30 group stage games, culminating in that final about this time next week, give or take. And then we are going international as Norway, they scoot over the depth of Europe to come here to sunny Portugal and face up against Portugal. Both the men's and women's sides will be taking part in ECIs and T20s. It'll actually be Portugal women's T20I debut, so a historic occasion. I'm looking forward to calling that one.
That is going to be something. Yeah, no, looking forward to watching that one. I'll obviously be on my way home and back in Prague then, but it is my absolute intent to get behind that and watch that. Can't wait for it. Jaswant Singh comes on to bowl the second. Unusual, usually bowls the first. This is one of the very rare occasions he'll bowl not the first. And that's why he bowls the first, because he's absolutely dead-eye, and you can be pretty sure he picks up a wicket with that lovely round arm bowling action, the left armour, and he has hit the stumps. And Ram Hardwell, his innings is done. That's it for him. Tried to open up the batting for his team. Bit of an experiment in that, and that angle just not working for that kind of shot. So Jaswant Singh gets a wicket. And muted celebration. He's not big on the celebrations. He has a wonderful appeal to Jaswant Singh. Really good appeal. But his celebration is always quite muted. Usually gets a bit of a get around from his teammates too when he picks up a wicket. But Ram Hardwell, not sure he's going to get much of a get around. 4 from 6 deliveries faced. Not a great start for the Werewolves.
Well, it's a great start for the Lisbon Supergiants. And just thinking about what they need to do in this game, they need to pick up all 4 points to secure that second spot, which, as you were talking about, Phil, gives them a bit of a longer rest tomorrow morning. And maybe that's why they elected to field, because then they can chase the total, and knowing that whatever it is, if they chase it within 7, they'll be straight through to the qualifier.
I reckon that's exactly their mindset. I reckon you're onto that sharpish there, Tina. Nice shot there. It's a point, just gets stopped by the fielder there, does a better effort than the batter, and backed up there by one of the fielders there. Still gets through to 1. Jaswant Singh 1 for 3 from the 4 deliveries bowled. He's definitely searching for a third. If he can remove Tabish here in this over, this will be a massive advantage to Lisbon Supergiants. I know it's early, but he is definitely a dangerous player. So close. Hands on heads, looks to the sky. Asks the umpire, have I got one more? Please tell me I've got one more. Concurs, yes.
Yeah, you want to have another go at that one. That was a big swing and a miss.
Gets in a bit sharper there, but Tabish plays with soft hands just for the single. So that's pretty well played by the batter in the end. Jaswant Singh successful in that over. 1 for 4 from his. 2 overs gone, 9 on the board, 1 wicket down. And very, very slow start for the Werewolves, but they need to be careful. They can't allow themselves to get bogged down this early in their innings.
This is exactly what is at stake in that game earlier. The Coimbra Knights, they took home the points and knocked out Team Tigers Portugal, so the bottom 2, well, they will remain the bottom 2, but it's places 2 to 4 where it could be all change. As we were saying, 4 points would lift LSG into second place. Mohamed Tabish, well, he was mankaded earlier in the day, so he maybe has a point to prove. He did get to 30 in 19 deliveries in that earlier game against the Knights. Be a tasty affair then if they match up against each other on finals day.
Good pace there from Jiwan Giri. I wonder if the Lisbon Supergiants have a sense of occasion and might keep an eye on maybe not a man-cad, but just a little warning on a follow-through if he infringes, if he steps outside his crease too soon, just as a little bit of a little elbow into the ribs, saying, hey, we're watching you.
Well, if I was Mohamed Tabish, I would not be setting a single toenail outside of that crease before the ball is bowled.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe we should keep a bit of an eye on him, bit of a Tabish watch here, just to make sure he doesn't creep, and see if that bad habit has left him now, because I'm sure that's living rent-free in his head for the next couple of days.
He's at the non-strikers here. We can take a first look. Well, it was about similar to what he did this morning, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well, this one's racing away to the boundary.
It's going to just go to the left-hand side of us. I was almost tempted to dump the headphones and run out, but unfortunately for me, I think that Adingra was going to get that well before I was going to get that. And the last thing I want to do is to face off at a very hungry Lisbon Supergiant player. Give him his time. Good shot down the ground though for 4. 14 on the board, halfway through the third.
Well, it's been a circumspect start for the Werewolves. They know whatever happens, they'll be coming back tomorrow. But don't underestimate the value of getting that first or second spot, as this one goes high up in the air and probably, well, I was going to say all the way to the boundary, but actually it's a slip and a slide and a rescue there from the LSG fielder, and they do manage to run through for 2.
Yeah, that ball really went really high up in the air. That was up in the air for quite a long time. Felt right off the bat that was going to carry as well. It sort of went completely out of our line of sight. We've got a little visor on the top of our on the front of our tent, so we lose the ball quite quickly once it goes airborne. And that's why a few times now we've been surprised when a grizzly appears in the commentary area.
Well, that's our excuse, and we're sticking with it.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yes. Just played away for a single there. Deepak Kumar with a job to do now, the Mohamed Tabish. Just steady the ship after losing that early wicket. Jiwangiri bowling with some fire, but without success so far. He's got just one more to come. So this power play is not exactly setting the world on fire. Fielder dropping back there to cover the cover boundary deep. And deep out on backward point as well. They're the two fielders out. Up in the air, shouts to catch it. And that is exactly what is done. Big wicket that. Ashok Kumar banger with the outfield catch. And they are very happy. Mohamed Tabish is gone for 4 off 8 deliveries.
Safe hands there from AKB. He was on the score sheet yesterday with a big century, and he can do no wrong at the moment as he watches that all the way. The sun is setting to his right, so no problems with the sun as he high fives all round from his fellow super giants. And Mohamed Tabish, the danger man, he has to go. Not a mankad this time, but a catch. And it was off the bowling of Jiwangiri. 4 runs off 8 deliveries, and trouble here for the Werewolves.
Absolutely, yeah. So 8 runs off that over. And as you say, AKB, I like that. Good acronym. It's AKB with a good catch. Maybe he likes this time of day because 24 hours ago exactly, he was setting the ground afire with a terrific century here for the Super Giants. So this power play well and truly in the hands of the Lisbon Super Giants. Werewolves in trouble already at 17 for 2.
He must be a night owl, AKB, as you said yesterday, got himself into the Hall of Fame, and he's got himself into the scorebook here in this match 30 early on with that nice catch. It was Jiwangiri who bowled it. He has now finished his 2 overs, figures of 1 for 12. I'm sure he'll take that and take some confidence into finals day, whether they finish in 2nd place or in 3rd or 4th. And well, it's Nilesh Suryawanshi comes in to the attack, and he'll have to reset as that one creeps the wrong side of the wide line. Actually started well within it and just jagged off the pitch, maybe off the seam. Good ball if it weren't so wide.
It did, didn't it? It just did not keep its line whatsoever. And maybe Suryawanshi's a little bit sort of hard done by, but he's done it to himself. Maybe he needs to sort of tone the movement down. See what we can do with this one then.
Lovely swing,
better.
Isn't it?
Much better, yeah. Really good swing. Quite a way. And once he gets that in line, he's going to cause all sorts of trouble. Just need the Super Giants to make sure they've got a field set for this kind of swing.
It's got a lovely action, like a really smooth load up, and the way he kind of swivels his hips on his delivery means that he gets that natural away swing. Just needs to make sure to channel it.
It's been clubbed through the fielder in the infield there at point, and that's going to run away to the boundary. Just when I said that in the previous ball, and I said, hope they've got a field set for that, I almost jumped in to say you might want someone on the boundary in that zone that we talk about all the time. Just that backward point, moving around to a wide 3rd man, because that just opened up the door there. Once it gets through the infield, that's going to run away for 4, and the ground is lightning fast. It's like glass out there this afternoon.
Yeah, we've talked about that as a hotspot all week, and at the moment it's completely open for that slash through point. We're out of the power play, so in fact they can spread the field, but the fielders they have spread, well, they've got a deep square leg, a deep cow, a long on, a long off, and well, there's someone there patrolling the covers. It's Gurjant Singh out there, but he's probably a bit too straight to cut off that backward point hotspot.
Just also with that away swing that he's getting from the right-hander,
Exactly.
I'd want protection on the boundary there on that, around about 45 actually, around about that area.
Well, it's all about the angles, and you have to kind of think, well, physically, mathematically, where is that ball going? And if it's swinging away from the right-hander, the chances of it being hoisted over to deep square leg are pretty slim. And we've seen how many times that ball has flown through backward point. Well, it doesn't matter now because it's the left-handed Akash Sood who comes on strike for his first ball. He will face up at the fifth ball of the 4th over.
So backward square moves back on the boundary now. So they do have protection in that particular region.
But it makes sense for the left-hander because it's always going to swing into him and it's going to hit that area.
Yep.
So, well, the tactics are right somehow.
For the left-hander.
Yeah, they've got it wrongly right.
Be interested to see if they get a single here, if they move that fielder who's deep on that 45 at that sort of backward point. When it's a right-hander, that deep backward point, wide third man. But he's right there now for the left-hander, which means he's a backward square leg, staring into the sun. Nice and punched out into the covers. A slip and a slide, but a shy at the stumps. Good work there, though. Manages to get the throw before the slide completely undoes him. Watch this one again.
Whoop. Yep. From a sitting position, actually not a bad throw, and actually a really good pickup here.
Yeah.
From the keeper, Akshay Torbal scrapes his gloves along the AstroTurf to make sure he picks up that one, and that is the end of the 4th. 24 for 2 is the score for the Werewolves, and well, that run rate isn't exactly picking up. It's bang on 6 at the moment, which is not exactly where the Werewolves would want themselves to be in this final group stage game.
Good evening to John Gray. Gives a shout out to G-Force. Hello there, John. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you again. Yeah, that run rate of 6, it is pretty sort of, it was pretty flat, wasn't it? It was very consistent. And Werewolves, they've got a lot of work to do here. Akash Sud facing. Oh, just bunts that back in the air. Could have been a bit of a dolly chance. Could have gone anywhere. And bowler on his follow through. Well, if Chowdhury had gone the other way, it could have been with a chance there. But as it is, it falls safe. He gets the strike over to Deepak Kumar, and there's a lot on this man's shoulders to power this score up to something better than 6 runs and over.
Expected score generously at the moment at 94. They'll want that and then some if they want to defend this, especially as we said, bearing in mind the Lisbon Supergiants, they'll not only be eyeing up the win, they'll be eyeing up the bonus point win, because that and only that will take them into that second space ahead of the Werewolves. So it's another direct competition here on this final group stage game. It's again all or nothing for the Team Tigers.
Yeah, it was a really good point you raised about that bonus point. So if you win the toss, what's the best way that they felt they could get a bonus point? And that was chasing. Oh, this swung through this one. It's gone very, very high in the air. It's taken forever to come down in the dugout area for a big Maximo. So Akash Sud gets amongst the runs here. And Ratul Chowdhury has been taken downtown for a big strike. That went very, very high in the air, but it also went a long way into the shadowed region of the dugout. And no one moved a muscle to try to catch that. Thought there might be a bit of a crowd catch, but no, didn't want to be a part of that. So Sud getting in the mood. 32 for 2. It's all just rolling off the tongue.
He's such a poet.
I didn't even know it. Oh, that was a bit obvious. Good work there on the boundary. Shy back at the stumps, keeps it to just the 1. Very good work. Gets a generous round of applause from his bowler. Really, really good work running around like that, Gurjeet Singh. Well done. Saved not just the boundary, but also got it back. Saved a potential other quick single. Might have been taken there. So well done him. 2 to come in this over, the 5th. Chowdhury, he's gone for 9. Wants to keep it nice and tight for his team here. Oh, hits straight down the ground. I think that's going to be cut off. It is. And that's good work. He got the hand down. Dingra, though, was backing him up, but the bowler gets the hand down. Just might have even just flicked the hand on the way through. He's not showing it if it hurt, but maybe he didn't get anything to it. Either way, just the 1. 34 for 2. Last ball of the 5th. Potentially last ball of the 5th coming up.
Saved yourself there, Phil.
And the fielder just jogs across in front because it's changing over for the left-hander. Good ball. Good ball to finish the 5th over. That is a really good delivery. Chowdhury doesn't get a wicket for his trouble, but he gives up 10 runs. Not too bad at a point in time where the Werewolves want to be chasing. So that is some excellent work there indeed. Hello there. Thank you for joining us here. You come into the ECN Igloo, and it's myself, Phil G, with, of course, Tina Goff here. This is G-Force. This is who we are, and we're wonderful to have your company at the final match here, match 30. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like those 30 matches have gone pretty quick.
They
It's
have.
just suddenly we're talking about finals Friday tomorrow. 30 games been played here, and it's been a wonderful tournament thus far.
Time absolutely flies when you're having fun, and it's still things up for grabs here. And you know what? It's also the final game of the day, and that only means one thing: random question time. So if you do have questions,
I went for food chat.
Food chat, random questions about food, not about food, anything for either of us. I'll be off tomorrow, so anything on your heart that you have to tell me that can't wait until Saturday, now is the time. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat, and anything you want to say to us, be kind. We will answer those questions, as looks like it's Jaswant Singh, who, well, his figure so far 1 for 4. He wants a bit more of that action. You'll have to get through the imposing figure of Deepak Kumar.
Had a bit of a grimace in pain there as he got up. I think maybe he just went down a little bit awkwardly. He's moving right now. That's clipped nicely. That's going to get through for 4 runs. And you know what happens when Jaswant Singh gets hit for a boundary? He comes back usually with an absolute ripper delivery next one up.
Just a twiddle of his moustache and he concocts a plan.
He does. Best moustache in Portugal, that man. Best moustache. And yeah, knocked away for 4. How's he come back here? Deepak Kumar is very interested in getting amongst the runs here. 38 for 2 in the 6th. It's a shorter ball. It's being clubbed away. Backward a point. Just going to get the 1 run there. Just remember. Oh no, they're going to look for 2. No. Ooh, close to an overthrow there as it just gets away from the keeper. Keeper sort of gives a shout out to the fielder and says, yep, sorry, my bad. Didn't quite collect that one cleanly. 39 for 2 halfway through the 6th. Just reminded that the Super Giants won the toss, elected to field first, and as Tina and I have been discussing, that would have been because they feel that they can most likely get a bonus point by chasing any score down in 7 overs or less. And when I saw what they did in the last match yesterday, scoring 183 it was, I kind of would agree with that logic.
Yep, absolutely. And we've always talked about this par score here being at least 100. The statistics back that up. Well, there's 4 more to the total. Expected score probably will still remain under 100. But Akash Sood, he's swinging and swinging hard. Deepak Kumar, he's on 20 off 13. So they've still got a chance here to get to those triple digits, get something that they can defend going into the final innings of the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaswant Singh searching for another wicket here. Just a block down. He does the fielding himself, just gets away from him. He was frenetic trying to get across the ground there to stop it from being a run. Fields well off his own bowling, and he's very, very animated off his own bowling. Surprisingly quick across the ground. Usually patrols the cover area when he's not bowling, and he really does own that part of the ground. He's really quicker on the ground. Takes a good catch as well. Saw him take a great catch the other day. Almost knocked himself out in the process. And good ball there to finish his spell with. Just it's been knocked back for a dot. And he finishes with 1 for 14 from his 2 overs. Did the job. Asked of his team. Getting a wicket and economic.
Yeah, well done, Jaswant Singh. And I'm sure he will have a big role to play for his Super Giants side as they head into finals day tomorrow. Take a look at the batting card so far. Well, it's a pair of 4s up top. Ram and Mohammad Tabish both depart pretty early on in the proceedings. Look at that, only 2 extras so far. That's probably one of the best we've seen all week. Of course, there's still 4 overs left. But this is some sharp bowling by the Super Giants, something they'll want to take into tomorrow as well. We've seen so many times that extras can be the making or breaking of your innings, and they've kept them down so far.
Yeah, it's been a good good performance. Well, can't say all-round performance, they still have to bat, but so far in the field, this has been a really good performance in the Super Giants. They look really slick, look really on here. That's a good start to the over there.
It's Gurjant Singh who is on for his Giants side. He's quite a compact bowler, isn't he? He doesn't have too much of a run-up. He's quite square at the crease. He rolls himself up into a little ball, left arm, and then flings it out.
Well, that's gone up. That's coming towards the fielder. Nice catch, well judged catch. That is a KB for the 2nd time, takes an outfield catch. That was in the air for a lot longer than I thought, and maybe longer than he thought. Had time to look down, check the rope, look back up, find the ball, and took it really well. Good catch.
Lovely catch. That's the confidence of a newly christened Centurion there, AKB. As you said, Phil, it was up. We thought maybe we were in trouble here in the commentary box, but his 2 feet were firmly planted the right side of the rope, and that is the third werewolf to fall. Akash Sood, he showed some flashes of what he can do, 2 boundaries in his 14 off 10, but he'll want to double down and then some tomorrow if his side have any chance of lifting that coveted ECS trophy.
Yeah, when AKB, when he looked down at the rope and looked back up again, he didn't move a muscle, and I thought we're safe, we're okay, because he's going to take that catch. He didn't try to step back over the line to field the ball, and took a well judged catch. So normal service resumes, and that's been punched out into the extra cover region, square, a bit of a point region there, and that's well, Singh's off the mark, but gets Deepak Kumar back on strike. He's on 20 from 14. And they really need this man to fire up now, as Gaganpreet Singh is the new batter who's already got to the non-striker's end by getting a single off that first ball. Oh, it's down leg side, just gives away only the second wide of the innings so far. And I reckon there might be a bit of mumbling from the other bowlers to say, "Come on, we kept up our end, your turn." But I'm sure it's all positive. Gurjant Singh favouring this over the wicket left arm that he is.
Yeah, he kind of cuts it across the right-hander as that one's cut out to the cover boundary. They settle for 1. Well, it's a brilliant throw in actually.
Wow.
Right on the full, over the stumps. A hearty round of applause from all his fellow super giants, as he certainly saved the boundary and didn't even let Kumar and Singh contemplate the thought of going for a second there.
Yeah, the werewolf batters need to put that in the back of their minds now, because that really was a good throw from the boundary line there. Jaswant Singh flies across the ground. I told you he's quick across the ground.
Not that quick.
Well, he was quick to it, but just couldn't complete the fielding, and goes over here. Just up in the air. Maybe thought he was in a chance for the catch, but just the ferocity he attacked that ball. Almost loses his strides in the process.
He definitely loses his cap. Gravity wins that one.
Yep. 48 for 3. Oh, good fielding off his own bowling. Chance of run out. Oh, I think that might have been a shake of the head, but good work nonetheless.
Well, Gaganpreet Singh, I think he was as surprised as anyone of this pick up and throw for the left-hander as well. He had to swivel his body.
Yep.
And, well, it was a good call there from the umpire, because despite making the ground, it was a bit of a bat prod rather than a slide from Gaganpreet, but he was in.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, but yeah, really good work there from the bowler. It sort of felt that he was a bit on the wrong side. He had to sort of twist the body because he was throwing with the left arm, and the left arm was kind of forward in the direction of the throw, so he had to sort of pull back a bit and sort of wind up, and that's probably just that split second he lost there allowed the batter to get in. Calendar for 2025 is looking absolutely hot. Really, really good. That's a big summer coming up.
I don't know where to look, and, well, for all you Portugal fans, anyone who's living out in Portugal as well, if you can't make it in the next 2 weeks, well, you've got plenty of time to prepare, because we'll be back for an encore. We'll take to the stage again at the end of October for a Halloween festival of cricket here back on the sunny side of Portugal here in Santarém, as Nilesh comes back for his second over.
I tell you, if I'm on that gig, I'm bringing my Halloween costume.
Will it be the banana that we talked about earlier?
Well, see, you've got me now really thinking about that, as that is a good, lovely Maximo across the square boundary. I wasn't going to, but now you're talking about it, I'm beginning to enjoy that idea more and more, because the Halloween costume I got is not exactly... It can be perceived as a little bit scary. It's a little bit like the mask is actually... I had a few comments when I wore it for last Halloween. People at the local pub where I was doing a Halloween pub quiz, a Halloween movie quiz, and people were saying, okay, my 6-year-old doesn't want you coming near the table. I was told that. So I had to...
That's only when you have your mask on, we will say.
The mask was on when I was told that. Sorry, let me just make that abundantly clear. That wasn't just me at the local pub being told not to go near a table of children. That was me wearing the mask. And I had the big sort of black scarf and the big cloak.
Okay, yeah. I can imagine how that's scary to a 6-year-old, probably even to a 36-year-old, to be fair. And, well...
That's scary.
Deepak Kumar, he gets into the 30s. Not quite sure where that came off. Was it a bit of glove, a bit of bat? It was kind of a bit of a 360 pivot.
Possibly, yeah.
In any case, it has been called for, so that's back-to-back boundaries to start this Suryawanshi second over. It's the 8th over of this innings. But the Werewolves kind of spluttering along a bit. That expected score, it was threatening to go into triple digits, but it's down at 89 at the moment. That run rate, 8.1. So expected score even being a little generous there. Adding a few more runs to the total because, well, acceleration is asked for.
Ooh.
And, well, after taking a brilliant catch, AKB shows why he's a cricketer, not a footballer, and a bit of a limp there as well. And, well, a cricket ball can be hard. That's why using your hands is generally preferable.
I think every Supergiant fielder is looking at AKB and saying, please don't tell us you've done an injury. We need you to be chasing some runs for us in about 15-20 minutes time. Oh yeah, he's worn that one right on the top of the foot, I reckon. It's been hit out towards the leg side, goes into the dugout. Look out there. Hope they're aware to that one coming in. It's a lovely strike for 6. So that man, Deepak Kumar, said it at the top when he came in. As he gets on here, he is really going to be pushing things along and getting a good score up for the Werewolves, and he's doing exactly that. He seems to be just striking the ball beautifully at the moment. Hasn't really given up too many chances. He's on 40 from 20. Good work.
Yeah, nice strike rate from Kumar. Apart from Akash Sood, he's the only one in double figures, but Gagangpreet Singh is still out there after that close run-out call.
Just been hit along the ground there. I think they want to look for 2 here. No. Deepak puts the hand up to Gagangpreet, says, no, you're right, we'll just take that one. Just noticed Biendra Yadav in the chat giving you and I congratulations. Firstly, me for my first golden ball, and you for your second golden ball. So thank you for that, Biendra.
Hopefully not our last.
Hopefully not the last. Oh, that feeling is a long way away for sure. I feel plenty more to rain down on top of us.
More fuel in the tank. Well, this might be the end of the road for Gagangpreet Singh, and it is a comfortable catch there on the ring. It looks like that is Jaswant Singh there taking the grab, and well, you can't keep him out of the game. He's always lurking somewhere ready to take the next catch, and this one was pretty much served up on a plate by Gagangpreet Singh.
Yeah, just trying to force things along, probably trying to emulate his counterpart there by getting some big hits up in the air. You have a look there at the run rate graph, it's at 8.5, and for me right now, yeah, that's probably not going to be enough if it stays at 8.5 to contain Lisbon Supergiants. Obviously, it's a game of 2 halves. The score still has to be collected. A couple of wickets there, 2nd and 3rd over, and then the 7th and 8th over, and that last wicket falling at the end of the 8th. So 2 overs to come, 68 on the board. All credit to the Lisbon Supergiant bowlers who have been very economical, and it's been pretty tidy in the field as well.
Start of the 9th, where the Werewolves certainly need it all to happen. And the first thing that will happen is just a good piece of fielding on the 45. They run through for just the 1, and I tell you what, LSG will certainly be eyeing up that 4-point victory, which would take them into the top 2.
Oh yeah, let's not forget that. No matter where this score ends up, when LSG comes out to bat, doesn't matter who's opening, doesn't matter who's batting next, they will be going for all 4 points here. That chase is going to happen quickly. That's been swung away around the corner. That is a loose delivery, bowled in the 9th. Oh, Chowdhury, what have you done? And Werewolves straight onto that. And no mercy. Absolutely has been caned. That's Rajbir Singh is the new batter, and he's a very handy cameo-style batter to come out in these last couple of overs and force the run rate up.
Absolutely. It's not the first time he's come out and hit his first delivery for 6. He actually came in at the end of that previous over, but it was the end of the over, so he had to watch the first ball of this over from the non-strikers, but he's got his chance here.
It's wider. It's been slashed to cover. Shy from Jaswant Singh. Oh, looking maybe for an overthrow. No, not to happen there. It was happening all very quickly there. I was more worried about batter running into bowler then. It was been an absolute massive collision. Good work in the covers there. Jaswant Singh got that throwback sharpish really quick. That's been shouts to catch it. It's gone very straight and straight into the hands, the waiting hands of Dhingra there. That is a lovely outfield catch. So the strike's down the ground, not quite making the distance. And the 2 fielders who've been patrolling in front of us here for almost the entirety of the match, Dhingra and AKB, will collect another catch to their little collective group there. Looks back and has a look and see where the rope is and says, oh, I was in it by miles. Comfortable. good catch. Deepak Kumar goes at a really critical time for the Werewolves. 76 for 5. Ifs and buts. If only could have stuck around for another over. Maybe. But it didn't happen in the end. Normal service resumes now as Guri comes in. The big hitting Guri. And he didn't have a bad little cameo in the early match today for the Werewolves against the Coimbra Knights.
Well, they do have a bit of batting in depth, don't they? Guri, he's got a half century to his name as well. 57 off 24 in game 18. And he's coming in at 7 here, so they can bat deep.
Yeah, shouts of catch it. That's exactly what they've done. So Lisbon Supergiants holding on to everything that's coming near them. And that is a really good effort there. So Chowdhury picks up another wicket. He gets 2 for 18. That is Amandeep Singh out there on the boundary, who takes a really good catch. Once again, staring into the sunshine, but he watches all the way in. No juggle, no bubble. Just a really good catch. And he's smiling, a big, wide smile. So, Gurpreet Guri, he is gone. 76 for 6. Only bothers us for 2 dot balls. He'll be disappointed with that because he's a cameo innings kind of guy. Comes in for, say, 7 or 8 deliveries, hits a quick fire 20, 25, and then disappears again. But not on this occasion. He goes for a quacker.
Jaswant Singh proving himself to be the man that they can turn to. The Lisbon Supergiants, 2 overs, just 14 runs, and while Jiwan Giri as well, he went for just 12. So they're sharing the love, are the Lisbon Supergiants, and that's a good sign going into tomorrow. Well, that's a good sign for Rajbir Singh, as well, it's the start of the 10th. 76 for 6 was the score. That's moved now on to 82. And, well, a big over here, dare I say even a magical over, 24, would take them into 3 figures. We've seen bigger final overs. It has happened, and that could change the game, turn it on its head.
Yeah, Supergiants will be really hoping that Gurjant Singh can do better than that. Well, gone for a Maximo, then a wide. This is not shaping up as a terrific last over thus far. He's still got a bit to prove here. Needs to make sure he doesn't let this get away. It's been a great 9 over display from Lisbon Supergiants. Yeah, so many times in this the last 29 matches we've seen on several occasions, teams just drop their bundle for that final over, maybe final two overs, and open the door for the opposition. Maybe is this going to be the case? Up in the air, chance for a caught and bowled. Gurjant's under it. He has taken a well-judged catch, still moving while he took the catch, so that is actually a really, really good take. And Rajbir Singh has to go for 13 from 4 deliveries. He
actually did well there, did Gurjant, to keep his back to the sun at all times. He made sure he couldn't use that one as an excuse. It went high in the air. He's actually lucky now that the wispy clouds have disappeared. Pure blue skies over the Santorum cricket ground, and a great catch from Gurjant Singh, as that actually marks the 7th wicket down. Rajbir Singh, he shone briefly and brightly, 2 sixes and just a single in his 13 off 4. And, well, there's only a few balls left. It's pretty much free hit territory now for those batters coming in. It's 2 new batters at the crease. Hamza Farouk are the non-strikers. He hasn't faced a ball. And it might be that he ends up not facing a ball at all if he remains stranded at that side.
So true. 4 deliveries left. And, yeah, free hit is probably the best way to describe this. Might as well just go for it. There's no point pushing a 1 or going for anything else apart from just swing for the rafters. Left-hander on strike. Just getting the field right, having a look around. Just watching for what's going on. I think there's just a few little movements there.
Just making sure that everything is good and correct. Well, it's all correct if you're a Supergiants fan so far, as they've picked up 4 wickets in the last 8 deliveries.
Wow. Yep, that tells the tale. Well, I'll make that 5 in 9. And just as I piggyback on the back of your very good stat there, Tina, that's G-force at work. 83 for 8. And, well, this man, hello, suddenly, Gurjant Singh, he's on a hat-trick.
We said swing from the rafters. We did anticipate that the ball would hit the bat. In this case, it's Sanandeep Singh who goes, well, if he bought that bat yesterday, he can return it unused today because he got nowhere near that one. He'll have to depart for a golden derrick. And from nowhere, really. Gurjant Singh, he started this over with a 6 under wide. First ball went for 7. Now he finds himself on a hat-trick, and thank you very much, production team, as they, quick as anything, put up the hat-tricks, and we haven't had to wait long if one does come now. And we go back to the live footage as Rahul Khan, he was the previous hat-trick man. Can Gurjant Singh add to that list?
Hat-trick ball. Oh no, it's hit along the ground. Wasn't a bad delivery, but batter was equal to it and just hits along the ground for a single. And that spoils the chance of adding to that hat-trick leaderboard. Not to be. 2 more to come. 84 for 8 is the score on the board. And this has been a great bowling display by Lisbon Supergiants. Still 2 balls to come. Wouldn't want to spoil it now that I've made that statement. Just been mishit. It's going to go down the ground. AKB comes off the boundary line to field that. Looks like he's moving okay. So that ball hitting his foot flush. Oh, I can't tell. Do you think he's got a little bit of a limp there as he's walking back to his position? Is that just the way he walks?
Limp or a swagger, one of the two. But maybe just feeling the effects of a long week in the field. And
that too, yeah.
It's going to be one final push for LSG tonight, and then back for finals day tomorrow.
Last ball of the innings, goes for the ramp, pulls it off, and that is going to run. It's going to be pulled in. He can't throw to the keeper because the keeper's standing next to him. And good work from Judge. Is anyone at the bowler's end? No. Oh, my goodness. Go for another one.
Oh,
no
carnage.
one's there. And now there's a run out. Oh, there's going to be discussions aplenty.
ECN final ball at its absolute finest. We need to dissect that one. There was, I think, 2 runs scored. It should have been 1. There was an overthrow. They went for the second, and someone in a Lisbon Supergiants shirt picked the ball up and rammed down those stumps to bring an end to these proceedings. There's one.
Yeah, there's one. Then there's, let me see, there's the second. And here comes a non-third run. And rather than throw the ball to nobody at the stumps, Jaswant Singh had already gone off to the side to have a bit of a remonstration with the bowler. And the fielder rushing in, Dingra, just said, I will affect the run out. Do not worry, I have the ball. And sanity prevailed just at the end there. I was more amused by the fact that the keeper ran all the way back. He dumped the gloves immediately, ran all the way back, only to be met by another fielder who got the ball, turned around, and as he went to throw it, he realised, where's the keeper?
He's right next to me.
He literally paused and said, where's the keeper? Quite amusing that. So it started with a bit of a juggle there. In the outfield, Jaswant Singh came on and picked up a wicket and said, guys, normal service has resumed. I'll bowl the second over and I will find myself a wicket, as he does so often. And he bowled a terrific first over. Really, really good. And, well, the Werewolves never really got going, did they? There was wickets falling quite regularly. All credit to Lisbon Supergiants for their good catching. Here's the first catch for AKB. They caught well. They were threatening run-outs well. The bowling was tight. There was a little slip in the field there as the ball gets through the fielder. But those moments were few and far between. And the Werewolves, a couple of sixes here and there, but just struggled to get that bike pedalling consistently.
Yeah, the third wicket partnership between Deepak Kumar, Akash Sood. We're seeing some of the big hits from Kumar here, as he was then caught on the boundary. It was Akash Sood on that occasion. AKB took the catch. There was a few tumbles. Jaswant Singh took a tumble, but that partnership, third wicket worth 27, was the biggest one of the innings, and that really tells the tale for the Werewolves. There was a few flashes. Rajbir Singh, he scored 2 big maximos before he fell on a caught and bowled. And, well, we have to say, some brilliant catching in the outfield from LSG, and that will give them a whole world of confidence going not only into their batting innings to come, but also into the field tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. I am surprised to hear that 27 was the best partnership in that, and the Werewolves needed so much more than that. Dingra there with a really good outfield catch, and then there's another good outfield catch that was Gurjant Singh. No, Gurjant Singh was the bowler, but either way, the outfielders held their catch as well. A lot of balls spent a lot of time in the air. There's Gurjant Singh with his caught and bowled. There is him getting the wicket. The next delivery set himself up for a potentially hat-trick delivery, and then there was the bit of the capers at the end there. Jaswant Singh, he loses the side of the ball at the bowler's end and has to remonstrate with his bowler, who's giggling and smiling, and he's saying, yeah, I know, boss, I know, but I had to have a throw. I mean, all fair play to them. and I think they have done a terrific job, the Super Giants, and they surely they are in the box seat now to pick these runs up in quick time, as we've discussed at the top of this game. And as Tina alluded to very early on in this, if you want to get the bonus point and then you can bowl well, then maybe that's better for you to try to chase the runs in 7 overs as opposed to restricting a team and trying to get a bonus point that way. And that's pretty much the Lives of Super Giants. I think that they've had that mindset. Deepak Kumar there, 42 of 23, shining light in that batting card. Not really a lot more to talk about there. 3 wides in that total, 87 for 9 after 10. Oof, just don't feel that's going to be enough to curtail the Super Giants batting.
Well, it's basically turned into a 7-over game now, hasn't it? 88 is needed off 7 overs for LSG to pick up those 4 bonus points. And well, some great economies there. Jiwangiri, as always, consistent at the top. 1 for 12 off his 2. And Jaswant Singh, when those 2 are firing as they did in this game, you know you're in trouble with those consistent 4 overs. So, well, here's the equation. It will say that the Lisbon Super Giants need 88 runs in 60 balls, but in reality they need it in 7 overs if they want to affect the table and jump into second place to give themselves a bit of a lion tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, and surely that's exactly what the Super Giants will be thinking about as well. Need to give Gurjant Singh a shout out for his 3 for 16. It's probably why at the end there he was had big grins over that confusing run out moment. Deepak Kumar though, that 42 from 23, hold your head up high. You did your bit for the team, but as we said, Werewolves just didn't get going, and now it's up to the Lisbon Super Giants to see if they can get 3 points and the bonus point. So I read that as 88 from 42 to basically have a, as you say, Tina, have a bit of an extra line tomorrow and come to the ground fresh and play in the qualifier, and also book themselves, most importantly, the double chance shot at getting their hands on the trophy. So that's the situation we've got for us thus far. We're halfway through match 30. It's the last game for this Challenger division in this European Cricket Series Portugal. We hope you've enjoyed it thus far. The run chase is all important. Can the Super Giants get the runs needed in less than 7 overs? Just remember, even if they win, but it takes them more than 7 overs, then the Werewolves will take the bonus point away from them, and that will take them out of the reach of the Super Giants. That's why we're talking about Super Giants need 4 points to leapfrog above them, and of course leapfrog above the Coimbra Knights. Get themselves in the second place, and that would be really great for them. Gives them the double chance. If they just pick up 3 points, that would mean Werewolves get a point, and Werewolves will be therefore untouchable, because there's currently 3 points between them on the standings. I hope that all makes sense. When we come back, we'll go through it in a bit more granular detail. We'll show you the standings and illustrate exactly what we're talking about. Anyway, this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network here at the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. It's the final innings of the group game coming up. Myself and Tina Goff will be back here very shortly, and G-Force to take you through to the end of today, and we'll see who's going to play where on Finals Friday tomorrow. Don't go too far away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the Central Cricket Ground for the last time in this group stage of the Challenger Division European Cricket Series Portugal. It's been a terrific series here, this Challenger Division. It's been so much fun, and we're now down to this. It's the last innings of the group stage coming up. Lisbon Supergiants with it all to do after they put together a fantastic bowling effort and fielding effort against the Werewolves, managing to restrict the Werewolves to 87 for 9, almost bowled them out as well. That should be noted in their 10 overs, 87. So 88 the score required. The run chase is going to start shortly. I can see the umpire striding out to the middle, and the players will soon be joining them, as there's a fair bit to do for the Werewolves to try to contain this this Lisbon Supergiants team. We talked a bit before about what needs to happen in the standings for things to occur. So now we're at a point where we can say to you that for the Lisbon Supergiants, they want to get the... Well, let's look at the bonus point equation. That'll help us as well. So 7 overs or less, if the Supergiants can complete this run chase of 88 runs, then they will get all 4 points. That puts them above Coimbra Knights and above the Werewolves into second place directly. And that means double chance tomorrow. They play the qualifier, and that also means that the Werewolves and the Coimbra Knights will play the eliminator tomorrow. That's how we see it currently. Brothers sitting on top, they can't be removed from that position. They're sitting on top. They are already locked in to qualify 1. So the bonus point equation, pretty straightforward. Lisbon Supergiants, if you want all 4 points and to leap into that second place, you need to get all 4 points. And to do that, you need to chase this down in 7 overs. So consider that 42 runs rather than 42 balls rather than 60 deliveries to get the runs. That's what has to happen. Have a look at the Hall of Fame. We had a century just 24 hours ago, Ashok Kumar Banger, who we've affectionately dubbed AKB. 114 not out of 37. That was just this time yesterday. Here he is warming up in front of us here, and he is looking like he's properly focused. And if he gets onto a heater in the next 2 or 3 overs, oh, this could come to an end really quickly. Lovely footage there from the guys at 2 Circles. And I'm going to bring Tina directly into this conversation. Tina, this is a really important innings here. The power play really massive for Supergiants.
Yeah, AKB, he needs to fire like an AK-47 if he wants to get his Supergiants into that top 2. Perfectly explained, Phil, as well. The equation, we can basically call this a 7-over game, and that's exactly why the graphics show 88 off 42 is needed. Nothing else matters for LSG, and for the Werewolves then, it's not even about the win, it's just about getting it into the 8th over.
Totally agree. If they push it into the 8th, then Werewolves get to play the qualifier tomorrow. Doesn't matter what happens after that. If we are playing at 8.1, if they get the game finished at 8.1, that's it. Werewolves will hold on to that second spot on the ladder, and that's all you need to know. Wide delivery, chased and thumped. Thumped with an absolute purpose there. That is a Maximo off the second ball of the over, and that is huge. Really, really huge. So there you go. That man there, AKB, you saw him warming up just before, and there is, wow, that really was quite enjoyable to watch. What can the Werewolves do apart from bowl tight, catch well, hustle in the field, aim for the run out, back up the back up the bowlers, back up the fielders? They've got to work so hard to defend this total to get it into the 8th over.
Yeah, I think that about covers it, and it's Jiwan Giri who's swinging from the hip here, and it's good footwork on the boundary there to stop the 4, and that's exactly the kind of tempo that they need. Akash Sood there doing the fielding work, the good fancy footwork. As you see, he hauls that one in like a big trout, jumps back over the boundary rope, throws it in. Good work, that man. And it's Jiwan Giri who's actually come out of the traps here. AKB 1 from 1, but we know exactly what he can do. He's a sleeping super giant at the moment at the non-strikers.
Really is. Jiwan Giri, no slouch with the batty that goes all the way along the ground into the covers. We're going to complete 1 run there. Yeah, Jiwan Giri, let's not forget him. He made a really good quick 550 in that game last night, obviously playing second fiddle to Centurion AKB. I mentioned before the power play is all important, and really the game the potential for Lisbon Supergiants to get into second could be won or lost just inside the power play. That's literally how important this power play is as well. Don't get wrong, they can still probably try and get those runs after the power play, go straight to the fielder, every chance to put it past. Couldn't have picked out the fielder any better with that shot around the corner.
He hit it sweetly, did AKB, and
Did.
2 centimetres either side of that fielder there, and it would have been bound for the rope, but it's a precious non-boundary shot for the Werewolves, and they know exactly what the equation is, I'm sure, as well.
100% bowler in again. It's a slower one, and it's been pushed just gently into the covers, just missed it slightly. You can see the graphic we have there at the bottom. We're keeping track of the bonus point because we feel that's the game right there. That's the whole reason this game has been played. Supergiants now 77 off 36 for that bonus point to collect all 4 points into the over, 11 from it.
Isn't that great as well? We've had 29.5 games, and it all comes down to a bonus point, and that's why the bonus point has been such an innovation. And something else that's an innovation is, of course, the golden ball. Well, we'd love a golden ball, even though that's exactly what LSG are trying to avoid. They want to go big even before we get to the end of the 10th over, but if we do get there, that'll be 14 and done. GB 74 would be in the bag, but I think that's a long way off, isn't it, Phil?
I got a feeling that may be a long way off. Yeah, I agree with that. 11 without loss after 1. Supergiants 77 from 36 needed. The run rate for that bonus point and all 4 points is 12.83. And AKB and G1 Giri with the job to do. You said it before, Tina. Look, they're going to know exactly what the equation is. There's no hiding the fact that Werewolves need to take this into the 8th. That's what they'll be thinking. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to do that, but they've really got to pull everything out of the stops here. Mohamed Tabish, seasoned campaigner, done pretty well with the ball. Let's see what he can do. Needs to be nice and tight over this one for the Werewolves. Just gently played there with soft hands. Just happy to take a single. Oh, AKB, he is struggling. That shot. Well, did that happen just then, or was that maybe from previous?
Well, we did see him take a little bit of a tumble.
Yep.
As he was fielding here at long off, and we said at the time we hope for his sake and for the Supergiants that hasn't done any lasting damage. He's still out there, giving it a bit of a wiggle.
He's flexing the left foot, but I thought that ball hit him on the right foot when he went for that fielding effort. So maybe I've got my left and rights mixed up. All I know is he was looking a little bit rough there when he got down to the non-striker's end. Jiran Giri plays it. Oh, that almost went through the hands of the player there. That runs away for 4. And AKB is looking in strife. He's not looking happy at all. Have a look at this. Just guides that with soft hands. Just goes, oh yeah, not far from the fingertips of the player running there.
Yeah, AKB, he's hobbling, using his bat as a walking stick here, and that's not what Lisbon Supergiants would want to see. Well, such is the talent of the man that he could probably score at least a half century with one leg. He scored a century with 2 of them.
He probably could stand and deliver and just smack the runs around the ground. He's got a very capable batting partner with G1 Giri there, so he might have to take a bit of the workload here. Oh, it goes straight to the player in the covers.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of hesitation.
There was hesitation.
And I was just keeping a keen eye on AKB because, well, running in one direction is all right. If you're then sent back, have to do an about turn, then that's not great for those already injured legs. We're not sure, but he is on strike here. Let's see how smoothly he moves on this ball.
Yeah, he's definitely got a problem with the lower leg, the foot, maybe the ankle. Definitely got a problem. What's he going to do here? Maybe to hit himself out of trouble? No, he's been bowled. Oh, that's massive. Absolutely huge. But he was looking in real discomfort just a few balls ago. I'm not sure if that was an injury from when he was fielding and he let the ball hit his boot on the full, which was not really clever, or he just maybe reoccurred something there. But middle stump's been pegged back. Mohamed Tabish, credit to him for bowling it on a really good line. But AKB, his day is done.
Yeah, and let's hope, whatever it is, I think he playing into his own foot earlier in the piece, but either way, he has to make the slow, painful walk off by the looks of it. And, well, let's hope he gets his foot on ice, rest ice, recover. He's not got too long to recover, because whatever happens, the Supergiants will be back in the morning. And, well, if they don't get these runs within that 7 overs, then they'll be back early tomorrow morning.
They will. will have an early start if they're not careful. 71 from 32 to collect the bonus point, and therefore all 4 points. So that's a 13.31 as Partap is the new batter coming out. Still inside the power play. Short, and it's been dealt with appropriately. That goes way past the outstretched hand of the fielder running backwards there. I think that was Hamza Farouk out there. Had no chance of getting on that one. Tabish, not a great delivery from Tabish.
Yeah, a bit too wide, and I would say as well, the fielder out there is a bit too fine. The amount of times we've seen it go through that area. There's 2 fielders out there, but you could probably drive several London buses through them, and if I were them, I'd be getting a bit closer because, well, we can draw a line through that hot spot of where the ball's gone every single time.
Yeah, that's so true. I was thinking of fleet of battleships, but I'll take the London buses as well. 21 for 1, last ball of the second coming up here. Short ball, a little bit of extra piri-piri sauce on that. Tabish just walks down the pitch as well, maybe gives a little bit of a lasting stare to the batter and says, not on my watch. Look at this one again, good ball to finish with.
Yeah, it jags away from the batter actually. That's why he was trying to play that ball somewhere to leg side and ended up going, well, past wide of off stump.
So this game is interestingly poised. The Werewolves, to their credit, are holding their own here. Have a look at the table here. So this explains the situation we're talking about. So 4 points up for grabs in this match. 1 bonus point and 3 points for the win. So if the Lisbon Supergiants get the 3 points for the win, gets them on 22, but that bonus point will split the Werewolves and the Lisbon Supergiants. That's why Supergiants need the bonus point. If the Werewolves get the bonus point, they lock in second place in the standings.
Perfectly explained.
Crunch. Absolutely been hammered. Big Maximo that. Jiwan Giri, for me, he's the key.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, especially since AKB is back in the hut. And a bit of a flourish on that one as well. I think he knew that he had smoked that one to the boundary. Gives the old helicopter 20 off 6. And I think you're right, Phil. If Giri stays out there, they have a fighting chance. That run rate over 12 for the bonus point.
And, you know, I'm not trying to take anything away from the middle order of the Lisbon Supergiants. I mean, they've got real talent in there, but this man who got a really cracking, quick 50 yesterday and played second fiddle to the Centurion AKB, if he carries on that form that he had from last night's match into this one, then that's why I think he's really important here in this game. So leg side for a wide, just straying there is Guri. Guri didn't get a chance to get amongst the runs when it was his opportunity. I think went for a duck actually. I think went for a 2 or 3 ball duck. Didn't get too involved with the scoring. Had a great chance to come in and play a good sort of 6-7 ball cameo. Missed out. Chiwangiri goes crunch with that one. That crosses the boundary rope for another Maximo. He moves to 26 from 8. And he's looking like he really is in a right frame of mind for this run chase.
Yeah, he's sitting right back in that crease, waiting for the ball, making basically any full-length ball into a shorter pitch one, especially on this AstroTurf where you can pretty much rely on the bounce. And, well, it's the Supergiants who are relying on one man at the moment, Giri, to get them over the line. And as a reminder, it's only that bonus point equation that we need to even think about. Well, of course, if they get it in 7, they'll get the win by default, but also get that bonus point, which will push them into second in the table.
True. Chases that wide one. That is well too wide in the end. So it's 54 of 53 now of 27. That bonus point run rate just moves under 12 runs per over required. Power play, still 3 more balls to come in the power play. 35 on the board. A couple of big hits here, and ooh, the Werewolves could be in trouble. There's one. That is still in the air, and then it lands, goes halfway up the, not quite halfway up the stairs, reference to Kermit the Frog there, but halfway up that mound over there, goes to the service road, and that is a cracking shot.
He almost knocks himself over, such as the force with which he smacks that one to the boundary.
I'll tell you why they're bowling short and wide outside off stumps to this man, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost a flamingo shot as well. He was on one leg. All style there from Giri into the 30s off just 9 deliveries.
Well, it is wide, and again almost falls over himself trying to get bat on ball for that one. But that has been straight, and Guri has already gone magical. This over worth 21. Well and truly outside the tram lines there.
Look at that, the run rate required for the bonus point. Just over 10. Change of tact here from Guri as he comes around the wicket. Better outcome for him as well. Well, it should have been if it weren't fumbled by the keeper.
Just gets away from the keeper there and allows Byes to get through, or is that maybe connected with something? I was just trying to watch the umpire give a signal there. Either way, it's runs to the cause. Gets Partap on strike, gives him a chance. And Byes given, was it?
Yeah, it was Byes.
Right. Good.
Captain Ram let that one through his grasp.
Oh, Partap turns it around the corner, and that is a good shot. Gets on the full, and that has gone for 4. Lovely strike, that one. And that is going to be the power play done. 47 off the power play. What a good effort that is. You feel that they are on their way.
Absolutely, especially with Jiwan Giri still at the crease. He's kind of taken on the mantle that AKB took on last night. And look at that magical third over. And look at the difference. The Werewolves, their innings never really got going. That 8th over going for 19. The only one really of any sort of note. And, well, they're well on the way, aren't they, the Super Giants, to not only getting into the finals, which we knew would happen even before a ball was bowled, but going through in second place, 41 needed off 24 for that to happen.
Yeah, that's a disappointing over from Gurpreet Gurra to cough up that many runs. Really is. Just Werewolves probably slumping a little bit in the field, having seen that happen. See what they can do here. Jiwangiri launches into that one on the pads. No mercy, but it goes all the way on the ground. Couldn't quite get the elevation. 4 runs, and that's the 50 up. 51 for 1 in the 4th. 37 from 23 needed for that bonus point, and for all 4 points to take them into second place on the standings. If they can get there, ifs and buts, but if they can get there, well, that would be quite a turnaround from a team that started with zip and 3 in this tournament. Just shows, got to keep fighting till the fight's done. Said it a few times already over the last couple of days, but it's so true. Rajbir Singh continues. That's been whipped away just out of the outstretched hands there of the fielders running back. They're going to collect it as they complete 2 runs. Oh, living dangerously there. Just real bit of a mishit. The fielder stuck out the mitt, hoping it would stick, and no, it did not. But also didn't go to the boundary. 53 for 1. 35 from 22 now needed.
More importantly, it keeps Giri on strike as well. 38 off 12. So he's going at the run rate and then some. And Surya Partap really just needs to play the supporting role here.
Winds up in the air, catching opportunity. Who wants it? The ground wants it, because there's nobody in the infield in a cover or a mid-off area. Muhammad Tabish runs in desperately, but there was no way he was going to get to that one on time. Ram Hartwell, the captain behind the stumps, giving his team a clap and a rev up, saying, come on boys, keep your heads up, we can do this. Need to take it to the 8th. What's what the Werewolves have to do? Take it to the 8th over. Oh, great delivery from Rajbir Singh. Terrific delivery. Removes Partap, and that is another blow. Well, that's a big wicket. Is it enough? They don't get Giri, though. He's still there, and Partap is dismissed, bowled, off-stump knockback.
Well bowled, Rajbir Singh. Slightly fuller delivery, shapes away, and you can see what Jiran Giri thinks about that. A bit of a fist in disgust there. He just throws up his hand. We can see this on the reverse angle here. Yeah, looks, literally turns his back on his partner. Well, I'm sure he didn't mean to do that, but Surya Partap does have to depart. 8 off 4 deliveries for him. Brings Rutul Chowdhury to the crease. And well, you really think with Jiwangiri there at the other end, you've either got to get him on strike or get a boundary just to keep this ticking over. 34 off 20 needed, so it's only really 10 and over they need.
Yeah, hopefully the message from the skipper of Lizard Supergiants, and of course that is Anep Kumar. He needs to be making sure he gets in the ear of the incoming batter to say, your role is support. Jiwangiri, he's the man. We want him on strike. So your role is support. Don't get your head full of, bright lights and glory and paparazzi and red carpets. Make sure you get our man on strike. And he goes for a massive swing, and that's going to get away from the keeper again. This time it does go all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. Valuable runs here in this over. Oh dear. Doesn't miss the stumps by a lot. It kept low. Did not bounce very high at all. And, well, I tell you what, I reckon Chowdhury's really lucky that wasn't on target. He would have lost his stumps because that ball did not bounce.
Yeah, it didn't at all, and he can count his lucky stars that he's living to fight another day. It's the final ball of the 4th. More or less a free hit, really.
Pretty much. And he takes that free hit along the ground. It squirts out square. And they're happy to take 1 there. So that is 59 for 2. So Geary is denied the strike. Chowdhury gets back on strike for the start of the 5th. But 29 from 18 now needed. So that's what we're looking at. That's the equation. Have a look at the run rate situation here. That white line just picked up and up. Had a little slight dip in the 2nd over and then picked itself up again. Slight dip in the 4th over as well. But anyway, it's above where it needs to be. So at the moment, the run chase for all 4 points is well and truly on. Super Giants looking composed. They've lost 2 wickets. One of them the big AKB. So that really was a bit of a blow to them. However, G1 Geary's out there, Chowdhury's out there as well. Between the 2 of them, they need to pick up 29 runs off 18 balls. There's still plenty of wickets left in the shed. Ram Hartwell, the skipper for the Werewolves, he's doing everything he can to get the field right to take this game into the 8th over.
Yeah, they're going to take their time here, as they know this probably won't go the whole distance, so no risk of any penalties incurred. Not making their overs in time. Just slowing down the game, maybe trying to put Chowdhury and Geary a bit off their stride. They want to get this just right, don't they? With only 29 runs to play with.
Chowdhury has a swing and a miss. Just watching Mohammad Tabish and Ram Hardwell organising the field out there, probably the 2 senior players, and the 2 most experienced players, I'd hesitate to say. Just making sure that things are where they need to be. It's 4 overs gone. We're in the 5th, 59 on the board. Remember, target is 88. It's a short ball, and that is indicated by the umpire as that's the short ball for the over. It's not a wide. Chowdhury looks ruefully over towards the square leg umpire, and if you saw the replay, he'd understand that that's exactly the right call from umpire. Throughout the entire Challenger series, the umpiring has been absolutely exemplary, as you'd expect from the Men in Black for European Cricket Network series. Really, really good work from them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that one's been called a wide in the end, and well, it's long days for everyone, and none more so than for the umpires. They do have a rotation system, but they're out there for a long time, and especially in this setting sun, it's not the easiest to see what's going on, as well the fielder demonstrated perfectly there as he kind of threw his hands up in the air trying to feel for the grizzly in midair.
So true. I've been keeping my eye actually on the fielder at deep cover there. He's been putting his hand up in front of his eyes for every delivery bowled, and that can't be comfortable. There he is there, right on cue. Puts his hand up in front of his face just so he can see what's going on. G1 Geary back on strike. Swings hard. It goes out towards the long on area. And Geary gets his body behind that one. Keeps it just 1 run. Gets away from the bowler, but not quite enough. 62 for 2, halfway through the 5th. Still needing 10.4 and over to get those all 4 points.
Ritul Chowdhury, I know he's only been out there for 4 balls, but well, there's only 15 left until the end of the 7th, and they really need to accelerate here, does Ritul.
Gets it into the ground. It's got to run out to the men deep. Mohammad Tabish cleans up, threatens to shy and says, no, that's okay though. I'm going to take 1 on his arm. So gets G1 Geary back on strike. He's on 40 from 14, playing a bit of a lone hand here, but that's all they need. They need just 1 person really to stand up and get the runs, and he's the man. See what he can do here. That's a good delivery. Akash Sood, he's no one's fool. He's bowled a really good delivery there. And a couple more like that, a few dots, and suddenly, Lisbon Super Giants might start to doubt themselves.
Akash Sood, the cool dude, as he swaggers back. He's got his collar popped, and he's putting in a great shift here. Final ball.
That was a good delivery too. Ready straight for the top of off stump. Just been mishit down the ground for a single. It does mean that Geary will retain the strike. That's 5 overs gone, 64 for 2 on the board. 24 from 12 needed. Well, anyone's language, that's a run rate of 12 per over, 2 runs per ball required for the Super Giants to get into second place in the standings. Have a look at those up-and-coming events. Portugal, well, that's where you are with us right now, myself and Tina. And it's ECS action through to the end of next week. Then ECI and T20I internationals for men and women as Norway visit, hosted by Portugal. Spain, Madrid for the first time for ECS, ECS and ECSW in Italy, Bologna, France for some ECI and ECS action. Same again in Malta. And then Czechia for some T20I action over that weekend. And that's going to be finally some European Cricket Network fun coming to you from Prague, my hometown. Hope you can join us for all of that.
Have the countries been confirmed yet for Czechia? Do you know who's coming to town? I assume Czechia will be involved.
Hope Czechia will be involved. That's my hope. Pretty sure that's locked in.
Someone's got to tell them they'll have to open the gates at the cricket club. Let the rest of the countries in.
Oh, swings hard for that one. Tabish comes back on, and I think this is a good move from the Werewolves. You'd be tempted to keep him maybe for another over, but if the runs need to be scored in the next 11 deliveries, this is a good move bringing him on now.
Well, it's symbolically the 9th over, isn't it?
Effectively, yes. 9th over for the Super Giants. So you can bowl a tight one here. Suddenly, Lisbon Super Giants might need, 18 runs or maybe even 20 off the next over. It's a good delivery. We'll save that appeal for the Red Cross because that was missing a whole lot of everything then. Just the one, not enough.
And importantly as well for the Werewolves, it gets Jiwan Giri to the non-striker's end. So Rutul Chaudhary, who's been struggling along, just 3 runs to his name off his 5 deliveries. He needs to pull something off here. 23 needed off 10 for those 4 points.
Yeah, all credit to the Werewolves. The boundaries have dried up here. This is pretty good pressure bowling from a team who got a little bit blitzed just in the first couple of overs. Chaudhary now, as you say, Tina, needs to find the boundary pretty quick smart. He doesn't. It's a paddle down the ground just as far as mid-on. 15
balls now without a boundary off the bat. There was 4 byes in there, but
okay, yep,
absolutely has dried up.
This is a good comeback from the Werewolves. Really good indeed. 66 for 2. The equation just at the bottom of the score there. 22 from 9 for that bonus point, and effectively all 4 points to push the Lisbon Super Giants into second place. Werewolves, if they can protect that scoreline, then they will stay in second place and play the qualifier tomorrow and get themselves a double chance. Oh, it's a no ball. Yeah, it is indeed a no ball. So infringed. They do take a run. No ball signal by the umpire. Indicates that it is for front foot. Watch this again. Have a look on the replay. Oh, yeah. Good shout by umpire Bucks there. Very experienced umpire in this part of the world. Free hit is shown. So Chaudhary gets carte blanche to get after Tabish here with this delivery. He's flexing his muscles. He's flexing his legs, his Chaudhary. He can't wait to get into this one. What can he do?
It's got to go to the boundary, surely.
It's got to go to the boundary, 100%, Tina. Absolutely, it's got to fly away. Big, big delivery this one. Free hit coming. Oh, he's launched it. That is a Maximo. What a great strike. So he delivers, and Tabish is a little bit shocked by that, but that ball, that was a slot delivery, and it got the treatment. Bang, down the ground.
Wow, how quickly things can change. 2 on that no ball, 6 on the free hit. Suddenly that ball goes for 8. And this game swings once more. Rutul Chaudhary, he hasn't swung at anything yet. Finally manages to connect at 1. 10 off 7 for him. And suddenly, again, Lisbon Super Giants back in front. Got their noses in front. And 14 needed off 8 balls for all 4 points.
Just singing the praises of the Werewolf bowling, but that was not a good turnaround. An 8-run ball there from Mohammad Tabish. He's still got 2 to go in his over. He needs to sort of fight back here against the flow. Oh, a bit of a spin around the corner. Chance for a catch here. Player sets himself and he's put it down. And they're going to run 2 as well. That was a... Wow, it wasn't even a hot chance. It was in the air for quite a while and just player completely out of position. And he's trying to deflect all the bad comments by saying, I really hurt my middle finger there.
Well, he probably won't have too much sympathy from his fellow Werewolves, as he does give it a bit of a shake. There's 2 other fielders out there, so they were able to mop up, but he just turns away, checks that his finger is still in place. Well, look at that now. Suddenly, a disastrous few balls for the Werewolves. 12 needed off 7. Final ball of the 6th.
Oh, Chowdhury's been knocked over. Tabish just pulls back on the pace there a little bit, and he has knocked over the stumps. So Chowdhury's done. He walks off. Maybe that 8-ball, eight-run ball there that was bowled with the no ball. Maybe that was enough for Chowdhury to cash in there and say, I'm done. But the job still isn't done. There's still a bit more to do. Jiwan Giri, he still is going to be able to face the first ball of the next over, which is the 7th. So that's a saving grace, I guess you can say. Looks like Dhingra is the new batter coming in. Ratul Chowdhury goes out and has a few bit of a conversation in the dugout there about, yeah, I know, but I did hit that 6. Did you see the 6 I hit?
Well, it was more or less a free hit, wasn't it? Because it was the
Yeah.
final ball. Whatever happened for the Super Giants, they did want Jiwan Giri on strike for this 7th / effectively 10th over. And I'm sure, well, they would have preferred a bonus 6 at the end as it was. It's a bonus wicket for Mohammad Tabish.
Yeah, would have preferred something on the scoreboard, right? Jiwan Giri's facing. Oh, he's hammered it down the ground. He didn't want to run. The first action was to put the hand up and say, no, don't run. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, and Dhingra was already on his way.
It's Akash Sood who's come back into the attack, and I think everyone, including all 22, well, it's not 22 players, it's 22 players in and around the pitch, know that this is effectively the game. That's why Akash Sood has been brought back in.
Dhingra's got to go hard here. He spins it around the corner. Has he got all of that? He does indeed. There was a big cheer from the dugout away to our right. A massive pat on the back from Jiwan Giri. He says, you've just gotten half the runs we need with that shot. Why did I doubt you? Oh, he's picked it up nicely and gets around the corner.
Well, Jiwan Giri, he's more than delighted with that fist pump there. That he took that run on the previous ball. Maybe wasn't quite confident in Nikhil Dhingra, but what was he worried about? 5 now needed off 4.
Gave each other pats on the back like they'd already won the game there, like they won the trophy. Still a bit of work to do. Plays it with soft hands. It goes, so the fielder, good work in the field there to knock that down. And they're going to run through for a cheeky couple, and they're going to get the 2 as well.
Again, Jiwan Giri was not keen at all in taking that second run, but Nikhil Dhingra said, I've just hit my first ball for 6. I've hit the second one pretty cleanly as well. It was a decent bit of fielding, almost actually deflected it over the rope, as it was Gurpreet Singh doing the fielding. But they do scamper through for 2, so it's a runner ball 3 needed now.
Ooh,
we can't go to a golden ball, but it feels like we could.
It feels like we could. You're absolutely right. 3 from 3, and that's all for the Lisbon Super Giants. Oh, he's just missed it. Oh, there's one of the 3.
This is such a strange sensation.
It really is.
It's going to go to the final ball, but the final ball will be 6.5 potentially, unless there's a big hit in the next ball.
That is, this is exciting stuff. So 3 from 2 for the bonus point. 3 from 2 for all 4 points. Akash comes in. And it's a wide. Oh, no. Oh, what a way to get another run on the board and to not lose a ball. Tension mounting here. The Werewolves can taste it. And the Lisbon Super Giants, they're so close to locking in second place in the standings. Big ball, this one. It's another wide. Can you believe it? Oh, Akash Sood bowled so well on the first over, and even earlier today as well. That over he bowled early in this match was so good. Now, pressure. Werewolves buckling.
Nikhil Dhingra, he tries to waft at that one. As soon as it goes past him, he marches over to leg side as if to say, did you see quite how wide that ball was? I'm all the way over here.
I should get 2 for that wide. All right, 1 from 2. It's around the corner. Can you believe it? They've got it in wides. And that's the game. I cannot believe it. They've got it in wides. 3 wides from the bowl of Akash Sood. Werewolves will be gutted, absolutely gutted. It almost went to, well, I can't even say a gold ball, can I? It almost went into the 8th, which effectively would have given the second place in the standings to the Werewolves. So congratulations to the Lisbon Super Giants. We will confirm the what we expect to have happen in a moment, but that is pretty much how we see it. So massive, absolutely massive. And oh wow, 3 wides. Oh, somebody better go across to Akash Sood and give him a little consolation pat, because he's going to feel like rubbish.
Yeah, well, the consolation for him is that he and his Werewolf side will be coming back tomorrow, but those celebrations from the Lisbon Supergiants say it all. They know they have climbed up that beanstalk all the way to second place. And, well, we can fill in the gaps here now, can't we, Phil? So, eliminator, that will be the Werewolves against the Coimbra Knights. And in that qualifier at 11 a.m. local time will be Brothers against the Lisbon Supergiants, who then have 2 attempts at getting through to the final. What a finish that was.
That was exciting, really exciting stuff. We structured that in such a way, Tina, between you and me, that this was going to be a 7-over chase, and it's exactly what's happened. Things started pretty big. G1 Geary looked like the man in charge. Ashok Kumar Banger, we're not too sure what happened to AKB, but it looked like, I thought maybe he did an injury in this innings. I know he got hit on the foot when he was, well, there's his dismissal there. He was looking really uncomfortable. He got hit on the foot when he was fielding. A ball came in really low and he stuck the foot out for reasons that only he'll know, and it really, really hurt. He was hobbling after that. But G1 Geary put together a terrific effort here, and he was really free-flowing with the runs in those first couple of overs.
Yeah, and he went all the way to 43, and you can see how important he was, that he more or less got half of the total needed by the Supergiants. He helped himself to a few Supergiant sixes, 4 of them, and 2 boundaries. Surya Partap joined in momentarily. He hit 2 4s before he was dismissed by Rajbir Singh, straight through that big wide open gate. Rutul Chaudhary then came in and again provided some assistance. He scored 1 big Maximo on the way to 12, and well, buys certainly don't help the cause in this setting Portuguese sun. It's a beautiful angle of that, isn't it? Just see the sun fading away into the distance, and also fading away into the distance were the Werewolves' hopes of having a lion tomorrow.
It really did there. That catch that was dropped was really integral to exactly that statement there, Tina. And then Chaudhary lost his wicket, had his stumps knocked all over the park. And then it was Dinger who came in, got a little fist bump and a pat on the back for hitting that really good 6 in that last over. And then it was wides, had to be safe here, both batters safe home, no chance of run out, and the celebrations can begin. A minor celebration, obviously they haven't won the trophy, they haven't won a final yet, but they've got themselves into second place. We are pretty confident they've secured second place here, and that is a fantastic effort for Supergiants. As I said earlier, a team that was zip and 3 on day number 2 here in this competition. They had to wait quite a while to get their first win on the board, and there you go. They've got a good win here, and that puts them second in the standings. So well done to the Lisbon Supergiants. It's a run chase that they managed to get with 2 balls to spare, because they had to complete that in the 7 overs to get all 4 points, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, they have, and extras helped them along a bit there. The second highest scorer after G1 Geary. And well, the Werewolves, they'll be licking their wounds, but they'll come back tomorrow. Only 4 bowlers used, of course, because it only went into the 7th over. Rajbir Singh, he picked up a wicket. Mohammed Tabish, he's been a good performer for the Werewolves. He picks up 2. But they'll have to come back bright and early tomorrow and prove themselves if they want to make their way into the final.
That's right, when they get home tonight, they'll all be setting their alarm clocks for a couple of hours earlier than maybe they would want to, but the final wash-up is right there in front of your eyes. Lisbon Supergiants win by 7 wickets there, and they did it with 2 balls to spare as we kept our eye well and truly on that 7-over mark. Hello to everyone in the chat. I can see a lot of people disappearing from the chat right now and saying good evening to myself and Tina. Thank you so much for sticking with us today, and most of you have all been with us through the whole of these 30 matches, this group games, and thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed this Challenger Series. It's been absolutely sensational.
I've certainly enjoyed it, and I'm going to enjoy putting my feet up tomorrow as I see finals day from a distance. I'm sure you'll enjoy the company of Vinny in the box tomorrow, and we can take a look at what is coming your way in the morning. And look at that, like magic, someone's been squirreling away with the technology, and there are the fixtures for tomorrow. Werewolves, after that defeat, they will have to be in the eliminator against the Knights. One of those will then go through to play, well, the loser of Brothers against the Lisbon Supergiants. Who's your pick at the moment, Phil?
Well, based on what I've just seen from the Lisbon Supergiants, I know AKB was hobbling a bit there, so that would be interesting to see what happens. I kind of favour the Brothers, but I don't know. Brothers and Lisbon Supergiants, for me, that would be an appropriate final.
Yeah, I'd
If
go
that can
along with that, but I think all 4 teams, I think probably at this stage everyone's beaten everyone, so
Oh,
it's
yeah,
really
yeah.
up for grabs for tomorrow, isn't it?
That's the interesting thing. Every team played each other team twice, and the mix match of who's got a win over who, I don't think any team has dominated another one. I would say that the points would be almost evenly split on that level, maybe favouring the Werewolves and Brothers a bit more because they're sitting top of the table, but it's been such a good competition, this Challenger division. Tomorrow, anything goes.
Yep.
Literally.
Anything goes, but one thing's for sure, I won't be here because I'm going to enjoy my day off, but it's only a momentary reprieve for GeForce. We'll be back, won't we,
We'll be
at
back
the weekend.
stronger and better than ever on Sunday for the Premier Division. So that's exactly what's going to happen. So Tina, thank you so much for being my co-pilot here for this series. In fact, I couldn't even call you a co-pilot. We've shared the piloting duties. That's what we've done. We both have a go at that. So thank you so much, Tina, for keeping me company during this Challenger division. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. And so tomorrow, it's Finals Friday. It's Peacock Friday. Vinny Sandu in the house tomorrow with myself, Phil G, to take you through Finals Friday. Big day tomorrow. On Saturday, the Premier Division starts. Make sure you tune in for that. That is going to be, I just think it's going to be an awesome day when we sort of just take the level and just jump it up a little bit higher. You're back here with Vinny Sandu, and then you and I back on Sunday. Normal service resumes. GeForce service resumes on Sunday. We'll see you back here. So for now, for tonight, hand it over to you to say goodnight to the folks.
Yeah, everyone have a lovely night. Thank you for everyone for joining us. Thank you to the crew. And, well, the highlights music only means one thing. Run the highlights. See you tomorrow. Back for more cricket action.
See you all.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.